Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Strat Bay Institute, I would like to welcome you all to today's very high-level conference. It's a packed room, so it's going to be a cozy day. To welcome you all to today's high-level conference, A Decade of Arbitral Award, Credible Deterrence in Defense of the West Philippine Sea. My name is Richard Heydarian, non-resident fellow at the Strat Bay Institute, and it is truly my honor to host this conference today. Before we begin our program, please all rise for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem to be led by Miss Harriet Warmby.
Bayang magiliw, pelas nagsilanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyang ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sisimoy at sa langit mong bukaw, may dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal, ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niya kailan, pagkay di magdidilim, lupa ng araw ng malhati pagsinta, buhay ng igsabihin, aming likaya na po may marami, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
It has been a decade since a special arbitral tribunal award at the UNCLOS, please sit down, ruled in the Philippines' favor in its case against China over the West Philippine Sea, a landmark moment in the country's history and in the history of international law itself. China's continued unilateral expansionist actions reflect a clear disregard for the ruling and the principles it upholds. Today, we gather to look back on what that victory has meant, what it has cost to defend, and what it will take to carry it forward for the next 10 years and generations. In honor of Strat Bay Institute's former chairman, the late Foreign Affairs Secretary Alberto Rosario, whose leadership was instrumental in leading the Philippines' filing of the arbitration case against China in 2013, and in achieving the country's historic legal victory, we are bringing together today key stakeholders from the government, diplomatic community, defense sectors, and civil society to exchange insights on how legal principles and defense capabilities must work together to uphold our legal victory. Since 2016, the Institute has worked to ensure that the Arbitral Award remains central to national and regional discourse, even during periods when advancing this cause was particularly challenging and when few were willing to do so. A lot of us are bloodied, aged, but unbowed. But with the enduring support of embassies, allies, and like-minded stakeholders, what began as a firm and principled stand has evolved into a sustained collective effort, resolute in upholding international law and defending what is rightfully ours. As part of this shared commitment, we would like to recognize the individuals whose leadership, dedication, and unwavering advocacy have played a vital role in advancing the defense of the West Philippine Sea and the rules-based international order. As you can see, I'm not really a morning person, and I'm trying to stick to the program as much as possible. So please forgive me if I don't get all the pronunciations and names correctly. But for now, in addition to our excellent panel of speakers, whom we're going to hear from more later on, we're really honored to be joined by many folks, including Secretary Mel Sarmiento, Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity. We have USEC Fabian Pedregosa, Undersecretary for Information Systems and Cybersecurity, Department of National Defense. We have Assistant Secretary Arsenio Andolong, Assistant Secretary for Defense Communication, Department of National Defense. We have Benjamin Madrigal, Deputy Director General and Chief of Staff at the National Security Council. We have Cornelio Valencia Jr., Officer in Charge, Deputy Director General for Operations and Assistance Director General, Strategic Communications, Cybersecurity Lead, and Spokesperson. Of course, obviously from also the National Security Council. We also have Francisco Lauenco, Assistant Director General for Partnerships and Engagements at the National Security Council. We have Vice Mayor Maurice Philippe, MP Alexis Albayada, Vice Mayor Municipality of Kalayaan, Palawan. Of course, thank you so much for joining us today. We also have a couple of retired government officials, among others, of course. We have Justice Carpio. We're going to hear from him more later on. And of course, also Justice Conchita Carpio Morales. In the diplomatic community, this is going to be a long list, and I hope I get the pronunciations right, but please forgive me just in case I don't get it right. Of course, from the Embassy of Australia in the Philippines, we have Mark Ines Brown, Ambassador. Thank you very much for joining us. From the Embassy of Canada in the Philippines, we have Ambassador David Hartman. Good to see you again. From the EU delegation of the Philippines, we have Ambassador Massimo Santoro, of course. From the Czech Republic, we have Karel Hedge, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sorry about that again. From the Embassy of Austria, we have Ambassador Johann Brieger. From Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany in Manila, we have Dr. Andreas Michael Pfaffernoschka. I had to get that right. I had to flex my German, Noschka. From the Embassy of India in the Philippines, of course, we have Ambassador Sri Harsh Kumar Yain, please forgive me if I get this wrong. From the Embassy of Japan in the Philippines, we have Endo Kazuya. Thank you very much. From Embassy of Norway in the Philippines, we have Christian Lister. I hope I get that right. Embassy of Malaysia in the Philippines, we have Ambassador Datu Abdul Malik Melvin Castellino. From Embassy of Ireland in the Philippines, we have Ambassador Emma Hiki. From Taipei Economic and Cultural Office, we have Ambassador Wallace Mingan Cho. From Embassy of Slovenia in the Philippines, we have Smiljana Nes. I hope I got that partly right. From the Embassy of Israel, we have Ambassador Dana Kirsch. And of course, from Embassy of New Zealand in the Philippines, we have Ambassador Catherine McIntosh. From Embassy of Finland in the Philippines, we have Ambassador Shaija Norminen. For Embassy of Netherlands, the Philippines, we have Ambassador Mariel Gerets. Embassy of Austria in the Philippines, we have Ambassador, we mentioned it a while ago, of course, Ambassador Jan Brieger. And Embassy of Sweden in the Philippines, we have Ambassador, of course, Anne Ferry. And Embassy of Thailand in the Philippines, in behalf of Ambassador Makawadi Sumitmore, he's going to be represented by Deputy Chief of Mission Representative Rangsan Srimangkorn. We also have many folks, of course, aside from the diplomatic community, folks from the military and the defense sectors. We have with us General Ferdinand Barandon, Commander Intelligence Command, Armed Forces of the Philippines. We also have General Francisco Lorenzo Jr., Deputy Commander, Civil Military Operations Command, Armed Forces of the Philippines. We also have General Oliver Kilang, Acting Commander at the AFP ETDC, Armed Forces of the Philippines. Police Generals, I hope I'm still safe if I get anything wrong here. We're good. Okay, so it's going to be a long list. That was just a flavor of how packed we are today, oversubscribed we are today. And I think that should make us very excited about the kind of discussions we're going to have for today. Aside from those who are present here today, we're also joined all the way from Palawan by Vice Admiral Alan Javier, Commander of the AFP Western Command. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Now, to formally open our conference, I would like to call on the President of the Strat Base, Professor Victor Andres Dindo Manhid, to give his opening remarks. Thank you very much, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us on the 10th year of our Arbitral Award. But this is actually our 11th year of sponsoring this, just to be factual about it. Because when we won it, July 12, 2016, we allowed government at that time to celebrate it. After 1 week, then when they did not like to celebrate it, the Institute decided to celebrate it with friends from the diplomatic community, from learned officials of international law. We had it in the University of the Philippines College of Law. And since then, we have kept this tradition. And we will keep this tradition. 10 years ago, an international tribunal answered a question many doubted could ever be answered by law: whether a small state's rights could stand against a great power's ambition. The tribunal's answer was unambiguous. The Philippines was right, and it remains right until today. But we are not here this morning merely to mark an anniversary. We are here because the government of our northern neighbor, China, has never accepted that the question is closed. China's actions in the West Philippine Sea are not accidents of seamanship. They are not misread signals between mariners. They are calculated, they are sustained, and they are designed to make us doubt that very victory we won. That is the reality this gathering must confront. Each incident that has crossed our screens, our headlines, is not mere statistics. It is a livelihood disrupted. It is a sovereign right tested. It is a family in a fishing community facing the West Philippine Sea, anxiously waiting for a loved one to come home. Even after the historic arbitral victory in 2016, the coercion did not cease. If anything, it intensified. Further militarization of maritime features, a growing maritime militia, ramming and blocking maneuvers, and encounters that have put Filipino lives at risk. A legal victory, however historic, does not enforce itself. The award gave us the law. Defending it demands unwavering resolve from our government officials, and from every partner nations that believe on a rules-based order. In July 2016, the Arbitral Tribunal, constituted under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, ruled in the Philippines' favor on nearly every substantive point it raised. It rejected China's claim to historic rights within the 9-dash line. It found that China had violated Philippine sovereign rights through interference with our resource exploration, through unauthorized construction, and through its failure to prevent Chinese nationals from fishing in Philippine waters. This was never a piece of paper or just a legal document. It was a victory for the Filipino people. It was a victory for international law, a victory for the rules-based order, and it was a victory for every small state that still believes right can prevail over might. Before I speak further of this award, as a victory, we owe a debt to the people who made it happen. We remember the courage of the legal team that brought our case to The Hague. We honor the conviction of the officials who staked their careers on the belief that the Philippines could stand before the world and prevail, not through the size of our Navy, but through the strength of our legal argument. Some of them are here with us today, and I say thank you to them. Their presence reminds us that this victory was not inevitable. It was earned through discipline, conviction, and the painstaking work of those who refused to accept that a larger state could take a force that is what is beyond the rule of law. To them, on behalf of everyone, again, I say thank you. The award affirmed what Filipinos have always understood in their bones. What the West Philippine Sea is not an abstraction debated in conference rooms. It is where our fishermen work, where our energy future lies, where our national identity as a maritime and an archipelagic nation is tested. It affirmed our sovereign rights, it affirmed our maritime entitlements, it affirmed as a matter of law, rather than sentiment, that the rules apply equally to the powerful and to the small. I remember our late chairman, Albert Rosario, put it best: international law is the great equalizer among states. It is what allows a country of our size to stand on paper and in practice as an equal to a country many times our size. The award told the world that right makes might. 10 years on, that remains our strongest foundation and our most tested one. This is why since 2016, the Strat-Based Institute has worked without interruption to keep the Arbitral Award at the center of national and regional discourse, including during the years when doing so was least convenient. Imagine a government does not like to support us, or even during COVID times. We had participants, international scholars, using Zoom just to make this happen. We brought together policymakers, defense and legal experts, members of the diplomatic community, civil society, and the private sector because we understood early that a ruling defended only by government would be a ruling defended by half its strength. With the sustained support of partner embassies and like-minded institutions, many represented in this room, what began as a principled stand has become a durable collective effort. What you will see across the next slides is that principled stand translated into practice year after year has led to visiting forces arrangements, joint and multilateral maritime patrols, defense and cyber dialogues, intelligence gathering, Coast Guard cooperations, and defense modernization support. And we thank our dear Secretary Chodoro for leading us that. Consider how far this network has grown. The Philippines has now concluded visiting forces agreement with 6 nations. Barely 5 weeks ago, our dear Secretary Chodoro at the Shangri-La Dialogue spoke and said that he gave the region a new way to see our country, not as a contested frontier, but in his words, as an archipelagic sentinel and a guardian of freedom of the seas. This is what collective deterrence looks like in practice. It is not one agreement, one exercise, or one statement. It is a network of nations that has made clear the Philippines does not stand alone. Because in 2016, I heard that line. We stand alone, and the ruling was simply a piece of paper. Every port call, every joint patrol, every diplomatic statement citing the award carries the same message. The defense of the West Philippine Sea is no longer the Philippines' burden to carry by itself. It is part of the broader defense of a rules-based order that every state in this intercontinental network depends on. What does the Philippine public make all of this? We did not need to guess. I started tracking this as early as 2013 when we filed the case. That was the first survey. It was 70% support. Imagine when I was waiting for the result for 3 weeks, because a low rating would have been an attack on the government at the time. But now, fast forward, the latest Pulse Asia survey we commissioned found that 86% of Filipinos want their government to defend the West Philippine Sea, together with like-minded countries, consistent with the 2016 award. 86% is not a slim majority opinion. I'm a political scientist. That is a big majority. Considering only 4% are against, and a larger number undecided. It is a national consensus, and because Filipinos are clear about the partners they trust and the capabilities they want strengthened, that consensus becomes data-driven mandate that our political leaders must fulfill. 10 years after the award, the Philippines no longer needs to prove the legitimacy of its rights in the West Philippine Sea. International law has already settled that question and settled it decisively. The question the Philippines faces today is no longer one of legal legitimacy, it is one of strategic capability. As China's gray zone activity persists and as the contest extends into cyber and information domains, defending the gains of the award requires modern, integrated, multi-domain defense posture. One built to deter coercion, protect our interests, and respond across every domain where we are being tested. No single actor can carry this. It must be a whole of society effort. And each constituency in this room has a specific, non-transferable part to play. That's why Strat-Base calls for strategic collaboration among stakeholders. One built on a simple recognition in an interconnected, multipolar world, no single instrument of state power can defend an archipelago of more than 7,000 islands alone. It must fuse the state's duty to uphold our sovereignty, our maritime rights, and the private sector's role in economic and technological resilience, and the international community's commitment to multilateral partnership, all converging on one objective: our national interests, our national security. Concretely, that means government must continue strengthening armed forces of the Philippines, the Coast Guard, and our frontline agencies with resources that matches the rhetoric. Our ambassadors, our dear ambassadors and international partners must continue translating diplomatic support into defense cooperation, maritime domain awareness, and joint capability building. Our business leaders, which was at the core of the Strat-based Institute advocacy since 2013, must treat resilience, technology, infrastructure, and cybersecurity not as compliance costs, but as investment in the country's sovereign capacity. To our dear academics, civil society that I am part of, must keep this issue from ever again slipping into the background of national attention. And every community represented here, including our faith communities, including communities like the municipality that is in the forefront of Kalayaan Island, has a role in reminding the country that this is a matter of national conscience, not only national security. As we celebrate this 10th year, we honor a legal victory, but we also inherit its responsibility. Allow me to remember why we started this. When we started
I wish I could swim like dolphins, like dolphins can swim. Though nothing will keep us together, we can beat them.
This is the lawyer of the Philippines in the case.
Just for one day, we can be heroes. Just for one day, I will be king. And you will be queen. Though nothing will drive us away, we can be heroes. Just for one day. We can be us, just for one day. I can remember standing by the wall, and the guns showed above our heads, and we kissed as though nothing could fall, and the shame was on the other side. We can beat them ever and ever.
The real heroes.
We can be heroes. just for one day.
As we celebrate this 10th year, we also inherit a responsibility collectively. The award gave the Philippines a strong legal foundation. It is collective resolve, credible deterrence, and a whole of society collaboration, fit for a multipolar world that will decide whether this victory stays alive, stays relevant, and stays enforceable for the next 10 years. Again, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Prof. Manhit. And thank you for your service, your patriotic service. We've been all part of this Invictus journey. I had prepared a mosaic of superlatives as an introduction for our keynote message speaker today, but I was told to strictly stick to the program. We're honored to have with us today the Secretary of the Department of National Defense, Honorable Gilbert Gibo Chodoro, to deliver his keynote message.
Next one. Thank you, Richard, and I shall endeavor to follow the brevity of the introduction in the way I deliver my talk today. Because, frankly speaking, ladies and gentlemen, I was, because of the multifarious subjects, topics, things of importance that need to be articulated for today's 10th year anniversary, I was really at a loss of at what to underscore. So many good things have happened against so many challenges. And the fact that we are here today in the 10th year celebrating with, for me, our significant milestones and achievements from 10 years back is something that need not be articulated any further. It is obvious. However, it's not obvious to all. We need to make it obvious to more, with more concrete and purposive outcomes and more deliverables, and cascading it into a more granular level within our society. Now let me segue a bit. Credit should be given where credit is due. By the way, pleasant good morning to each and every one of you. Let me dispense with the pleasantries. I believe that StratBase from 11 years ago has evolved and withstood the test of time. It has already grown roots of resilience, sustainability, and relevance. And it has proven to be the foremost think tank on international relations and security studies outside academic institutions and the most resonant of institutions of the Philippines. I believe it is just as important for us here to help StratBase and to focus on a way forward which can make the products of its convergence efforts to make it cascade down into society, and on the other hand, make more evocative, louder, the outcomes of the convergence into the international digital space, the international awareness space, and the international academic space. Much of the norms that we are fighting for here, which have a direct effect to our entitlements and our territorial integrity and sovereignty, have much to do with international convergence. And thus, if StratBase is chambered within the Philippines, then we do ourselves a disservice. It must spread its wings. And I, for one, am willing to help StratBase spread its wings by purposive partnerships, sustainable partnerships, and perhaps joint regional fora that can be rotated with co-attribution. There, in the Indo-Pacific region, if we know, there is one fundamental challenge. That is the aggression by China and the unlawful and illegal expansion of China. But China today, who knows tomorrow? So, this expansion and aggression carries different iterations in several areas. So each track 1.5 or what have you, track 2, has its own flavor. However, there needs to be some convergence, philosophy, dynamics, and connectivity between these track 2 organizations. Not only that, you can derive sustainment by spreading your wings worldwide, getting more resonant worldwide. At the end of the day, it is very important too that we are fueled in several ways. Because this fuel, this capital, goes into operations, it goes into resonance, and it goes into evolving new norms to face challenges in the future. So I commit, for one, my personal and official support for StratBase. It has proven to be transparent, has proven to be loyal to the interests of the Republic of the Philippines, unwavering and unstinting. So I give you that personal commitment today. From 10 years ago, in a defense sphere, the defense space is indubitably important because it is the most visible implement of national power which a state can possess. Since President Marcos took office, he gave the instruction to transition the department. I would like to point out that it is not a total shift from internal security to external defense, because this would be violative of the law. Internal security under the law is still a principal responsibility of the armed forces of the Philippines. But nonetheless, to add the importance of protecting our sovereign rights, territorial integrity, and sovereignty. Hence, this necessitated a top-to-bottom review of our defense establishment, which is still ongoing, mind you. And first thing that came to our attention was the scope of our operations. The scope was a post-World War II scope of principally land-based defense, a reactive defense, and actually a post-invasion defense. The defense plans, contingency plans, structures, and other key elements of national defense had not been reviewed. For example, to give you an example, I was in the government arsenal the other day, and the concentration still is on small caliber ammunition. And it does not do justice to the term arsenal. Arsenal is not merely a factory. It is something impregnable. It is something like a mint, which is a sovereign endeavor of the Philippines that should not be outsourced. That is something that a country can rely on and should rely on. And so we re-strategized. So with the armed forces. And the first thing that we needed to come to grips with was the extended mission area that we would have to do. That would add the Philippine rice, our exclusive economic zone, and other areas where we have jurisdiction. that added more than 2 million square kilometers of maritime domain to the mission area. Secondly, where were we in terms of our ASEAN neighbors? A review was done. Where were we in terms of evolving threats worldwide? That was done. I cannot divulge the results, but we have come to the fact that from our strategic bases, our infrastructure, our learning, education, know-how, and skill sets, to our capabilities, to our sustainment, there was a lot of work to do. And I had occasion yesterday to talk about 4 elements that need to be in place in order for us to achieve deterrence, which is our collective purpose. Number 1 is awareness. At the end of the day, we are democratic countries. And our expenditures it's a zero-sum game. And therefore, there must be commitment on the part of the public to take away something that is of visible value to them to something that is a sunk cost and very expensive and only getting more expensive. And I coined the term yesterday, I think Dindo was there, that what Filipino value will capture what we need to view the West Philippine Sea and all other areas of our maritime domain as. And it's of course ownership. It's of course owning it. However, the value that I came up with was yakap, to embrace. Why? Because when you embrace, you own, you protect, and you do not strangle the baby or whomever you embrace. You nurture, you steward. So there are 3 elements which are quite important to cascade down. Secondly, we have to have purpose and resolve. So a higher level of commitment is necessary from our people. Purpose and resolve. And in purpose and resolve, that includes stealing our supply chains and industrial cycles to the capture of a single country whose interests are hostile to ours. And I find it valuable at this time to talk about not only the challenges in the West Philippine Sea, but the internal challenges that the capture by agents or entities or nationals identified with the People's Republic of China have with our critical infrastructure, our retail, and in the most granular of levels. Cartelization has occurred in certain commodities, not in rice, by them. And this has formed a barrier to entry of bona fide participants in forming capital for major foundational industries that we need to industrialize and be more resilient. And this we are at the forefront of combating. So that is why I gave a prefatory statement earlier that the role of the armed forces of the Philippines is both internal and external, because these have an external result. And if we are not resilient internally, on a peace and order or a national security level, then our external defense initiatives necessarily are compromised. The next level of commitment would be shall we say, not giving in. It not only resolve, but indomitability. That means we know the odds are not clearly in our favor, but yet we stay the course. This is a level of commitment once again. And lastly, we have to deter. And why are these vertically integrated? Because deterrence needs more than commitment. It needs actual spending. And it means lessening an entitlement to the public and putting these entitlements into building a credible and resilient force. That is why if we fail to cascade the value of standing up in the most granular of terms and public's awareness of the elements necessary to build a credible deterrence without a free rider problem, as economists are want to state. A free rider problem here, taken to extreme, probably is the worst enemy that we have in our journey to building a credible deterrent posture. And perhaps that is what Strat-Base must articulate. Without that commitment, then we cannot build a credible deterrent posture, which at the end of the day is necessary for us to assert our rights. Our neighbors alone are increasing their defense spending to almost 5%. Indonesia, which is not a claimant country and without any threat, has recently acquired 47 Rafale fighters, the latest variants of Rafale fighters. In our collective meetings with fellow defense ministers, everybody this year talked about the challenge of how their defense establishments were not growing at a pace necessary to meet the rapidity of innovations, coupled with the new specter of what an author calls the democratization of weaponry, off-the-shelf items that are available in online platforms with new technology can be converted into potent and lethal items. And that is a challenge that traditional defense establishments need to face. Nonetheless, we try to boost our position by entering into the all-important defense alliances. And these defense alliances would not have happened without the concurrence and the support of the President. Now, these defense alliances will not be sustainable if these are strictly defense alliances, but should be the foundations for more extensive economic and, at the end of the day, people-to-people relations. So, the convergence in that sense should not only be stratified on a more strategic or operational level of engagement, but should cascade So our people in the statistics will show who they want to work with. And I view the low ratings of some country because of the lack of awareness. Talking about awareness. I believe I view inspiration for our journey today with the almost forgotten heroism of Filipinos. And I'm talking about the Battle of Yultong, where 900 Filipinos held off thousands and thousands of waves of PLA volunteers. 900. This year, one of our objectives is to make a movie about it and to serialize it perhaps, and the intellectual property rights belonging to the government of the Philippines, because nobody remembers Conrado Yap and Jose Arteaga. And this was the Philippine troops in Korea were sent there in 1951, where liberation occurred in 1945. We were still a young country with growing pains, and yet the gallantry and the valor displayed is something sadly that the young people have forgotten. This is a tragedy that our education system should not repeat. And this is something that we should draw inspiration from. The Filipino is not defeatist at all. Far from it. However, we have to draw inspiration from sources that history has forgotten and to honor these people properly, so that in a way forward we build to our heritage, not by inventing history like other countries do. And by the way, the strongest opposition to the latest narrative of China is by Justice Chit Carpio Morales, because she's from Ilocos Norte. And Ilocos Norte is next. So, in all of these initiatives, building a credible deterrent posture, having defense resilience, industry resilience, telecommunications resilience, critical infrastructure resilience, critical minerals resilience, critical underwater infrastructure resilience, we need to converge. We need clear direction and purpose, and the government can only do so much. The private sector, and at the end of the day, the citizen is the most important component of this journey. Now, I think, where are we? First and foremost, I think the piece of paper that came out 10 years ago, I equate with two collections of papers in the 1890s. In the same vein as the Arbitral Award, Dr. Jose Rizal wrote two novels, El Filibusterismo and Noli Me Tangere. And this spurred the Republican fight for an independent Philippines. Today, this piece of paper has formed the basis of a national effort to be aware of its entitlements, to be aware of the importance of our maritime rights, not only for us, but for future generations of Filipinos. And mind you, unsaid perhaps in the Arbitral Award is when the Arbitral Award under, states the fundamental and peremptory nature of UNCLOS, it also galvanizes and solidifies the archipelagic nature of our country, which is essential for the survival of our country. It is essential as a basis of moving forward. And this piece of paper has motivated an armed force to shift from a mono theater focus to a multi-domain, multi-theater armed force. It has been a paper of convergence of several countries who find common cause with the Philippines. From our Pacific neighbors, from to the Indian Ocean, to Europe. So what is this Arbitral Award for me now? It's not an award for the Philippines, but an award for the world, because it institutes the peremptory nature of UNCLOS, and it guards UNCLOS against revisionist attempts by selfish and tyrannical and autocratic powers. That is the Arbitral Award for me. And as proof of the potency of this piece of paper, this year's Balikatan exercise was the largest in history. And we do not credit anyone, but we credit the power of law expressed and enunciated in words. Law which is not merely hornbook law, but relevant not only now, but for future generations. And for this, we must have resolve, we must have purpose, and we must steel ourselves to be unwavering. In moving forward in this, definitely in certain cases, we need consensus. However, with the fundamental principles that UNCLOS controls our journey, territorial integrity and sovereignty of the Republic of the Philippines is inviolable. Thirdly, that we cannot compromise or fritter away our entitlements in any case is a political issue. Definitely, because it is a public issue. However, it should not be a partisan political issue and should admit of no debate as to its validity. Therefore, in these immutable principles, for these, consensus, not naturally, if everybody agrees, is fine. However, the danger of consensus, it is said that consensus is the veto of one. And on that purpose, we do not need consensus. We cannot afford consensus, but we need convergence. We need purpose against a determined adversary whose relentlessness is uncaring for its own people. Several millions of lives during the journey of this country have been wasted because of experiments like the Great Leap Forward, etc., to no avail. And as one of my favorite authors has pointed out, our adversary is distinct from the rest because of the fact that its Indo-Pacific policy is directly tied to the legitimacy of its ruling class and clique. Legitimacy of an autocratic regime and its iterations, it's a constant pursuit because once legitimacy is lost, then they do not retain the perquisites of power. So, in that sense, let me wrap up by stating that there's much work to be done. And the next 10 years, as Richard had told us, what would I want to see? I would like to see a visible economic dividend from the West Philippine Sea that we all have worked for, if unilaterally or in convergence with those who have truly helped us. That is a goal that I would like to see so that we mark our 20th year with something that is gained and something we can tell our people has directly benefited them. So, to the next 10 years, mabuhay po tayong lahat. Yakapin natin ang lahat ng ating karagatan, and thank you to our convergence partners.
Thank you very much, Secretary Chodoro, for that impassioned speech. Very encouraging. May we ask on stage for a brief photo opportunity, Professor Manhid, Secretary Gibo Chodoro, and may I also ask our good ambassadors to also join us for a joint photo op? For those who can join us, yeah, please. And of course, General Bronner, may you please also join us? We have a wonky therapy face. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. All right, we may now proceed to our fireside chat entitled The Path to the Arbitral Award and its Enduring Relevance. This session will reflect on the Philippines' efforts that led to the landmark 2016 ruling and highlight its relevance to the broader international community and the rules-based order. So what's going to happen is that I'm going to call one by one each of the panelists to come to first share with us their remarks, and then afterwards. Yeah, it's gonna be first remarks. Yeah. Okay. All right. First of all, let me welcome Justice Antonio Carpio, former Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the Philippines. Justice, you want to give some short remarks? Thank you very much.
A pleasant morning to everyone. The Landmark Arbitral Award has two important aspects. First is that China's historic nine-dash line cannot claim waters or resources in the South China Sea because when UNCLOS was adopted, it was clear that all historic rights beyond the territorial sea have been extinguished because that's the only way to preserve peace and stability in the seas and oceans of the world. Otherwise, Italy will claim the entire Mediterranean Sea because during Roman times, the Mediterranean was called the Sea of Rome, and maybe Portugal and Spain will divide all the seas of the New World. So clearly, historic rights are limited only to the territorial sea, and beyond the territorial sea, you claim based on UNCLOS alone. And second, the most important thing is small features, geologic features that do not cannot support community of people at a certain standard cannot claim more than 12 nautical miles territorial sea. And this has immense implications because there are many islands in the Pacific Ocean, in South America, where countries claim huge maritime zones, even if the island is not habitable. So the decision actually expanded the high seas because small geologic features could not claim more than 12 nautical miles. And my message is that the Arbitral Award cannot be reversed, amended, or nullified anymore unless, and this is very important, unless the Philippines, because of gross negligence or gross ignorance, abandons the Arbitral Award, and this can be abandoned under the doctrine of unilateral declaration. The President or the Foreign Secretary, under international law, can bind the country with their statements. So if there was a time when President Duterte in 2017 said, "I am setting aside the Arbitral Award," and I called up Secretary Enrique Manalo, that is a unilateral declaration. If China accepts that, then we abandon the Arbitral Award. So I said he had to clarify that what the President said was not to set aside, but to put aside for future use, to raise it in the future. And we are faced with the same problem now because China ratified the High Seas Treaty, but in China's certification, China is saying there are no high seas in the South China Sea. And if we do not protest that, then we will be committing, we will be acquiescing to that declaration of China under the doctrine of acquiescence. If a state claims your territory or maritime zones or claims the high seas and nobody objects, then those who do not object are deemed to have accepted that claim. And we have to protest China's declaration when it ratified the High Seas Treaty that there are no high seas in the South China Sea. Of course there are high seas in the South China Sea. So we have to remain vigilant. That is my message. Thank you.
We're going to set up the panel. Thank you very much, Justice, for us. Maybe also call for the rest of the panel habang nagsiset up pa tayo. Of course, we have with us Judge Raul Pangalangan, former judge of the International Criminal Court and trustee of the Strat-Based Institute. Also with us is, of course, His Excellency Evan Garcia, former ambassador and undersecretary for policy of the Department of Foreign Affairs. We also have with us, of course, Professor Atsuko Kanehara, Research Director of the Canon Institute for Global Studies and Senior Fellow at the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. And of course, joining us online, we have another journeyman, part of this Invictus journey, Dr. J. Badumbakal, Director of the Institute for Maritime Affairs and Law of the Sea, whom we'll have via video conference. So thank you again for your understanding. We're trying to maximize this very cozy room we have here with us. Justice, Judge, may we have you on the stage so that we can proceed with the fireside chat. This session will be moderated, of course, by my colleague from One News, Regina Lay, Business and Economic News Editor and News Anchor for Signal TV. Regina, you may now take the floor and save me from myself.
Hi, Judge. Hi, everyone. Just a little bit of a preamble. I was also moderating a similar WPS panel yesterday, and I see a lot of familiar faces in the audience. I'm sorry, it's me again. I assure you, I'm not trying to hog these gigs, but this is purely coincidence, okay? So bear with me. Okay. Getting a little bit nervous that Secretary Teodoro is still here. Do you want to join us, sir, on the panel? But then I can't speak freely. Okay, so the first question then has to be, does anyone want to comment on what Secretary Teodoro said? In particular, the Philippines needing to amp up its defense spending, and we don't need consensus from ASEAN.
No, I didn't say ASEAN. Consensus is important, but on fundamental values, we need convergence and action.
Not necessarily ASEAN, just consensus in general, internationally.
I was not pointing out ASEAN. I mean, I was very clear.
Sige na nga. Okay. So does anyone want to comment, by the way? To comment on Secretary Teodoro? If not, then let me kick off with the discussion proper. We are asked to reflect on the journey to the Arbitral Award and its enduring relevance. So let's take a step back, take us back 13 years ago. For the benefit of the people who don't know the full backstory, and I'm going to start with you, Justice Carpio, because you were part of the official Philippine delegation, the photo which Professor Dindo showed. Why was arbitration the right decision, the correct path at that time, as opposed to, say, continuing to talk bilaterally or, escalating militarily?
Well, at that time when China seized Scarborough Shoal in 2012, they had 30 ships against one of ours. The ratio was 30-1. And China has the largest standing army in the world, the largest navy in the world, the largest submarine force in the world, the second largest economy, and of course, it was a mismatch. So the president decided not to send our Marines to retake Scarborough Shoal, but to send our lawyers to The Hague to invalidate the 9-dash line. And we followed the UN Charter, because under the UN Charter, all disputes between states must be settled peacefully by negotiation, mediation, and finally by arbitration. And that's exactly what we did. The UN Charter says the use of force or the threat of force is outlawed. And we follow these two basic principles of the UN Charter. And that was a time when China claimed almost the entire South China Sea. We said, no, we have our 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone. But China said, well, we own the South China Sea since 2,000 years ago. And we predated UNCLOS, which was 1982. and the world didn't know who was correct. I've read some articles in Harvard Law Review, and the writers said that maybe China is correct because China's is an old civilization. They must have owned the South China Sea since 2,000 years ago. So we needed a tribunal, an independent tribunal, to make a decision, and that was the Arbitral Award. When the Arbitral Award came out, you have the entire EU supporting it. Finally, nobody could argue that China owns the South China Sea.
Right.
Everybody has to follow UNCLOS. And even in North America, the sentiment changed that this nine-dash line is a false claim. It's fictitious. It has no historical basis at all and no legal basis. And that's why today there's not a single country that is supporting China's claim under the 10-dash line now. It's still growing. Maybe it will reach Guam. So that is really the marked shift in the consciousness of the peoples of the world, that the nine-dash line is fake, and we have to follow international law, and that's UNCLOS. For me, that is the biggest achievement of the Arbitral
Right.
Award. Thank you.
But even then, it was a last resort. There had been other avenues that were exhausted. There had been back-channel talks. There were diplomatic talks. There were bilaterals that did not work. So in that sense, and from what I recall as well, there were also some disagreement over whether to push through with it. Because I'm going to segue now to Judge Pangalangan, because Article 7 of UNCLOS, the arbitration was never used that way before, had never been used that way before up against a major power. So what was your takeaway from that? And what do you think the international community took away from, Philippines, this itty-bitty little country, taking on China?
Thank you. In fact, it's good to have a historical look. You are correct. There was some debate internally within the Philippines on whether we should file the case. In fact, at the time, Secretary Del Rosario decided on the very bold and spunky move to file the case at The Hague. The dominant thinking in certain circles in the Philippines was that it should be multilateral. We should not recourse to cases. We should just continue negotiating, which, if you notice, is actually the Chinese line. So I was so happy when I heard that Secretary Del Rosario had embarked on this very bold move to file the case. But actually, it underscores 2 points. The strengths of the Philippines is that we're a very democratic state. We believe in the rule of law, and sometimes that strength is used against us. So because we are democratic, we have all these debates. I mean, to this day, on the approach, the proper approach to this issue. If you recall, when the Philippines won the case at The Hague in 2016, I was then a judge at the ICC, and my colleagues heard the response of our Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Secretary Yasay, and he was asked, "What do you think of the Philippine victory at the Arbitral Tribunal at The Hague?" And he said, "We will look into it and look at the implications of the case."
That's right.
And my colleagues at The Hague said, "That's what you say if you lose the case." and they noted the funereal face, the funereal look of Yasay, of Secretary Yasay, confronted with a resounding victory of the Philippines. So for me, I think we should make the most of our strengths.
So when he reacted that way, that worried you? You knew what was coming.
Well, it wasn't a surprise. His China sympathies was clear even then. I was shocked that I would hear statements from him saying, in the presence of Xi Jinping, "Why don't you make the Philippines a province of China?" And I think even the Chinese delegation then was rather taken aback by the statement. But I think it is important. I'm glad we have resolved those issues. We filed the case. There was some internal legal debate on whether we should rely on the Treaty of Paris of 1898 or the South China Sea. It was resolved by Justice Carpio in a Supreme Court decision, and I think that Supreme Court decision was the necessary groundwork for the eventually for the suit at the Hague.
Fantastic. Ambassador Evan, what do you remember?
Thank you. I need to put this in some deeper context.
Yeah.
The problems did not begin with Scarborough. They began a decade and a half earlier when we woke up and saw Chinese structures in Mischief Reef. I was in the office of the Secretary at the time. It took us completely by surprise. After we protested, the Chinese said, "Don't worry, this is a fisherman's shelter."
Especially because they said they'd never militarize Mischief Reef.
Yes, also.
Yeah.
And now we can see what has happened, and we can see the full extent of Beijing's ambitions. So you have to understand the Philippines had faced since 85, since all the attempts to talk bilaterally and multilaterally had failed. Given the considerations that were raised by Justice Carpio on the military imbalance, going the legal route was the only logical way. And let me underscore, this is founded on three fundamentals of Philippine diplomacy ever since: peaceful resolution of disputes, rule of law, and rules-based international order. We have always fought for these three things in our diplomacy. That is our cornerstone. So this wasn't as if we just woke up one day and said we're going to hit China. We had sat there through the years to see the advances made by Beijing. And so something had to be done strategically and legally to try and redress. So that is the background everybody has to know. We didn't just wake up one morning and say we're going to file this case. There is a background, and that background is absolutely fundamental to understanding why we did. I mean, everybody could see the advance. It was clear on the map. And so that was our peaceful response. Oh, and also I have to make one thing clear. The Chinese never wanted multilateral talks on the South China Sea.
Really?
Only bilateral.
Oh yeah, come to think.
Never wanted multilateral talks, only bilateral. Now, why would we accept that? It's ridiculous. It would put us on a back foot. And besides, even if we agreed, there were many other claimants, right? So that was a non-starter. Thank you.
Do you remember the role of the ASEAN failed communique around that time? And was that really what tipped it over to going the arbitration route? The context is ASEAN, for the first time in history, failed to issue a joint communique over disagreement in the wording
That
of the
was
Scarborough
because
Agreement.
of the chair at the time. You
Which
can
is-
go to the record who the chair was.
It was Cambodia.
But ASEAN has never supported the Chinese line as a group. Just because you're silent doesn't mean you support it. Every ASEAN country has its own calculus. What's important is that they kept saying, UNCLOS, peaceful settlement of disputes. Okay?
Yeah.
And you have to also see another thing. Even those who might have supported China, maybe they were only supporting the argument about the way it was discussed, not the Chinese claim. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Ambassador. Sorry, Professor Kanehara, for keeping you waiting, but talk to us from the Allies' perspective on this.
Yes, I'm a Japanese, so from outside, I think I would like to give you answer to your question. Japan and the Philippines, in my view, have the similar situations in the two following points. First, China and Japan have different opinions on territorial sovereignty on one island. Second, Japan has been facing illegal activities on the low of the sea by China. So in these 2 points, the Philippines and Japan have been facing the similar situations. And in addition to that, China has a great military power And I'm afraid that Japan and the Philippines do not have equivalent military power to China's. So, recourse to legal measures to resolve dispute is a very promising measures, I think. And by doing this, I mean fighting the dispute based upon law, the Philippines and Japan could obtain support from international community. So as an expert of public international law, I have strong interest in the South China Sea dispute and tribunal's ruling. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kanehara. Let's get out to Professor Batong Bakal, if he's still there. Hi, sorry, Professor Jay, for keeping you waiting. Same questions. What was your big takeaway? And let me tack on something to that, which is, of course, China has never accepted that arbitral award. In fact, I'm going to read you. Whilst we were gearing up for this week to mark the 10th anniversary, there has also been a slew of articles and stories and communications from the Chinese side. I'm going to read you a paragraph from Global Times published last night. Manila's heavy reliance on the 2016 award here is in quotations, as its primary legal and political weapon has turned it into a major obstacle to regional stability. Rather than treating the award as a defective, non-binding decision it truly is, the Philippines has refashioned it into an instrument of perpetual confrontation. Could you react to that, please, Professor?
Confrontations clearly it's not us, it's them. They are the ones who travel more than 800,000 miles to interact with our vessels, both public and private. They are the ones that instigate these incidents by continuing to impose their excessive claim on us despite the ruling of the International Tribunal, despite the fact that their claims have no legal basis, and despite the fact that international law clearly is on our side. So I think this is the part of the challenge now, that China, despite all the advantages that we have had including arbitration, continues to insist merely on the basis of its power, maybe mainly on the basis of only its own opinion, that it should prevail. And clearly, they cannot.
And what was you were also following this closely 13 years ago now when the case was first filed. What did you take away from that? And also, what was the general sentiment politically here at that time?
I also got into this in 1999 incident. It's just been 10 years of the award, but really, when you look at the disputes between Philippines and China, it's about 50 years if you count it from the 1970s. What I've seen basically is constant change, and that's why I believe that in the future the situation will change again, and we need to be ready to basically take charge and ensure that that change, whatever it may be, is driven by our decisions and actions as much as the others. We've seen that in this time there has been a shift in the location of interactions between parties, from isolated islands in the middle of the South China Sea now to the mainland coast, our own coast, even up to 20 nautical miles away. We've seen increasing power symmetry between the parties, but also decreasing legal uncertainty on account of the South China Sea arbitration. The public discourse has also moved from the fringe to the forefront. That's what I really am quite happy about. We're no longer just the exotic crackpots talking about some esoteric topic. This is really something that's quite real and alive for our people. And public opinion as a result, has shifted from what used to be fragmentation to increasing consensus. The latest polls show that the public support for Philippines' position, their awareness of the issues is really at an all-time high. And now we're seeing also the dispute moving from just the sea to the air interactions, and now there's actually the dispute is actually playing out now in the what people call the cognitive arena, the mindscape essentially. And I think that means that the South China Sea arbitration that we created really is having an impact because it is forcing the other side now to really try to justify itself, its place through these different arenas.
Since we're on the subject, do you feel that in the past 10 years we've done as much as we could to build up credible deterrence? I mean, we keep talking about expanded joint patrols and strategic partnerships, but what about hard military capabilities? What about digital resilience? Look at the picture collectively as a whole and tell me, do you feel we've built up credible deterrence as much as we could in the last 10 years?
I think this is the wrong panel.
It's the right panel. I'm sure Professor Jay has thoughts on it. Although I'm not sure if he heard the question.
I heard the question. I was just wondering whether you were addressing it.
Oh, to you still, sorry. Prof. Jay, to you still, since I've got you on screen.
Yeah. I think that when it comes to building up deterrence, clearly there has been a lot of improvement, especially in the past couple of years. And the Air Forces is in a much better place now than it ever was before, even though there's still a lot that needs to be done. The principal challenge for the Air Forces, I think, is that in the meantime, technology has also been changing very rapidly. And it's a bit hard to catch up in the sense that with these new technologies that are emerging, we need to also consider how best to create that deterrence. But unlike before, it's no longer a case where knowledge was very compartmentalized, especially when it came to this group. We have quite a lot more minds working on and being directed to the problem. And so that's why I think I'm very satisfied. It's just that if you look at 10 years, the problem really was that interregnum under the previous situation where everything stops.
Interregnum.
Which makes catching up a little bit more urgent with succeeding administration.
Prof, are you just saying that because Secretary Teodoro is here in the audience? I'm kidding. Professor Kirihara, let me come back to you on the legal side of things. What was the single most difficult, hardest legal and strategic hurdle, did you think? We were talking about this earlier, and I know you have some thoughts on it.
Please let me explain from the perspective of international on dispute settlement mechanism. I think the jurisdictional issue was the hardest hurdle for the Philippines. Jurisdiction means the competence to entertain the case. And the arbitral tribunal has the jurisdiction only on the law of the sea issues, not territorial sovereignty issues. So the Philippines had to frame its subject of dispute only on the issues of the law of the sea, not touching upon the territorial sovereignty issues. I think it was a very difficult task. Actually, China provoked the criticism against the jurisdiction of the Arbitral Award. But finally, the tribunal found that it had the jurisdiction to entertain the South China Sea dispute. In this regard, the Philippines was totally successful. So it did excellent job, I think.
But from the get-go, the delegation was very clear. They're not asking to rule on sovereignty. So
No, because the arbitral tribunal was established under UNCLOS, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. So the tribunal has the jurisdiction only to entertain the law of the sea issues under UNCLOS, not territorial sovereignty issues.
is it clear to most people in Japan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That this is what the Philippines has done, and it was not a sovereignty issue, but it had ruled within its jurisdiction. That's clear. Ambassador.
Yes, I don't think the Philippines had any illusion about resolving the sovereign territorial issues. But if you look at the result, it's jujitsu. We did not discuss the territorial issue, but the invalidation of the 9-dash line gave us that result. Nothing on the 9-dash line is legitimate. So it's all Philippine EEZ as far as we're concerned. Same result. We haven't resolved the territorial issue, but it doesn't mean that the other side has anything inside our area.
Well,
Go ahead, Judge
well,
Pangalang.
I agree that the invalidation of the 9-dash line is the, well, of course, winning on jurisdiction is the most important, and winning on the 9-dash line, the invalidation of that is the biggest score of the case. In fact, if that was the only thing we won, I would have been happy without the other point, which is the characterization of the maritime features. But I will disagree with the ambassador. I'd be careful on saying that the ruling on maritime territory has implications on terrestrial territory, because that is exactly the argument of China. China says that the Philippines filed this case pretending it was just about water, when in fact what it wants is to affirm territorial sovereignty. So, you know, I can see the point of the ambassador, but I'd rather be careful about that, because I don't want, you know, lines that we say here to be used by China in some future encounter.
Very fair point. Thank you, Judge.
Point taken.
Quick chance to rebut.
No,
Point taken. Okay,
point
thank you.
taken. I'm not a lawyer. I would be idiotic to contest. But the result,
Speaks for itself.
it gives us room to stand on for now.
Justice Carpio, and also let me tack on something, which is we have made a lot of progress in the last 10 years, yes. But we were just talking about this yesterday. You were also on my panel, and you feel there needs to be a next step, that the window is closing, and we need to do something more. And your recommendation is to file another arbitration case. Talk us through that, please.
Yes, of course, we won a landmark victory in that arbitral award, but we cannot depend on that alone. We have to strengthen that, pile more arbitral awards on top of that. And in the South China Sea, we have our EEZ already, that's affirmed, but we still have an area to claim. That's the extended continental shelf. And that is claimed by Vietnam, Malaysia, China, and ourselves. Malaysia and Vietnam filed a joint submission claiming the extended continental shelf that's west of Palawan. And we protested that. We filed our own claim, and China opposed the claim of Malaysia, Vietnam, and the Philippines. And so it was filed with the UN Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf. And under the rules of the Commission, if there is opposition to any claim, they will not act on it.
That's right. I
It will
remember
be
this.
frozen forever. So it's up to us now to act on it. You either negotiate, or if you fail in negotiation, you go to arbitration. Well, we've been talking to China for a long, long time, and there's really no point in negotiating anymore. We can go through that just to fulfill the requirement. But we have to bring this now to arbitration, because that's the only way it will be resolved. And this arbitration will start with our exclusive economic zone, because if you have an exclusive economic zone, then you can claim another area, further area, if there's still a maritime zone available. And that is why this will strengthen strengthen the arbitral award. And more, as we get more awards by international tribunals, the more countries will support us. And that will weaken the position of China over time. But if we do not act, then that remains outstanding, and every day China becomes stronger militarily and economically. So I've been proposing that it's about time now to bring this to arbitration, because in that arbitration we cannot lose. Because under UNCLOS you can claim up to a maximum of 350 nautical miles. Hainan is more than 350 nautical miles away from this area. And so that area will be divided equitably among Vietnam, Malaysia, and the Philippines, adjusted depending on the length of your coastline. And we have the longest coastline because of Palawan. So we'll probably get a bigger share. And we will all be happy. I'll be happy if Malaysia, Vietnam, and the Philippines will win. But China can never win in this arbitration because it's just too far away. And they cannot invoke again the 9-dash line, which they call 10-dash line now, because that's already been ruled upon. So this is a low-hanging fruit, but this will help us tremendously because it will strengthen further the arbitral award. That's my point. Thank you.
Except there doesn't seem to be much of an appetite to go to the arbitration
Yes,
route
it's very
again.
strange that we should be the first to move to ask for arbitration here, to file an arbitration case. But it looks like we're not in a hurry.
Judge Pangalangan, can I get your thoughts on that? Do you agree that it's time to file another case? Justice Carpio's suggestion is on the extended continental shelf, but there have also been other suggestions of to sue China for environmental damage. Either way, are you in favor of going the legal route again?
Let me start with the second point on environmental damage. I think that's a good idea because I think we will have more allies on that issue than on our claims in the case that we're discussing today. I think that on the issue of the environmental cost of the artificial islands, there have been other decisions by other international tribunals on the artificial islands. One between Malaysia and Singapore, I think. But they were not resolved on the merits, but still it is a matter that has been raised internationally. But for me, on the question of other forums within the UNCLOS umbrella, there has been the war, been called the war of notes verbal, when various states would invoke this arbitral award as authority for their own claims. So I think that strengthens the enforceability and the legitimacy of the award when many other states are actually citing the award in their own claims for their own states.
So it has set a precedent.
It does. It has.
Fantastic. At this point, I'm going to bring the audience into the conversation. If anyone has a question, please just raise your hand. Identify yourself and your affiliation. I see only raised hands so far. Does anyone else have a question? Okay, I'm going to go to Ray Powell, our friend from Sea Light, please.
But they cannot even, this is not even maritime because they're too far away. It's not overlap. I thought it was overlapping. No, there is no overlap kasi they're claiming under the 9-dash line. Basta wala overlap. Hindi abot sila more than 350 nautical miles away.
Okay, we have one here. All right. My question, Justice Carpio, is if you were to go to arbitration over the continental shelf, China would almost certainly want to measure its continental shelf from something other than Hainan Island, at least the Paracel Island group, and probably some other things. Of course, there has never been an arbitral ruling on what the Paracel Islands are. What would that introduce into the discussion over exclusive economic zones if suddenly you got a ruling that the Paracel Island group creates its own EEZ?
Well, what will happen there is the tribunal will examine if any of the islands in the Paracels is habitable. And we all know that the Paracels have not been inhabited before. So, I do not know if there's any island there that has water permanently whole year round. Because there has to be water that will be there permanently the whole year round. I do not know of, when the French first claimed the Paracels in 1932, nobody lived there. The only economic activity was getting the guano, the fertilizer from those areas. But what will be crucial is whether any of the islands in the Paracels is habitable. Then that has a 200 nautical mile EZ. Otherwise, it will only be entitled to 12 nautical miles. And that will not reach the contested area here that we're talking about, the extended continental shelf area. So that's the problem of China, because it's just too far away.
Does that answer your question? but in any case, since we've since yes.
Bill Hayden.
Yeah, coffee break.
There's a question. Regina.
Oh, okay. Yes, we'll take maybe two more questions, last two questions. The lady, please. Oh, lovely. At the far corner. Any more hands over here?
Bill Hayden.
Bill.
By the pillar.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you. I'm so sorry. I'm so blind. I'm blind as a mouse. Bill, please. Lovely first, then Bill.
But the lady has.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Lovely Granada, just an ordinary Filipino advocating for the West Philippine Sea. My question is, the Embassy of China, Manila, through their Facebook page, has been actively leading and sowing and spreading disinformation against our legal claims on West Philippine Sea, even brazenly attacking our pro-PH West Philippine Sea champions and people who are strongly advocating for our cause. I see propaganda pages on Facebook and other social media they're even using our own language to spread lies, and these lies are being amplified by the Duterte mouthpieces and further divide our people. Is there anything the government can do to aggressively and effectively address these?
I see you thinking, so I'm going to go to you first, Judge Pangalangan, and then Professor J. If we still have you, I know Professor J has thoughts on it too. So, Judge, please go ahead.
Well, I was thinking because I teach constitutional law, and of course in the Philippines we respect freedom of speech. So I was trying to look at the limits of what we can do, not just on free speech, but also on speech by a diplomatic entity. But thank you so much for raising that point. But let me just pursue that. In fact, I am also alarmed at the brazenness and aggressiveness of Chinese propaganda on this matter. And it's almost as if we have to explain ourselves that we took recourse to judicial resolution of disputes when, as Justice Carpio mentioned, that is listed as one of the Pacific settlement, the modes for Pacific settlement of disputes under the UN Charter. And they who boycotted the proceedings are making us defend the decision. The same thing with I recall there was this incident in the waters between Australia and New Zealand, and there was a Chinese naval exercise there. There was failure of adequate notice, I understand. But in one forum that I attended, there was an aggressive question from the audience, interrupting the speaker. And so for me, the aggressiveness that the speaker raised is a matter of concern. But I think at the same time, maybe in order to neutralize also that kind of aggressiveness in media, I think what we should emphasize is if they can be that aggressive in media, if they can be that aggressive in erstwhile innocuous academic forums, just imagine how aggressive they are in out there without fishermen, without Coast Guard. And so for me, and just by way of closing, I also worry about the use, as a law professor, the use of legal arguments to obfuscate the issue. Yeah. So for instance, they resort to gray zone warfare, a way of pushing the outer limits of Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the UN Charter, the ban on the use of force. And by resorting to gray zone attacks, on water cannons, ramming of our boats, they sort of try to put themselves in a position where they can still say that, well, we haven't resorted to aggression against the Philippines, when in fact people are getting hurt. So that for me is the
beauty of gray zone.
I'm sorry?
That's the beauty of gray zone tactics.
Beauty in terms of legal argument, but in terms of the legitimacy and of our own operations, I think it is part of the warfare that we should wage.
Yes or no? Should we legislate?
Legislate what?
Disinformation, misinformation, propaganda, trolling.
So you will characterize pro-China propaganda at the same level as Nazi speech, the German ban on, well, I won't go that far. I still trust that we have enough capabilities to reason our way through this.
Fantastic. Professor J, quick thoughts.
Yes, I think that, of course, the Philippine government has its constraints based on our system of law, freedom of speech, and freedom of expression, and being built in our system. What the lady talked about, however, has several aspects, several levels. One is the Chinese embassy and its actions and statements. Now, for me, it is true that more recently, the Chinese embassy's values, statements, and declarations have begun crossing the line into foreign intervention in domestic affairs, as far as I'm concerned. I'm thinking of the attacks that they made against Secretary Tudor, for example. If you look at the initial barrage of statements that came from them, it wasn't just about criticizing Secretary Tudor, but also subtly messaging the public directly, telling them that they will be suffering on account of Secretary Tudor's actions. So that for me is an attempt to influence already directly our domestic public, and that's foreign intervention already. With respect to the use of these troll farms and troll networks, we are developing, I think, organically, capability to counteract them. You see, for example, outfits like Rappler, PCIJ, already calling out and exposing these systems, these networks of inauthentic behavior, and making connections between the receive and the source material. So that, I think, is permissible in a democratic society, because in a democratic society, it's about deliberation and allowing the better argument to rise above the rest. And I think that we do have that capability to engage in that. We just need to support these types of organizations and people, our journalists and our journalists organizations, our news organizations, combat all of these misinformation and disinformation networks. After all, they're not deployed only or only because outside the sea, but to a lot of other issues in our society. And with respect to those activities that might already be qualified as espionage, perhaps, or illegal foreign influence, influence making, if there are already pending bills or what is known as foreign aligned influence.
Yeah. Fimi.
And this is to addressing several different mechanisms that are being abused. So there is an effort to try to address them legally and within the parameters of our constitution and our laws. So I think we are moving.
As far as the criticism and attacks on Secretary Teodoro are concerned, just very quickly, Professor Jay, under the principle of reciprocity in international relations, do you think the Philippine government should push back as well?
Well, of course, we need to push back and call it out for what it is. This is the only time I've seen another country criticize and attempt to communicate to the constituency, and trying to get them to kick out the high officials so overtly, so
Yeah.
directly. So that needs to be pushed back.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. Bill, I'm so sorry to keep you waiting, please.
Hi, Bill Hayton, Chatham House, the UK, but when you hear my question, I'll be speaking in a personal capacity. I'm going to be a rude foreigner here, and I'm going to ask about the elephant that isn't in the room, the Department of Foreign Affairs. Am I right in thinking there isn't a single serving member of the DFA in the room? Meanwhile, they're all about 5 kilometers over there having their own conference on exactly the same subject, yeah? Does the Philippines have a common foreign and defense policy, or does it have a foreign policy and a defense policy? And are they two separate things, and whose fault is that?
Didn't we talk about this yesterday?
No.
We did.
Well, not in terms of, not in a public place.
They're not different. They're one and the same.
Well,
But
why aren't they
I'm
in the
not from the DFA,
Why aren't
but-
they in the same room?
Does anybody want to take that? Ambassador, go ahead.
Thank you, Bill, for being provocative. I assure you, Bill, the government is entirely capable of walking and chewing gum at the same time. It is necessary to have an approach to these complex issues across a whole spectrum of activity. So perhaps it wasn't a question of different positions, but simply a question for available hotel rooms. Yes, I assure you that at the highest level there is the necessary coordination, understanding between the agencies, the principal agencies. And remember, we all take they all take their marching orders. I'm retired now. They all take their marching orders from the president. Is that okay?
He kind of left us hanging there. Ambassador, that's it? That's the end of your thoughts? Okay.
Yes, I
Okay.
think so. I said everything is coordinated, right?
So there is coordination. There is a unified foreign policy, foreign/defense policy. It's just a matter of, it's just an issue of logistics, according to Ambassador Evan. And on that note, before we get in trouble, I'm going to close this panel. Please give my distinguished panelists a warm round of applause. Thank you very much.
Madam, I would like to make one observation. Dear guests, I need to draw attention to a July 8 opinion piece in The Star. I make no comment on the policy discussion, but the imputation that there is some malign influence on the Secretary of Foreign Affairs to pursue a cotton glove approach to China is completely uncalled for and does not help the level and quality of public discourse. The only ones who benefit from making it look like the Philippine government is squabbling inwardly is you-know-who. Okay?
Okay.
So let's drop that kind of nonsense and focus on the real target. Thank you.
Fair point. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Please
Thank
give
you
my
once
distinguished
again to
panelists-
our panelists and, of course, to Regina for that perhaps too engaging fireside chat. We're way behind schedule and we have to catch up, and lunch is very important. Please stay on stage for a brief photo opportunity with Professor Manhid. In the meantime, because we're a little bit behind schedule, perhaps folks can just pick up their coffee, whatever they need, just to refresh our brain cells, because we're going to have even more interesting, engaging discussions right after this photo op. So please just grab a coffee, come back. Let's get the ball rolling right away. All right, thank you for everyone who's cooperating. I know we're a bit on a tight leash here. We don't want to sacrifice lunch. Is there anyone outside there? We can usher in people back? Yeah. Folks can back, yeah. Hey, don't worry, we're going to have lunch soon, so you can continue with the side discussions later on.
Sound check.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. We now move to our... This is the first panel, yeah? Yeah. We'll open the session, yeah. We now move to our first panel, Defending Our Rights in the West Philippine Sea. This panel will examine the evolving challenges confronting the Philippines, ranging from illegal, coercive, aggressive, and deceptive ICAD activities to cyber threats and disinformation campaigns, otherwise known as gray zone. To make this even more special, to open the session, we're honored to welcome the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, General Romeo Bronner Jr., who came all the way from Mindanao to speak in our forum. General, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Richard. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, first of all, I'd like to apologize for coming in this attire, in my battle dress attire. I just, as Richard mentioned, I just arrived from Mindanao. You see, I will be retiring in 11 days. And it is customary for the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the commanders, retiring commanders, to usually go around, visit their former commands. And so yesterday, I went to Marawi City. I visited the 103rd Infantry Brigade, where I was commander. And then later on, I visited the 4th Infantry Division in Cagayan de Oro, where I was also a commander. And I landed at 8:40 this morning and went directly here. So, sorry, Professor Dindo, I ruined that beautiful photo a while ago with all of you in your crisp ties and barong Tagalogs. But thank you. Thank you, sir, for this honor that you have given me. So we're talking about the 2016 arbitral ruling. No? And in the past decade, we have learned a very important lesson. That while we have rights, and these rights were given to us through this arbitral ruling, rights endure only when they are exercised. So the arbitral ruling gave us a strong legal foundation. It is now our collective responsibility to ensure that this foundation remains meaningful, not only in legal discourse, but also in our actions. So I second the remarks of our SND a while ago when he said that action is very important. No? So this is where credible deterrence comes in. For many people, credible deterrence is often understood in terms of military capability. Ships, aircraft, missiles, and advanced technologies. These are certainly important. But credible deterrence is much more than military hardware. It is the confidence that a nation can peacefully exercise its sovereign rights. It is built through capable forces, operational readiness, trusted partnerships, resilient institutions, and above all, the national resolve to stand firm in defense of what is rightfully ours. Most importantly, credible deterrence exists to preserve peace. Our objective has never been to provoke conflict. Our objective is to prevent conflict by making it clear that the Philippines has both the resolve and the capability to protect its sovereign rights in accordance with international law. The security environment in the West Philippine Sea continues to evolve. We continue to face illegal, coercive, aggressive, and deceptive tactics. No, we call it ICAD. So we do not refer these tactics as gray zone tactics anymore, but we call them according to what they really are. Illegal, coercive, aggressive, and deceptive tactics. These activities seek to alter the status quo while remaining below the threshold of armed conflict. These actions are no longer confined to the maritime domain. They are increasingly accompanied by cyber threats, information operations, and disinformation designed to distort facts, shape perceptions, and weaken public confidence. This reminds us that modern conflict extends beyond the traditional battlefield. Today, competition spans the maritime, air, cyber, information, and cognitive domains. The Armed Forces of the Philippines has adapted accordingly to all of these threats. Territorial defense today demands an integrated and multi-domain approach. It requires the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, our cyber forces, and our partner agencies, as well as our international partners, to operate as one team. Because in today's security environment, integration is no longer an option. It is a necessity. And let me now delve into the more specific lessons that we have learned from the experiences that we have this past decade. One of the most important lessons we have learned is that presence matters. And this is especially the order of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. to us, the AFP, and the Coast Guard, as well as the other agencies of government like BFAR. We have to be present in the West Philippine Sea and around our archipelago. Our presence in the West Philippine Sea cannot be occasional. It cannot be reactive. It must be lawful, it must be professional, and it must be sustained. Every patrol we conduct, every rotation and resupply mission we support, every maritime and air patrol, every joint exercise with our allies and partners, all of these matter. Each one is a peaceful and legitimate exercise of our sovereign rights. Each of these activities reinforces our commitment to international law. Each one contributes to credible deterrence. Another lesson that we learned is that transparency matters. For many years, actions in the West Philippine Sea and the South China Sea often went unseen. Today, however, this is no longer the case. Through our policy of assertive transparency, we document unlawful incidents, verify the facts, and make them known to the Filipino people and to the international community. We do this not to escalate tensions. We do it because truth matters. Transparency strengthens accountability. It reinforces the rules-based international order, and it denies those who employ coercive actions the ability to shape the narrative through deception. The West Philippine Sea is no longer viewed simply as a bilateral issue. It has become a test of whether international law, freedom of navigation, and the rules-based international order will continue to guide our region and the world. Another lesson that we learned is that partnerships matter. No nation can address today's security challenges alone. The Philippines has greatly benefited from stronger defense cooperation with like-minded nations. Together, we have expanded joint training, enhanced interoperability, improved maritime domain awareness, and strengthened our collective ability to respond to emerging threats. These partnerships do not exist to threaten anyone. They exist to preserve peace, promote stability, and uphold a rules-based international order that benefits all responsible nations. And perhaps the most important lesson that we have learned is that people matter. As Chief of Staff, I have had the privilege of meeting the soldiers, the sailors, the airmen, the Marines, and the civilian human resources who serve at the front lines of the West Philippine Sea. I have seen them carry out difficult missions under constant observation. I have seen them continue their duties despite harassment and intimidation. And I had the privilege also of standing on top of the Sierra Madre, the BRP Sierra Madre. In 2023, when I first came in as Chief of Staff, during the December resupply mission, I joined this mission. And I experienced for myself the harassment that China was doing to our fishermen and to our ships, resupply ships going to the BRP Sierra Madre. We were water cannoned, we were rammed by the Chinese Coast Guard, and still we were able to reach the BRP Sierra Madre after 4 hours of harassment by the Coast Guard, by the military, by the maritime militia of China. And if you look at this picture, for instance, if you are standing on the deck of the Sierra Madre and you look around, you will see the ships of China, just very close by. Here you will see the Chinese Coast Guard. And around the Sierra Madre, you'll see, at that time, I saw 6 other vessels of China. Militia vessels, Chinese Coast Guard, and 1 PLA Navy ship. So that is the kind of experience, that our sailors and our soldiers have every day of their lives while they're deployed here in the BRP Sierra Madre. Aside from the fact that they experience loneliness in this post, there's a certain level of fear because every day when they wake up, they see the adversary all around them. And it's not just static ships all around. Sometimes they send smaller boats, rubber boats, closer to the BRP Sierra Madre. So our soldiers remained calm. They remained disciplined, and they remained professional. That professionalism is one of the strongest forms of deterrence we possess. It demonstrates to the world that the Philippines will defend its sovereign rights firmly but responsibly, with courage but without recklessness, with resolve but always in pursuit of peace. Over the past several years, the Armed Forces of the Philippines has undergone one of the most significant transformations in its history. The gains we achieved in internal security made this transformation possible. Through the sacrifices of our troops, the support of our partner agencies, and the trust of the Filipino people, we created the conditions for the AFP to devote greater attention and resources to territorial defense. Today, we are steadily transitioning from an armed forces largely focused on internal security to one that is equally prepared to defend our maritime interests and our national sovereignty. We have modernized our capabilities and strengthened joint operations, deepened our partnerships, enhanced interoperability, and we have expanded our cyber capabilities and continued preparing our forces for the demands of an increasingly complex security environment. This transformation is far from complete, but it has given the nation a stronger, more capable, and more credible armed forces, one that is better prepared to protect our sovereignty and contribute to regional peace and stability. Allow me to close with this thought. The West Philippine Sea is not simply about maritime features or lines drawn on a map. It is about whether future generations of Filipinos will inherit a nation that knows its rights, exercises those rights responsibly, and possesses the capability and the confidence to defend them. The Arbitral Award affirmed our rights. It is through credible deterrence that we can exercise those rights peacefully, consistently, and with confidence. Because in the end, defending the West Philippine Sea is not only about protecting territory. It is about protecting the Filipino people's freedom to determine our own future as a sovereign nation. That is the mission entrusted to the Armed Forces of the Philippines. And it is a mission we will continue to carry out with professionalism, discipline, restraint, and an enduring commitment to preserve peace. Thank you for listening, and have a good day, everyone.
Thank you, General Bronner. Not only one of the longest-serving AFP chiefs in recent memory, but also one of the most articulate. We had the pleasure of meeting first time in Marawi, so it brought back a lot of the memories from back in the day. Perhaps so articulate. Since he's retiring, maybe next year you could be the host. You're more articulate than me. Now, obviously, because of the vivacity of our open forum a while ago, we have to make certain adjustments. So before we go to the panel discussion, Regina, listen, I know you're enjoying it a lot. Let me first call upon one by one our next panel members for the remarks around... no? Straight? Okay. Then we made another adjustment on the spot. That's why I'm saying you can get a better host than me next year. Make it too many improvisation. All right, so we have the privilege of being joined for the next panel by among others, of course. First of all, General Manuel Bautista, non-resident fellow of the Strat-based Institute and former chief of staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, someone I have tremendous amount of respect for because, you kept the fire going throughout the years, and I look forward to your intervention. We're also joined by the commander of the Western Command, Vice Admiral Alan Javier. Thank you very much also, sir, for making all the effort of joining us. Yes, online, I know, but still a lot of effort. Please welcome also Rear Admiral Roy Vincent Trinidad, newly retired, right? Spokes, because the last time we just had an interview, you were not retired yet, so we just added that. Spokesperson for the West Philippine Sea and former Inspector General of the Philippine Navy. So thank you, sir, for continuing the service. And finally, of course, my former colleague at De La Salle and also longtime friend. Let us welcome Dr. Renato De Castro, trustee of the Strat-based Institute and professor at De La Salle University, Manila. Thank you very much, sir. All right, please, sir. And then, of course, we're gonna have with us Regina, who's doing her 270th
Okay, yes,
panel.
it's me again. I promise this is the last time you'll see my face today. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, you're staying, General. You know, it's traditional as well. It's customary for outgoing generals to join the panels.
Yes.
No? Admiral Alan Javier, can you hear us okay, sir? Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for making time for us. I wanted to start by putting this into context and talking about the threat environment, because as we keep hearing, it's ramped up in the last 1, 2, 3 years. So Admiral Alan, if I could start with you. General Bronner talked about ICAD activities, illegal, coercive, aggressive, and deceptive. And we're also getting reports that that's happening across maritime, air, and digital domains. Can you describe to us, can you paint us a picture of what the threat environment looks like now?
Good morning, everyone. Once again, there was a changing character of the current environment. Before there were concentrations of Chinese assets only in Ayungin, but nowadays has evolved into some sort of target navigation, by which they are also in Sabina Show, in Rosundri, and also in the Bawang Masinloc area also. As to the geographical spread, there is an increase of Chinese presence both for PLA, the Chinese Coast Guard, as well as Indonesia's, and they are swarming our exclusive economic zones, particularly in the areas of the Nine-Dash Line. And these are within our exclusive economic zones. There's also the normalization of their activities, the illegal coercive and aggressive activities as involved against the military and uniformed personnel, mainly our Navy, Coast Guard, and the Fire, and also with people force. One case in point in December of last year, while 15 fishermen were on board at Sabina Show, the Chinese militia vessels cut off the anchor lines of our Philippine fishery. So it had evolved to that fast.
And Admiral, what do you, what do your men usually do when these incidents happen? For example, the cutting of the anchor lines.
Our response involved to the orchestration of the total of government effort of enhancing maritime domain awareness. That anything that happens, the interconnectivities and connections of our maritime awareness would happen on the real-time scenario. These are reported to the National Task Force on the West Philippines, so that we could make our regulation report the world of what's happening in the West Philippine Sea and how we are being bullied by the Chinese militias. Also, we have increase on present in the West Philippine Sea. They increase the tempo on air patrols as well as on maritime patrols, and these were done to time with the orchestration, collaboration, and alignment of patrols in the latest units. As the commander of Naval Force, as commander of Western Command, I am also the commander of the Air West. And we orchestrate the efforts of all air and naval the sea patrols between the Philippine Navy, the Philippine Coast Guard, as well as the Philippine Air Force planes and the Coast Guard planes also. And we report these activities once in order to have a revelation before the audiences of the world of what the truth is really happening in the West Philippines.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much, Vice Admiral Javier. Rear Admiral, let me come to you to expound on that. By the way, you're enjoying retirement.
Yes, but my function as the spokesperson has been extended as a naval reserve.
So you're not technically retired.
I'm retired.
Oh, you're retired.
But my function as a spokesperson, as a member of the reserve force, has been extended.
Oh, okay. So semi-retirement.
Yeah.
The character of incidents at sea, how have they changed over the past few years?
Over the past few years, we have seen an increase in their coercive and aggressive actions. Except for Baho de Masinloc for the past 6 months, 7 months, this is still something we're trying to assess. How come there has been no coercive and aggressive action conducted on our floating assets and even the air patrols? I would like to highlight that let us not miss the fact that while there are ICAD activities out at sea, there is an equally important threat on land. Foreign malign influence conducted by the United Front Works Department of the Chinese Communist Party. So we might lose track that there's a lot happening on land. Espionage, maybe across the different instruments of national power, political dimension, socio-economic, education, etc. So we have to look at all possible threats out in the maritime domain and even on land.
But hold on, did you say that there were less ICAD activities in Baho de Masinloc in Scarborough?
For the past 6 months,
Okay.
yes.
And what was the reason?
We are still trying to assess, although there have been lesser number of ICAD activities by the Chinese Coast Guard, we now see the presence of more gray ships in Baho de Masinloc.
Militia.
Gray ships are the
Gray.
warships of the PLA
Okay.
Navy.
Okay. Is it just the frequency that's changed here, that's evolved, or is it also the tactics?
We are still trying to assess if this is related to other developments maybe up north their declaration of the nature reserve, that floating structure that they dismantled, or developments of the West Philippine Sea. What we have on record is that for the last 6 months, there has been a decrease in the number of coercive and aggressive actions conducted on us. But it should not give us a false sense of security. So long as they are still within our maritime domain, they are still a threat.
Professor De Castro, you're nodding your head. Are you, is this the prelude to something bad? What's going on here?
Well, we're only focused on the West Philippine Sea, South China Sea, but actually, China's naval expansion goes even up to what we call East China Sea, which of course constitute what we call the waters of the first island chain. And of course, it also goes actually beyond the waters of the first island chain when we see the Chinese conducting a jurisdictional patrol east of Taiwan and the Philippines. Of course, that's have to do with the fact that the Philippines and Japan are be conducting a delimitation talk. So you have the Chinese reaction. We already own Taiwan, so we're counting our baseline from Taiwan, extending, of course, to the waters of the first island, to the waters of the what we consider the second island chain, which effectively surrounds the Philippines. So we're not only confronted by Chinese maritime expansion in the waters of the first island chain, up to, of course, to the Pacific. And of course, most recently, and something that we would have to factor in, when the Chinese Navy fired a ballistic missile submarine, from a submarine, it has, of course, a number of implications. First of all, China is showing to the world we have second strike capability. If you'll have, just in case, hypothetically, hopefully it will not happen, you have a nuclear exchange, the Chinese are telling the Americans and all of us, we have second strike capability. And of course, the firing of that missile is directed against two countries that are out of our region, Australia and New Zealand. Warning Australia and New Zealand, don't get involved in what's happening in what we call the East Asian region. So that's how expansive. We're simply so focused on, of course, that's natural, on what I call our maritime backyard, but Chinese maritime expansion and ambition goes beyond as far, of course, as what we call the waters of the second island chain. Again, this has something to do with the Chinese calculation of what they call their comprehensive power. Always bear in mind, China now has the largest navy in the world in terms of number. China has the largest, of course, the most efficient shipyard industry, shipping building industry. So this is taken in by the Chinese. From their perspective, of course, the correlation of forces are on their side. It's time basically to push what we call the envelope.
You're talking about the SLBM, the satellite-launched ballistic missile.
No, it's submarine-based. Submarine-based ballistic missile.
Submarine SLBM, yeah. Which was launched on July 6. July 6 in the Philippines, of course, was also the first day of the impeachment trial, which is why I can tell you from a media perspective, it kind of got buried, the test launch. And in the end, China did say that there's nothing to it. Are you saying we should not take them at their word?
Is there anybody from the Marines? Have you heard of the statement? Tell it to the Marines. Again, tell it to the Marines. Again, the Chinese calculation, for them, it's not the impeachment. It's directed primarily against Australia because of Australia's growing role here, of course, in our part of the world. Plus, of course, New Zealand. Remember, we have a security partnership with Australia and, of course, also with New Zealand. They're warning the Aussies, stay out of the region. This tells us, of course, of Chinese long-term ambition. ICAD, what we're seeing right now, is primarily aimed at what we call China's goal to be the predominant power in the region, and of course that means other external powers should be out of the region. So again, what we're seeing, of course what we have proven with the Arbitral Tribunal is simply expose to the world not only Chinese maritime expansion, China's goal as, of course, the foremost power here in the Indo-Pacific region.
General Bautista, do you agree that that is how we should view China testing an SLBM? And secondary to that, we were talking earlier about what credible deterrence, a good holistic credible deterrence approach looks like. What do you think? What's missing here?
Credible deterrence, Yes, there are several requisites for credible deterrence from the military point of view. In fact, General Browner mentioned them earlier. He mentioned about presence, about showing the flag in the West Philippine Sea, you know, and that in itself is contributory to deterrence. Military capability, a modicum of military capability, not really to take on China because we will never have parity with China in terms of military, but at least to be able to inflict enough pain for to deter, to prevent, for China to at least hesitate. You know, a bully will hesitate if he knows you have the ability to hurt him, not necessarily defeat him, but you can hurt him. Third, a bully will hesitate if you have friends and allies who will come to your aid. And so, again, that is one of the requisites of credible deterrence. Cohesive alliances needs to be cohesive for it to be credible. But finally, the most important is decisiveness, the will to stand up for our rights, the will to fight. That is national will. National will is when there is national cohesiveness and where we have individually and collectively the will to stand up for our rights as a nation. In fact, ours is a whole of nation approach where we collectively contribute to the security of our nation. So that is credible deterrence from the military point of view, but there are other instruments of national power to enhance national capabilities. We're talking here about national capabilities other than military, economic, strong economy, resilient economy, diplomatic, strong relationship with the international community, so we can leverage upon the international community, a collective effort by the international community to exercise, for instance, international pressure to at least tell China to adhere to the rule of law, to international law, and information for us to be able to ensure that there is national consensus that the Philippine narrative is adopted by all of us Filipinos, but also to tell the world what is happening and getting the international community to be with us, stand with us. So that in essence is the credible deterrence if you look at it from a broader perspective.
And out of all the elements you identified, which one do we need to improve on?
To me, the most important is national will. As I said, national will is achieved when you have national cohesiveness and the will to stand up for our rights, the collective will to fight for our rights. But national cohesiveness is achieved when there is national consensus and we have a unifying leadership to create national cohesiveness, very important, national cohesiveness to achieve the national will. So that to me is the most important, what we can focus on, achieving military capability, it takes resources and also the economy, but national will, it's just a decision on our part. In fact, it's the ability to tell any potential adversary that we will not cower, we will stand up and fight. As mentioned earlier, we demonstrated that during the Korean War and another, all throughout our history.
National resilience as well is
Yes,
the other term
correct.
that people keep using.
Yes.
Admiral Trinidad, you wanted to say something?
Yes, and the target of foreign malign influence will be to destroy the will to fight of the Filipino people, to create divisions internally, politically, economically, everything, to cause us to fight among ourselves so that getting the national consensus mentioned by SND earlier, or national will mentioned by the Chief of Staff, and even by the former Chief of Staff and the current Chief of Staff, it will be difficult to bring the Filipinos together the moment there's infighting among us. So we have to understand this, that foreign malign influence is shaping public perception. And hopefully, if they shape it strong enough, what you think is what you act. Come 2028, they don't need any kinetic action against us because they will have a leadership that is now sympathetic to their cause. So it's very important we have to understand that. If we don't stand up for being Filipinos, we will fall for any ideology given to us.
The battle has started now, has already started. It's
Years ago.
what the,
Years ago, shaping the perception
the
of the
battle for
Filipinos.
2028 has started already, is the consensus at my panel yesterday.
And if I may add, Regina, it starts with a simple track 2 statement. Academics would say that Batanes belongs to them. Then it becomes a track 1.5 before it's officially adopted by the government, but by the party, the Chinese Communist Party. So I call what happened in Batanes, that statement, as salami slicing in the information domain. And I won't be surprised if the next claim will be Saturn, Jupiter, and Pluto.
That's Ray's favorite term, salami slicing. Professor De Castro, and if you want, also comment on the Batanes issue.
Okay,
which broke
can I
yesterday.
just comment on, of course, national will is important, talking about addressing malign influence operation. But let me just credit the current administration, specifically, of course, Secretary Gibochidoro, and what, of course, General Browner is implementing. For the first time, the Philippines has come out with what we call in academic parlance, grand strategy. The highest level of strategy when, of course, you have to prepare the country for a possible storm. You know, just a metaphor, the storm that is already in our horizon. So grand strategy, if I use a metaphor, would be the design for your house. That's, of course, we have the current administration has implemented in the form of what we call the comprehensive archipelagic defense concept, which, of course, a vision. First vision, of course, is the fact that the threat we face is primarily maritime, Chinese maritime expansion, in not only the waters of the first island chain, even as far north as, of course, Taiwan, then, of course, probably the second island chain. And, of course, this entails what do we have to do? You know, it has details. I simply don't have the time to discuss the details. But again, the orientation here, the threat is maritime, external. We have to prepare the entire house, not only the house, but probably the neighborhood, including Japan, Taiwan, those countries in what we call the countries of the first island chain. Let me just touch on that event. Interestingly, I've been in that university, Jinan University. I taught there in 2007 when I could still go freely to China, not anymore. So Jinan University is a university that caters primarily to overseas Chinese students who wants to study, to return back to their mother country. So it has those sort of patriotic spirit. That's why the Chinese Communist Party recruits many of its United Front operators there. So it also has a Philippine Studies program headed by a Chinese academic who has been here in the country. In fact, I invited him, Panday. So that was a center. The people who came to that conference, who basically came out already, are specialists in China on the Philippines, led, of course, by Professor Panday of the Philippine Studies. And, of course, as mentioned here, that event will not happen if it does not have the blessing of the Chinese Communist Party. So this is probably I would consider it a prelude to a possible offensive in terms of psychological warfare. But again, you have to address what are possibly the motives. Number one, of course, to warn the Philippines and Japan regarding our delimitation talk. You know, if you pursue with that, we'll have Batanes on the table. And of course, Chinese plan by 2027, otherwise known as the Davidson window. China's ambition for Taiwan by 2027.
You're one of those who believe that they will take back or blockade Taiwan by
I am just relying on Admiral Philip Davidson's Davidson window. Based on the assessment of Indo-PACOM, the People's Liberation Army plus the Navy are preparing the necessary military capabilities to once and for all end the 100-year Chinese Civil War that interestingly began in 1927. So that's the coincidence. Why 2027? The Chinese Civil War began in 1927. You know, during the what the communists would call the Shanghai Massacre of 1927. 100 years from now, 2027, and we are so near what I call the fault line. Interesting times, may I say.
Not to be alarmist or anything, huh? Do you know those scholars, by the way? The scholars that
I only know personally the head
Okay.
of the Philippine Studies Center, Professor Panday. He's not Filipino, he's from Xi'an, China,
Okay.
western part of China.
Admiral Javier, let me come back to you. How is WESCOM, the Western Command, adapting its strategy and its defense posture in light of these systematic attacks and sustained coercion?
We are very sweet as far as what is happening here and what our see is very important because we could show them what the truth really is. And the West Philippine Sea is not only an issue of territorial sovereignty, but also of the freedom of navigation in this area. And it affects 60% of the district's trade globally. So anything that if the democracies of the world will not be able to access the West Philippine Sea, it will have a great effect on the Indo-Pacific region, the east of the Indo-Pacific region. And WESCOM has shifted from a platform-centric posture into awareness-centric posture because you also believe that even other ASEAN countries would not match the hull-to-hull comparison between our country and that of China. So we embarked into a robust, persistent maritime domain awareness, and we are implementing the strategy of the comprehensive archipelagic defense concept, where WESCOM is not only a sole organization and entity of the armed forces of the Philippines, but we are interconnected also with all the maritime agencies and the government agencies that are all connected and coordinated to the National Task Force for West Philippine Sea. To optimize patrol, we are conducting rotational presence and maintaining that in one time there are air patrols as well as sea patrols in our exclusive economic zone. So it is with this aggressive transparency that we have embarked. And we are thankful that so many like-minded nations have expressed their support to the Philippines in the furtherance of the arbitral ruling as well as the UNCLOS. And statement of support, I would say we are winning because the other side are not having similar statements. And also, the conduct of yearly combined activity with like nations New Zealand, and we conducted multi-cooperative activities with so many countries, including Canada, UK, France, Italy, and many more. And that has been conducted in the area of the West Philippine Sea. And this is proving to be like anything that happens here is seen by the Philippines, played us with other countries, and it proved to be effective deterrence.
Thank you so much, Admiral Javier. That's wonderful to hear. Let me come back to you, Rear Admiral Trinidad. So you're already worried about 2028. Is there a way to future-proof these relationships, to lock in the continuity now, so that, you know, the next administration that comes in doesn't just undo everything that the previous administration did? See, Professor De Castro is shaking his head, but what do you think?
First and foremost, I'd like to take off on the statement of the Commander-in-Chief, the President in Canada, that even he himself is worried that there could be a change in policy by 2028. I would like to say that while we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of the Arbitral Tribunal ruling, the change in the AFP has been in the past 3 or 4 years because of a different policy back then. Over the past 3 to 4 years, I would say that the AFP is now multi-domain under the leadership of a Chief of Staff. Multi-domain, we are a more resilient organization, more professional. When I say professional, we have seen in the past when the AFP would dip its fingers in the political dimension of national power. There have been several attempts to invite the Chief of Staff to go extra constitutional, but I would say that the AFP is now more professional. The AFP understands that governments change, that political tides turn, but the national interests of the country remain. And so will the mandate of the AFP. And we will keep performing that mandate.
So it's strengthened and it's professionalized. General Bautista, how is it, in your eyes, how has it evolved since you were a Chief of Staff?
I mean, you're talking about 2028 to ensure continuity. Our best insurance is what we've been talking of from the start. National consensus, national cohesiveness, national will that no future president can break. That is the most important that we need to develop. That is our best insurance, that there is continuity in advancing national interests, whoever leads this nation. After all, we're a democracy, and that's the strength of a democracy.
Our democracy is messy.
My take,
Professor.
I have to consider 2 factors. Number one, as mentioned earlier, it's the Armed Forces of the Philippines. The Armed Forces of the Philippines is an institution that's very much aware of its corporate interests. Number one, of course, continuing its force modernization, and of course, continuing our alliance and partnership. But the second factor, which would account probably, I'm very optimistic, whoever would win in the next election, there'll be a continuity of challenging China. And that's no less than China itself. Based on the experience of what we had during the Duterte administration, you know, again, this is also realized by the Duterte administration after 4 years of appeasing China. Please take note, the appeasement was at its height for 4 years, but in the last 2 years, there was a realization. I was surprised that the Armed Forces of the Philippines came out with the 2019 National Military Strategy during the Duterte administration. How come? Then, of course, our alliance continued. And it's not nothing to do with China itself. Any new administration who will take over, whether he or she would continue the policy of not, would sooner or later realize the golden rule when you deal with China. Whether you appease, facilitate, or challenge China, you get the same result, subjugation. So probably the next president might do something, try to again declare, please make the Philippines a province of China, and announce, I'm moving away from the US, I'm going to Russia. 2 or 3 years later, she or he would again realize, again, whether you appease or challenge China, you get the same result, subjugation and domination.
It's exactly the swinging back and forth that we want to try to prevent.
No, it's China that's the best stabilizing force in our foreign policy because, again, China has always been consistent. It would pursue its expansion no matter what we do. And this is a reality that any Filipino president would face way into the 21st century. Whether you challenge or appease China, you're on the menu. That's what they say.
Okay, speaking of the U.S., let me ask you a last question. The MDT, the Mutual Defense Treaty, is often seen as the bedrock of security planning for us, but it's never been tested in live confrontation. And as we see ourselves in this time where the United States is trying to deal with a number of hot wars that are still ongoing, is there still confidence that they are going to come if called upon?
Well, we have to thank God that the MDT has not been tested. Because if it's tested, it means war. Because there's a very essence. An attack on one party would, of course, require mutual consultation. So, in a way, it's an insurance. You buy, travel abroad every now and then. We buy a travel insurance. And we always hope we will not use that travel insurance because someone else would benefit. The same is true with an alliance. And the fact that it's not been invoked use is actually something that we have to be thankful for. For one thing, of course, there's no need to invoke it and probably deterrence effect would happen. But again, whether you question the credibility for our U.S. ally, at the end of the day, when we talk about credibility, we have to look at two very important factors. Capabilities and, of course, willingness. Among the allies in the world, whatever, it's only the United States that had that capability. Vatican might be a very willing ally, but if you have just Swiss guards, you don't expect the Swiss guards to come your assistant. The only challenging there, of course, is the willingness. But willingness could come and go. Again, it depends. Again, at the end of the day, whether those capabilities will use, again, will depend on the political decision. No less than Donald Trump himself said. At the end of the day, it will be me. So again, nothing in this world is always certain. So we have to, allow a degree of uncertainty in a number of things. Even our, the credibility of our only treaty ally.
So there's still enough, it's the same confidence level, essentially.
Again, at the end of the day, whether the United States would honor its treaty obligation or not, it's not on the basis of the legal documents. It will be still based on American national interests. Because at the end of the day, we despise Trump for saying, it's transactional. Alliances are transactional. As I said, I would only assist you if you can assist me. So there's a transactional relationship.
By their very nature.
Yeah.
I would love to hash this out more with you, but I've been told to cut it off at 12:10 strictly. So, Richard, what do you think?
Yeah, you're 1 minute over that strictly extended by 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone. We would like to invite everyone to stay on stage for General Bronner to join us for a brief photo opportunity with Prof. Manny.
Please give my distinguished panelists a warm round of applause.
No picture never happened. Yeah.
Thank you very much for coming. Para mo binigyan ng comprehensive exam. Binigyan ng comprehensive exam. Kaya tayo. Comment for your contribution.
Thank you very much to General Bronner and our panelists for that very insightful and comprehensive discussion, minus the open forum, but you may continue it now because, and thank you to Regina, of course. We'll now take a less than an hour break for lunch, so we should hopefully be back exactly at 1 p.m. For speakers and moderators, please stay at your assigned tables as your lunch will be served to you directly. Yeah, we kindly ask, again, everyone to hopefully be back here by 1 sharp so that we can continue with our next panel with the National Security Advisor. Thank you. Good afternoon. We now proceed to the second half of our forum. We invited no less than National Security Advisor and Director General Honorable Eduardo Oban Jr. to deliver the opening message for this portion of the event. While he was unable to join us due to prior commitments, he has graciously prepared a video message and kindly direct your attention to the screen for his message. Thank you very much.
Members of the Diplomatic Corps, fellow officials and colleagues in government, panelists and participants of this forum, partners from the private sector, friends from the media and the academe, ladies and gentlemen. A decade ago, an arbitral tribunal established under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea handed down a historic verdict, fundamentally reshaping the global understanding of the South China Sea, while permanently transforming how we, as Filipinos, define our national identity and resolve. Today, we gather not only to celebrate that landmark courtroom victory. We stand together to declare a vital national truth. The world's oceans must be ruled by legal frameworks and sovereign rights, never by intimidation, coercion, nor deception. Yes, from the bustling trade routes of the Indo-Pacific to the fisheries that feed millions, we reiterate that the law of the sea must govern every wave and reach every shore of our interconnected world. And nowhere is its importance should be more acutely felt than in the waters we in the Philippines proudly call the West Philippine Sea. Historically, the Philippines approached its maritime disputes from a position of vulnerability, a developing nation confronting a massive superpower with limited resources. This landmark ruling permanently shattered that narrative. It achieved far more than legally defining our maritime rights. It restored our national dignity by proving that truth, reason, and evidence can triumph over sheer force on the global stage. Moreover, this milestone deepened our maritime consciousness. It reminded us that we are not just a nation that happens to have islands, but an archipelagic people whose identity, security, and future wealth are permanently bound to the sea. Today, a new generation of young Filipinos looks at our maritime boundaries not as a distant legal theory, but as an undeniable reality. This is truly a monumental shift. A country that doubts its own sovereignty always negotiates from a position of weakness. But a nation that stands firmly on its rights, having seen them validated by the world, negotiates from a position of quiet, unshakable strength and resolve. By standing up for our sovereign rights, the Philippines defended the very foundation of the global maritime order, a system vital to global trade and prosperity. Every country navigating these trade routes, every coastal society relying on stable oceans, and every economy dependent on freedom of navigation shares a direct interest in our cause. This embodies the true meaning of shared maritime responsibility. When one nation protects its legal rights through law instead of military force, it safeguards the security and stability of the entire international system. Today, in commemorating this historic milestone, we pay tribute to everyone who brought this to fruition. We honor the leaders who made the difficult choice to move forward. We praise the diplomats who tirelessly championed the Philippine position across global capitals, and the lawyers who built a monumental legal case, line by line and rule by rule. We acknowledge the scholars whose rigorous research provided the intellectual bedrock, and the security forces who quietly and courageously defended our borders while the legal arguments unfolded in The Hague. Above all, we honor our fisher folk, whose ancestral waters, traditional boats, and daily bravery in contested seas give this victory its profound human heart. Certainly, this was never the achievement of a single administration, a lone agency, or one generation. As we reflect on the 10th year of the Arbitral Award, we must collectively and unyieldingly reaffirm that our rights in the West Philippine Sea are beyond negotiation. These waters, features, and resources are ours, completely, clearly, and without question, fully backed by UNCLOS and the 2016 Arbitral Award. Within our 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone, including Bajo de Masinloc and the Kalayaan Island Group, our sovereignty is written plainly into international law and affirmed by an independent tribunal. We seek not a single inch beyond what international law grants us. We merely demand that no foreign power takes what is lawfully ours. Ladies and gentlemen, in our contested waters, hope serves as our ultimate resolve. A decade ago, the Philippines proved that determination can overcome defiance. When we won a legal victory, the world thought impossible. But a ruling on paper is only as strong as the political will behind it. Choosing hope today means transforming that legal triumph into a foundation for lasting regional stability. If we falter, we risk letting that hard-won victory fade into a mere footnote of history. Thank you very much to all of you. May this forum be successful and serve as a driving force for our shared and abiding resolve, paving clearer and wider horizons toward an enduring, rules-based global peace and security.
Thank you, Director General. We now proceed to our second panel, Strengthening Defense Cooperation Among Like-Minded States. The panel underscores how deepening defense cooperation with like-minded states through joint exercises, modernization, and maritime domain awareness is crucial in building credible deterrence. We're now honored to invite our diplomatic partners to stage one by one to give their statements, beginning, of course, with His Excellency Mark Innes Brown, Ambassador of Australia to the Philippines. Thank you, sir.
A very good afternoon to all of you, distinguished friends. It's a great pleasure to be here to join this important event to mark the 10th anniversary of the South China Sea Arbitral Award. And I'm also grateful for Strat-Based Institute for again convening this important event and for flying the flag on this very critical issue. Australia and the Philippines share a long-standing partnership which is built on mutual trust and cooperation. This year, we mark a significant milestone, which is the 80th, as we celebrate the 80th year of diplomatic relations between our two countries. As our Deputy Prime Minister and Defence Minister, the Honourable Richard Marles MP, said alongside Secretary Teodoro in Manila last year, quote, "We are countries with shared values and a shared commitment to the rules-based order, an order which is under pressure in our region," end quote. We feel this pressure in the challenging security environment, increasing strategic competition, and the unprecedented military build-up in our region. In response, we are supporting greater cooperation between our two defence forces to assert the rules-based order in the Indo-Pacific. Our defence ministers have expressed their intent to sign a new defence cooperation arrangement in 2026, another mark of the growing strength of our relationship. Australia and the Philippines are in our third year of implementing a strategic partnership. Through our defence and maritime security cooperation in particular, we are shaping a region where all countries, large and small, can cooperate, trade and thrive. Over the last year, thousands of Australian, Philippine and partner defence personnel trained side by side across land, sea, air and cyber domains. This included major exercises such as Balakatan and Alon. And over the past year and a half, we've also completed 7 maritime cooperation activities. involving Australian vessels and aircraft operating alongside the armed forces of the Philippines and other nations. As we meet today, another Australian vessel, HMAS Jules, is in the Philippines, strengthening disaster response capabilities, rehearsing reconstruction activities, and conducting medical exchanges and community outreach. Our forces are testing new ways we can build our capacity, interoperability and readiness to meet shared security challenges. But a defence corporation is not an end in itself. It exists to support the principles and rules that underpin peace, stability and prosperity across our region. At the heart of these principles is UNCLOS. UNCLOS provides the comprehensive legal framework. Someone's unhappy about that, I think. We'll get to that in a minute. UNCLOS provides the comprehensive legal framework for all activities in the ocean and seas. And Australia is a proud advocate of the primacy of UNCLOS. So why? Because it enshrines freedom of navigation and overflight, establishes maritime rights and responsibilities, and provides mechanisms for the peaceful settlement of disputes. Recent events in the Middle East have again shown how critical these rights and free and open sea lanes are for all nations. For maritime nations such as Australia and the Philippines, respect for UNCLOS is not an abstract principle. It is fundamental to our security, our economic prosperity, and the well-being of our people. This Sunday marks 10 years since the Arbitral Tribunal constituted under UNCLOS made a unanimous, clear and binding ruling in the South China Sea arbitration between the Philippines and China. The award demonstrated disputes can and should be addressed through established legal mechanisms rather than through coercion or the use of force. As our Foreign Minister, Penny Wong, recently said, quote, "The 2016 Arbitral Award ruling was a landmark decision. Since the day of the ruling, Australia has consistently called for the Philippines and China to abide by this landmark decision. We have done this and will continue to do this because Australia believes that we'll all benefit from a region that operates by rules and norms. We want each country, large or small, to operate by the same rules. Rules that we've all had a say in shaping. And when disputes inevitably arise, we insist these differences are managed through dialogue and according to the rules, not by force or by raw power." Earlier this week, China launched a nuclear-capable ballistic missile into the Pacific. Australia has made clear this is a provocative act that is destabilising for our region. And if you look at the flight path, you can see this was an act of direct concern for the Philippines. Unfortunately, across the maritime domain, we're seeing increasing strategic competition, challenges to sovereignty, and actions that undermine regional stability. We are seeing excessive maritime claims that are inconsistent with UNCLOS. We've also seen dangerous and destabilising conduct at sea and in the air that increases the potential for miscalculation and escalation. Since this forum last convened, we've again seen Philippine vessels subject to water cannoning, ramming and other dangerous actions. These actions have endangered lives and risked regional stability. Like the Philippines, Australia too has experienced such incidents. In March this year, a Royal Australian Navy helicopter was subjected to unsafe and unprofessional interception by a Chinese military helicopter while operating over international waters. We have made clear that these actions are unacceptable and we will continue to call out this behaviour. It's particularly important. Australia expects all countries to operate their militaries in a professional and safe manner. But upholding international law is more than actions at sea. It also depends on strong institutions and sound policy making, effective governance and coordination across government. That is why Australia is investing $160 million over 10 years to expand our maritime cooperation with Southeast Asian partners, particularly the Philippines. This cooperation is supporting partners to boost maritime domain awareness, implement maritime governance reform, and protect the marine environment. Just 3 weeks ago, I was proud to visit the Philippine Coast Guard to donate cutting-edge aerial and undersea drones, including long-range, heavy-lift and underwater models, as well as counter-drone technology. This is part of Australia's ongoing commitment to supporting the PCG's modernisation and maritime domain awareness capabilities. We've also doubled our bilateral maritime assistance to the Philippines through a new $18 million investment. Through our maritime partnership, we are supporting capability development across the defence, coast guard, governance and environmental sectors. We are helping strengthen marine maritime domain awareness, supporting legal and policy development, enhancing operational capabilities, building cyber resilience, and delivering professional education and law of the sea training to nearly 800 officials and practitioners in recent years. Australia remains steadfast in its support for a region where differences are managed through dialogue, according to established rules and norms, rather than by force. We are committed to strengthening our partnership with the Philippines and to working with regional partners to uphold international law and promote a peaceful, secure and prosperous maritime domain. As maritime nations, Australia and the Philippines understand that our futures are directly connected to the sea. By working together, guided by international law and shared interests, we can help ensure that the Indo-Pacific remains a region defined not by coercion, but by cooperation, not by instability, but by opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Brown. It looks like the Typhoon Inday is already here. Next, may we have the Ambassador of Canada, His Excellency David Hartman.
Good afternoon, everyone. Professor Dindo Manhit, colleagues from the Strat-Base Institute, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. It's my sincere pleasure and privilege to join you today as we commemorate the milestone 10th anniversary of the 2016 South China Sea Arbitral Award. As I'm sure you will all agree, anniversaries such as this one invite us not only to reflect on the past, but also to consider the future. 10 years after the UNCLOS Tribunal issued its landmark decision, the question before us is no longer simply what the award decided. Rather, it is what the international community has done and must continue to do to ensure that international law is not only adhered to and respected, but also to ensure that international law remains meaningful in practice. In this light, I'd like to say a few words now on the enduring importance of the Arbitral Award. As you are all aware, the Indo-Pacific has become the center of global economic growth and strategic competition. The stability of the region, and particularly the South China Sea, matters not only to countries that border it, but it also matters to all members of the international community. The sea lanes that cross these waters connect global supply chains, sustain international commerce, and underpin the prosperity of countries around the world, including Canada. That is why my country remains deeply concerned by the coercive and destabilizing actions by the People's Republic of China in the South China Sea that increase tensions and undermine regional peace and security. Canada supports the peaceful resolution of disputes in accordance with international law, including the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, and we continue to reaffirm that the 2016 Arbitral Tribunal Award is legally binding on the parties. The award reaffirmed a fundamental principle that maritime rights and entitlements derive from international law and not from power alone. It also reinforced confidence in UNCLOS as the comprehensive legal framework governing activities at sea and demonstrated that disputes can and should be resolved peacefully through established legal mechanisms. I'd like to offer a few comments now on the impact of the Arbitral Award and its impact on international law, and in particularly on regional security. Developments in the South China Sea over the course of the past decade have reminded us of an important reality, namely that legal decisions alone cannot eliminate geopolitical competition, nor can they by themselves prevent attempts to alter the status quo through coercive or destabilizing actions. This is not a weakness of international law. Rather, it reflects how international law works. International law is strongest when it is reinforced through diplomacy, confidence building, practical cooperation, and strong regional institutions. Rules matter because states continue to stand together to uphold and to enforce them. Law establishes rights and obligations. Diplomacy builds acceptance. Institutions reinforce expectations, and partnerships ensure compliance. Together, these elements gradually shape state behavior, strengthen mutual confidence, and preserve peace and stability over time. This is why institutions matter. They transform shared principles into practical cooperation and help ensure that dialogue remains the first response to disagreement. Framed in this broad context, I'd also now like to focus a bit on the concept of ASEAN centrality and cooperation. This concept is precisely why Canada places such importance on the ASEAN-led regional security architecture. For decades, the ASEAN Regional Forum has provided an indispensable platform where countries with differing perspectives can engage in dialogue, reduce risks, and help to build confidence. Dialogue may not eliminate disagreement, but it helps to ensure that disagreement does not lead to conflict. Over the coming intersessional year, we look forward to co-chairing several practical initiatives with ASEAN partners, including workshops on UNCLOS, climate security, cybersecurity, and defense cooperation. These initiatives demonstrate that practical cooperation with our close allies and partners remains one of our most effective tools for strengthening regional resilience. I'd also now like to offer a few comments on the Canada-Philippines partnership, and especially our bilateral efforts to put principles into practice. Canada's partnership with the Philippines demonstrates how shared principles are translated into practical action. As Pacific nations, Canada and the Philippines share a common interest in preserving a stable, predictable maritime order grounded in international law. Together, we have established an ambitious framework for long-term cooperation, including concluding a Memorandum of Understanding on Defense Cooperation, Canada's signing of our first visiting forces agreement in the Indo-Pacific, and implementing a mutual logistics support arrangement. These agreements provide a strong foundation for expanding defense cooperation and enhancing our ability to respond together to shared regional security challenges, and we will soon announce additional initiatives to bolster our bilateral cooperation even further. Through our Indo-Pacific strategy and our North Strong and Free defense policy, Canada is making long-term investments in regional security. The Canadian Armed Forces Operation Horizon maintains a near-persistent Royal Canadian Navy presence in the Indo-Pacific, contributing to regional stability and supporting an international system governed by international law. Earlier this year, Canada was very pleased to have more than 500 members of the Canadian Armed Forces participate in Exercise Balikatan alongside the armed forces of the Philippines, the United States, and other regional partners, strengthening interoperability and reinforcing our shared commitment, once again, to peace and security. And we continue to participate throughout the region in numerous multilateral maritime cooperative activities with our like-minded partners and our allies. We are also supporting maritime domain awareness through initiatives such as Canada's Dark Vessel Detection Program, helping regional partners combat illegal fishing, improve maritime governance, and detect illicit activity using advanced satellite technology. Together, these efforts deepen professional relationships, strengthen interoperability, and reinforce our collective commitment to a secure, stable, and resilient Indo-Pacific. At the same time, today's security environment extends well beyond the maritime domain. Cyber-enabled fraud, transnational organized crime, foreign information manipulation, climate-related security risks, and threats to critical infrastructure increasingly intersect with traditional security challenges. Addressing these issues requires trusted partnerships and coordinated regional responses which look beyond current irritants with a focus on addressing future challenges which jeopardize our collective security. Now, a few comments about looking ahead. As we look to the next decade, the enduring legacy of the Arbitral Award will not be measured solely by its legal reasoning. It will be measured by whether states continue to uphold its principles through diplomacy, through dialogue, confidence building, and through practical cooperation. Canada is proud to stand alongside the Philippines, ASEAN, and other like-minded partners across the region in advancing that vision. Together, we can continue choosing dialogue over confrontation, cooperation over coercion, and law over force. In doing so, we demonstrate that lasting regional security is built not only through military capability, but also through trusted partnerships, resilient institutions, and a shared commitment to upholding international law. So thank you very much. Maraming salamat po. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Ambassador. And of course, ASEAN. Yes, we're ASEAN chair this year, so a very, very important point to raise. Next, may we have His Excellency Massimo Santoro, Ambassador of the European Union to Manila.
Thanks a lot, Richard. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear friends, and a very big thank to StratBase, in particular to Professor Dindo Manhit. Dindo, the event is important because it marks an important anniversary. 10 years is an important date, and I think StratBase is the level of excellence of this year is very special, I must say. Of course, all friends from the Philippine government, from the Philippine agencies, from all Philippine bodies, and of course colleagues from the diplomatic community, dear friends from the civil society. I think it is a very meaningful day, and especially because we are marking the 10 years since the 2016 Arbitral Award anniversary, not only to be seen as a moment of reflection, but also as esteemed colleagues before and friends before me mentioned, a fundamental moment where we are recalling the value of that award, its consequences and its guidance also for the future. That dispute at sea have to be governed by the law, not by coercion, not by force. They have to be governed by agreed rules and by peaceful settlement, certainly not by intimidation. That is what the award tells us still today. For the European Union, the legal framework is very clear. The United Nations Conventions on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, remains the constitution of the oceans, the indispensable framework for maritime security, for freedom of navigation and overflight, for the sustainable use of marine resources, for environmental protection, and for the peaceful settlement of disputes. Our position in the European Union, like in the same applies to the various like-minded partners, and I think also the cross-regional nature of the panel. This panel speaks a lot about the capacity for the Philippines to partnering. In the European Union, like for other partners, we do not take sides on competing sovereignty claims. We do have a clear and legitimate interest in peace, stability, security, respect for international law. We have consistently recalled that the 2016 Arbitral Award is legally binding on the parties. We continue to call on all sides to resolve disputes peacefully, to exercise self-restraint, to avoid actions that raise tensions and undermine regional stability. The very date of the award is the 12th of July, and it is on the 12th of July that the European Union will be releasing a statement confirming what this ambassador is now communicating to you. Because it is important to do things also publicly, and this is the most important part. It is our support to the transparency initiatives comes from. To speak publicly about this also puts pressure on those who prefer not to abide to international law. The Arbitral Award matters not only for the Philippines, not only for Southeast Asia, not only for the South China Sea or the West Philippine Sea, it matters globally. Was it at stake is the credibility of international law, the security of global trade routes and the supply chains, the protection of marine resources, the future of a rules-based international order. This is why defense and security cooperation among like-minded partners is very important to us. And when we speak about cooperation, we realize it in a broad and practical sense. It operates at several levels: political, diplomatic, operational level. And this is exactly the combination of these three levels, political, diplomatic, and operational, that makes cooperation meaningful and effective. Politically, at the political level, what matters is a strategic alignment, sustained high-level engagement, shared understanding of the risks that we face. Over the past year, the European Union and the Philippines have taken important further steps in this regard, including by launching about 1 year ago, it was High Representative Callas and Vice President also of the European Commission, doing it together with the Secretary of the Philippine Secretary of Foreign Affairs. They launched together a security and defense dialogue. Significant development in our bilateral relationship because it created a dedicated framework where to discuss shared security concerns in a more structured and forward-looking way. The first meeting of the dialogue, launched here in Manila last June, took place in Brussels in November 2025. That meeting confirmed that both sides attach great importance to deepening cooperation on peace and security issues, The discussions covered the regional security environment, maritime security, cyber-related issues, foreign information and manipulation interference, as well as possible areas for practical defense cooperation. It also underscored our shared commitment to international law for a free and open Indo-Pacific. Both sides, importantly, agreed to continue this engagement on a regular basis, and this is why the next meeting of the Security and Defense Dialogue is taking place in October in Manila this year. It will be, as it regularly is the case, 1 year in Brussels and 1 year in the Philippines. This matters because political dialogue is not only about exchanging talking points, but it's also about continue building strategic trust and confirming it daily. It is about ensuring that when pressures rise, partners already have channels through which they can coordinate, assess, and decide how to respond to this pressure. Then, the diplomatic level. At the diplomatic level, cooperation means working together in regional, multilateral fora to uphold the principles, reducing risks, and reinforcing the rules that protect all states. Here, the Philippines plays a particularly important role. The Philippines has consistently been a principled voice in support of international law, rules-based order, maritime order, both at its own national position and also within regional and multilateral frameworks. Of course, in the regional ones, ASEAN plays a specific role. For the European Union, the Philippines is not only an important bilateral partner, it's also a key regional actor. We value Philippines' contribution to dialogue, stability, and the rules-based approach in Southeast Asia. For the EU, for its part, we continue to reinforce these principles via diplomatic engagement at all levels, both bilaterally with the Philippines, together with ASEAN also, in the UN framework, and in the wider Indo-Pacific discussions. Maritime security, respect for international law, freedom of navigation, feature prominently in our high-level contacts with the Philippines, including during recent senior-level visits and meetings on the margins of any international relevant gathering. ANGA, the United Nations General Assembly, being one of the most important ones. Diplomacy is also about building coalitions of support, and in this context, the Philippines work with broadening the network of like-minded partners under the leadership of President Marcos Jr. is highly significant. The growing web of cooperation with regional and extra-regional partners via dialogues, joint statements, coordinated messaging, practical engagement, all of these contributes to a more resilient strategic environment. It signals that support for international law and rules-based maritime order is neither isolated nor abstract. And then I come to the operational level. Here, cooperation becomes tangible. It's where partnerships move from principles to practice. This includes joint exercises, exchanges between armed force and coast guards, port calls, training, maritime domain awareness, crisis response coordination, technical support for modernization, and interoperability. These are activities fundamental because credible deterrence is not only built by declarations, it's built through readiness, awareness, resilience, and by the demonstrated ability to work together. This is also where the EU brings value added here with practical examples like CRIMARIO, which is the European Union Critical Maritime Routes Indo-Pacific Initiative. Through CRIMARIO, we support stronger maritime domain awareness, better information sharing, improved coordination among maritime stakeholders across the whole Indo-Pacific. And one of its most practical tools is its IORIS platform, helping authorities exchange information and coordinate in real time. In a maritime environment where gray zone activity, unsafe encounters, rapidly developing incidents are increasingly common, a better situational awareness is a strategic necessity. Or a SEWA. A SEWA is the Enhancing Security Cooperation in and within Asia, with which the EU works with Asian partners, of course Philippines assistance. The most important one on concrete security issues like maritime security, cyber security, counter-terrorism. What ESIWA does in practical terms is creating spaces for experts and institutions to work together, learn from each other, strengthen capacities in areas of shared concerns. Beyond dialogue, beyond practical cooperation, and beyond existing cooperation programs, the European Union is also working on ways to provide more tailored and responsive support to the Philippines in the security and in the defense field. This reflects our recognition that partnerships must increasingly be matched by concrete means to strengthen preparedness, resilience, and operational capacity. As our cooperation continues to deepen, we also count that very soon additional instruments will allow us to translate our shared objectives into even more tangible support on the ground and at the sea. Stay tuned on this because I think we'll have soon good news soon. These activities show something important about the EU approach. We do not only see security via military lens, because we see it comprehensively. Maritime security depends not only on naval presence, but also on legal clarity, institutional capacity, information sharing, resilience against hybrid threats, cyber preparedness, trusted partnerships. This broader logic is consistent also with the European Union strategy for cooperation with the Indo-Pacific, recognizing a simple reality that the future of Europe and the future of the Indo-Pacific region are interconnected and increasingly interconnected. A free, open, stable, rules-based Indo-Pacific is not only in the interest of the region, it's also in our European interest. And there are strong synergies with the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific with which the EU has consistently supported. When we speak about reinforcing defense cooperation between the Philippines and its partners, we should be clear about the objective, which is not confrontation. The objective is to preserve peace, stability, predictability, strengthen the capacity of partners to monitor developments at sea, responding to incidents, protecting interests, and contributing to regional security. Via practical cooperation, as much as through political commitment and diplomatic commitment that confirms that international law matters, partnerships matter, rules-based order needs to be upheld in practice and in principles. The Philippines is doing this, growing confidence and with an expanding network of partners. And the European Union is very proud to be a very important part of these efforts. Thanks a lot for your kind attention. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. May we now be joined by Ambassador of France, Her Excellency Marie Fontanet.
Honorable Professor Manit, dear Dindo, dear colleagues, dear friends, dear partners, bonjour. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. It's a privilege to stand here today, 10 years almost after the ruling in The Hague. Without any doubt, the rule of law is a compass for every nation that believes disputes at sea must be settled by norms, but not by force. In that regard, this occasion is a chance to reflect on how far we have come, how much has changed, and of course, how much remains to be done. Let me therefore pay tribute to the Strat-Based Institute for offering, year after year, a platform bringing together policymakers, experts, partners committed to a free, open, and rules-based Indo-Pacific. And also to the memory of Ambassador Albert del Rosario, who kept this cause very much alive. Over the last few years, the 2016 ruling is being tested week after week. Water cannon attacks on Coast Guard's vessels, dangerous maneuvers, and just weeks ago, a semi-permanent structure quietly appeared inside Barreau de Masinloc. Alongside these incidents at sea, hybrid pressures, information manipulation, cyber operations, economic coercion, grey zone activities have become permanent features of the regional landscape. Together, they form a pattern of steady erosion of a ruling meant to bring stability to these waters. Our assessment is clear. Legal principles alone are not enough. Whenever rules are challenged, like-minded nations speak up, but words must be backed by practical cooperation. And I recalled just Secretary Lazaro when she said this morning that cooperation deters conflict. Defending international law requires power. Power requires ships, aircraft, joint drills, agreements. It requires that like-minded partners can operate together quickly, credibly, lawfully. This is the reason why Stratbase invited us today to speak about defense cooperation, and this is where France's contribution to freedom of navigation now lies. 3 years ago, France decided to lift its defense relationship with the Philippines to a new level. Throughout the last 3 years, France has deployed assets to the Philippines, including for the first time our aircraft carrier, Charles de Gaulle, in February 2025. We participated in exercises alongside Filipino soldiers and sailors. Just last October, a French Navy Falcon 50 maritime patrol aircraft joined exercise Sama-Sama, flying with Philippine observers on board in support of maritime domain awareness in the West Philippine Sea. Our navies also conducted joint drills in the Philippines waters last November. A year ago, from this very same podium, I described the perspective of visiting forces agreement as a logical new step. And the negotiations at the time had just started in Paris in June 2025. And today, it's done. Last March 25, at the École Militaire in Paris, Secretary Teodoro and Minister Vautrin signed our Status of Visiting Forces Agreement. And France became the first European nation to conclude such an agreement with the Philippines, and only the fourth under President Marcos. I really commend the negotiators on both sides who delivered in barely a year. As mentioned also by Secretary Teodoro yesterday and this morning, the SOFA is not just a symbol, it's an operational tool between nations that share the same interests, especially in the maritime domain. Legal certainty for our forces to train, deploy, and respond together more easily and more often. It paves the way for expanded joint exercise in maritime security, maritime domain awareness, disaster response, and high-intensity drills, so that when a crisis strikes, our forces can act side by side. It's a tool to enhance interoperability between nations. And we did not wait for the ink to dry, and just last April and May, French armed forces joined Balikatan for the 3rd year running, in Palawan, in the multinational headquarters, and in cyber defense drills. Our presence here becomes a routine, not an exception. Beyond our navies, we are also deepening our support to the Philippine Coast Guards, day after day on the front line. Only last month, my government conferred one of the highest marks of recognition, the Ordre National du Mérite, on Admiral Gavan, a personal tribute and a signal of France's appreciation of pivotal action for security and stability in the region. We now want to institutionalize the trust between our two nations. France is exploring new ways to support the maritime security efforts of the Philippines, including positioning of dedicated French Navy human resources alongside the Philippine Coast Guard, an initiative that would deepen coordination and exchanges of expertise. Discussions have also begun in parallel on a high-level exchange of military information agreement, the natural complement of the SOFA. And in 2026, France assumes the presidency of the Western Pacific Naval Symposium in close coordination with the Philippine Navy, whom we warmly thank for its contribution and the protection of underwater critical infrastructure. Defense and security cooperation is clearly what makes freedom of navigation real. And we can look clearly beyond this region to the Strait of Hormuz, for example. Since 2020, France has led the European Maritime Awareness Mission and its military arm, Operation Agenor. 9 European navies headquartered at our naval base in Abu Dhabi, patrolling one of the world's most critical choke points to uphold UNCLOS and reassure merchant shipping. In recent months, France and the UK convened 38 nations behind a strictly defensive mission for freedom of navigation in the Strait. In late June, President Macron decided to deploy French mine countermeasure assets, escorted by frigates and a maritime patrol aircraft in coordination with Oman. In the Strait of Hormuz, as in the South China Sea, freedom of navigation is not a slogan, it's a global common defended by navies that operate together, by agreements that make joint action possible, by coalitions that show up when it matters. Defense cooperation is the tool that turns UNCLOS into open sea lanes from the Baltic to the Red Sea, from the Persian Gulf to the West Philippine Sea. None of this happens in isolation. As a resident nation of the Indo-Pacific, ourselves, with more than 2 million French citizens dispatched throughout the region, including in the French islands in the South Indian Ocean and the South Pacific, and the world's second largest exclusive economic zone, France has a direct interest, of course, in the stability of these waters. But no country can shoulder this responsibility alone. As President Macron reminded us at the Shangri-La dialogue last year, our answer is not the alignment of blocs, but a coalition of independent countries, sovereign nations in Europe and in Asia, which stand together for international law, strategic autonomy, and against coercion. The Philippines is central to this vision. The comprehensive archipelagic defense concept, the transparency initiative at sea, the patient diplomatic outreach, all of this reinforce the principles upheld by the 2016 award. Through the European Union and through ASEAN, where France is an observer in the ADMM plus experts working groups, which enforce our regional commitment, particularly on maritime security, we will continue to support all those who believe that disputes must be resolved peacefully and in accordance with international law. And because security and prosperity go hand in hand, our partnership goes beyond defense. France is proud to contribute to initiatives such as the Luzon Economic Corridor, because resilience is built not only through ships and exercises, but also through trade, connectivity, and sustainable development. 10 years after the award, the best way to honor its legacy is, of course, to commemorate, but also to ensure that international law continues to guide our actions. France has chosen to do so by strengthening its partnership with the Philippines through dialogue, through defense cooperation, and through concrete actions. Because international law ultimately endures only when nations stand together to uphold it, France will remain a steadfast and reliable partner of the Philippines in that endeavor. Maraming salamat po. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Ambassador. I think it's safe to say best wishes in the semifinals in the World Cup. I was wondering how diplomatic it would be of me. Although best wishes to Norway, England. We're going to have England later on. Yeah, well, Germany did fantastic, except when not. May we have Ambassador of Germany, His Excellency Dr. Andreas Michael Pfaffennoschka.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard. Yeah, Excellencies, members of the Philippine government, of course, dear Professor Manhit, distinguished guests, colleagues from the Diplomatic Corps, friends, good afternoon. First of all, let me start by thanking Stratbase Institute and Professor Manhit for bringing us together again, I might say, because we do this on a yearly basis. And I think this is something that deserves also to be mentioned, because as we all know, credibility comes with continuity. Continuity is important to be credible, and doing this exercise, it's not repetitive. It is important to do this on a continuous basis every year. But today is a very special year, because 10 years ago, as has been mentioned today, on July 12th, so this Sunday, the Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague delivered this landmark decision. It was a historic moment, not just for the Philippines, but for the entire international community. by seeking a peaceful, legal resolution under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, the Philippines demonstrated its profound commitment to the rules-based international order. Today, we gather here to mark the 10th anniversary of that Arbitral Award. A decade has passed, yet the relevance, the authority, and the legal binding nature of that decision remain entirely undiminished. Let me be absolutely clear where my country, Germany, stands. Of course, firmly on the side of international law, on the validity of the ruling of international courts, on legal clarity, transparency, and justice. We are convinced that the strength of the law must always prevail over the law of the strong. Right makes might, not might makes right. The 2016 Arbitral Award is final, and it is legally binding on all parties to the dispute. It is not an disputable opinion, it is an authoritative clarification of maritime entitlements. It confirmed that expansive claims to historic rights or titles in the South China Sea are fundamentally incompatible with UNCLOS. Therefore, Germany's position remains resolute. The maritime rights, the exclusive economic zone, and the continental shelf entitlements of coastal states, most notably in this case the Philippines, must be fully respected. Any action that seeks to rewrite these legal realities through coercion or unilateral pressure is a direct violation of the rules-based international order. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, as a global trading nation that relies on the freedom of the high seas and the right of innocent passage, Germany views security and stability in the South China Sea and in the West Philippine Sea not as a localized dispute, but as a litmus test for the global rule of law. More than 1/3 of global maritime trade passes through these very waters. What happens in these waters directly impacts international supply chains, economic stability, and security not only in Southeast Asia, but in Europe and beyond. A crisis here is a crisis for the world. We cannot celebrate this anniversary in isolation from reality. Over the past years, we have watched with deep concern the escalating tensions in these waters. We have witnessed frequent, highly coercive incidents, the use of water cannons, military-grade lasers, and dangerous maneuvers against Philippine vessels exercising their lawful rights. Germany stands in solidarity with the Philippines in its call for respect for international law. We view these unilateral actions and provocations with grave concern. They undermine regional stability, threaten the freedom of navigation, and risk escalation. We again strongly appeal to all parties to refrain from violence, to respect the maritime rights of coastal states, and to seek peaceful solutions through dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, for Germany, supporting the rules-based international order in the Indo-Pacific is not just about issuing diplomatic notes or delivering political statements of concern. It is also and necessarily about practical cooperation and capacity building. Recently, Germany and the Philippines have entered a brand new era of defense collaboration. Following the historic formalization of our overarching defense cooperation arrangement, our military and defense establishments have expanded collaboration into critical strategic areas, including our historic participation as an observer in the Balikatan exercises since 2024. The German military is also backing international law with physical presence. Through our historic Indo-Pacific deployment in 2024, the German Navy frigate Baden-Württemberg and the German supply ship Frankfurt am Main have integrated into massive multinational activities like the US-led RIMPAC exercise. But we are also proud to actively support the Philippines in securing its coastline and enhancing its maritime domain awareness. Through our technical cooperation agency, GIZ, Germany has provided concrete assistance, including the donation of unmanned aerial vehicles to the Philippine Coast Guard to bolster its monitoring capabilities. Furthermore, of course, our economic investments, such as the state-of-the-art aviation facility at Clark, developed by Lufthansa Technik, actively built the industrial resilience of the Philippines. Dear friends, just a few weeks ago, during the historic visit of German Federal President Frank-Walter Steinmeier to Manila in mid-June, both sides expressed their openness to further deepen our security and defense ties. This again demonstrates Germany's commitment to the region and to a free and open Indo-Pacific, as well as to the rules-based international order. We are also encouraged to see the Philippines Center in Cebu. Shall we change? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Serving as the ASEAN chair this year and hosting the newly approved ASEAN Maritime Center in Cebu. This leadership is vital as ASEAN continues its efforts to conclude a fair, effective, and legally binding code of conduct that, of course, as we have also heard this morning from the Secretary of Foreign Affairs, fully respects UNCLOS and the 2016 ruling we are celebrating today. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2016 Arbitral Award gave smaller and medium-sized states a very powerful tool. It proved that international law can provide a meaningful avenue to challenge unilateral assertions of power. It leveled the playing field by establishing a clear legal baseline. As we look toward the next decade, our collective task is defense through deterrence, and deterrence through unity. We must ensure that the landmark achievements of July 12, 2016 are not eroded by the normalization of coercive behavior. Germany will remain a steadfast partner of the Philippines. We will continue to vocally defend UNCLOS and the comprehensive legal framework for all activities in the ocean and the seas, and of course, particularly in the South China Sea. Thank you very much. Mabuhay, maraming salamat. Thank you.
Dankeschön, Ambassador. Perhaps we need better German technology for the microphone next time so that it holds on throughout the day. May we welcome Ambassador of India, His Excellency Shri Harsh Kumar Jain, to the stage. Thank you very much, sir.
Professor Victor Andres Manhit, President, Strait-Based Institute, esteemed fellow ambassadors, excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Good afternoon to all of you. It is both a privilege and honor for me to join you today as we commemorate the 10th anniversary of the landmark 2016 Arbitral Award at this August forum. Over the past decade, the Philippines has demonstrated remarkable resolve, restraint, and fortitude in upholding its maritime entitlements in accordance with international law. Its steadfast commitment to the peaceful and lawful pursuit of its sovereign rights deserves both recognition and respect. I thank the State-Based Institute for convening this forum and inviting me to speak at this panel on strengthening defense cooperation among like-minded states to defend the West Philippine Sea. India and the Philippines share deep-rooted ties founded on mutual trust, respect, and a common vision for a free, open, inclusive, and rule-based Indo-Pacific. It's a matter of great satisfaction that our bilateral relationship has evolved into a strategic partnership. This partnership is anchored in a shared belief that peace and stability are best preserved through adherence to international law, including the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. In this context, the award rendered by the Arbitral Tribunal on 12 July 2016 remains a significant milestone. India underscores that the award is final and binding and constitutes the basis for peacefully resolving disputes between the parties. India has an abiding interest in peace, security, and stability in the region. Our position on the South China Sea has been clear and consistent. The sea lanes of communication that pass through the South China Sea are critical for peace, stability, prosperity, and development. We regard the South China Sea as part of the global commons and support freedom of navigation, freedom of overflight, and unimpeded lawful commerce in accordance with international law, particularly UNCLOS. We also share the concerns of many like-minded countries regarding coercive and aggressive actions in the South China Sea that affect regional peace and stability, and call for disputes to be resolved through peaceful dialogue and constructive engagement. At the recently held Quad Foreign Ministers meeting in India, the ministers observed that peace, stability, and prosperity of the Indo-Pacific hinges on upholding international law and peaceful resolution of disputes. They reaffirmed their commitment to defending the rule of law, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. They strongly opposed any destabilizing or unilateral actions that seek to change the status quo, including by force or coercion, which escalate tensions and undermine regional peace and stability. They expressed serious concerns regarding dangerous and coercive actions, including interference with offshore resource development, the repeated obstruction of freedom of navigation and overflight, and the dangerous maneuvers by military aircraft and Coast Guard and maritime militia vessels, especially the unsafe use of water cannons and flares and ramming or blocking actions in the South China Sea. They also expressed serious concern over the militarization of disputed features. Addressing the maritime security challenges, the Quad foreign ministers welcomed India's operationalization of the Indian Ocean Region program of the Quad Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness through the Information Fusion Center, Indian Ocean Region in Gurugram in India. I am glad to inform you that upon invitation extended by India, the Philippines has agreed to join the Information Fusion Center. At the bilateral level, our high-level engagements with the Philippines have injected a fresh momentum into bilateral cooperation. The state visit of President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. to India last August marked a historic step forward with the elevation of our ties to a strategic partnership. During the state visit, Prime Minister Narendra Modi aptly observed, and I quote, "India and the Philippines are friends by choice and partners by destiny. From the Indian Ocean to the Pacific, we are united by shared values. Ours is not just a friendship of the past, it is a promise to the future." This strategic convergence is increasingly being translated into tangible cooperation across multiple domains. Last year, 5 Indian naval ships visited the Philippines, and our 2 navies conducted their inaugural bilateral maritime exercise in the West Philippine Sea. Earlier this year, the Philippines Navy's newest ship participated for the first time in India's fleet review, while contingents of the Philippine Army and Marine Corps joined field exercises in India. These developments represent a significant expansion of our military engagement and the strengthening of multi-domain interoperability. Looking ahead, India will participate in the 2nd ASEAN-India Maritime Exercise in the West Philippine Sea this September, further reinforcing our shared commitment to regional security. At the same time, our partnership extends beyond conventional defense challenges. Both India and the Philippines are prone to natural disasters, making humanitarian assistance and disaster relief a vital pillar of our cooperation. India strives to be a reliable first responder in times of natural disasters across the Indo-Pacific. In January this year, following the devastation caused by Typhoon Tino and Super Typhoon Uwan, India extended humanitarian assistance to the Philippines in a spirit of solidarity and friendship. To institutionalize this cooperation, I am pleased to share that the first India-Philippines disaster management exercise will be held in Manila next month. This landmark initiative will strengthen our collective preparedness and enhance our joint capabilities in disaster response, crisis management, and resilience. As the Philippines modernizes its armed forces and advances its comprehensive archipelagic defense concept, India remains committed to expanding our defense cooperation through defense industry collaboration, joint production, research and development, technology cooperation, and capacity building. Our cooperation is guided by our belief that a strong, secure, and self-reliant Philippines will contribute to the peace, stability, and prosperity of the Indo-Pacific region. In closing, let me reaffirm India's unwavering commitment to a free, open, inclusive, and rules-based Indo-Pacific, and to working with the Philippines and other like-minded states in ensuring a safe, secure, open, and stable maritime domain. Maraming salamat. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Now I'm more concerned with my Tagalog fluency. May we have on stage with us His Excellency Endo Kazuya, Ambassador of Japan to the Philippines, sir.
Excellencies, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Natutuwa po akong makasama ang napakaraming kaibigan at katuwang sa paggunita ng ika-10 anibersaryo ng Arbitral Award. Lubos akong nagpapasalamat sa Strat-Based Institute sa patuloy nilang pagbibigay ng plataforma para sa makabuluhang dialogo. This is the most important part for me. Today, we mark the 10th anniversary of the Arbitral Tribunal's Award concerning the disputes in the South China Sea. At the same time, when I look back the path I have taken in my career, I find this year, 2026, also marks the 30th anniversary of the ratification of UNCLOS by Northeast Asian countries, Japan, Republic of Korea, and the People's Republic of China. I remember efforts then towards establishing new maritime frameworks fitting to the new norm of UNCLOS in Northeast Asia, new fishery treaties, notification scheme for scientific research, and so forth. 3 decades have passed since UNCLOS entered into force for Northeast Asia. A decade has passed since the Arbitral Award. And yet, we are left with a world of greater tensions and growing concerns, both in the East and the South China Sea. The South China Sea stands as one of the world's most critical maritime corridors. It serves as a lifeline for global trade, underpins economic development, and supports millions of livelihoods. The security and stability of these waters are directly linked to the prosperity of the Indo-Pacific region and the integrity of international order based on the rule of law. The norms that govern these waters, or the absence of them, carry repercussions that reach every corner of our interconnected world. The award is final and legally binding on the parties to the dispute under the provisions of UNCLOS. Any refusal to accept this binding ruling contravenes the principle of peaceful resolution of international disputes and undermines the rule of law. Japan places the utmost importance on upholding and reinforcing a free and open international order based on the rule of law. In this regard, Japan highly welcomes and supports the steadfast commitment of the government of the Philippines, which has consistently complied with the award. Despite the passage of a decade, we continue to witness persistent and intensified unilateral attempts to change the status quo by force or coercion in the region. Japan strongly opposes any such actions and remains deeply concerned about repeated actions that increase regional tensions, including dangerous actions against Filipino. We are likewise seriously concerned by the ongoing militarization of disputed features, the unilateral establishment of nature reserves, and recent reports regarding a floating structure in Scarborough Shoal. Furthermore, this week's launch of a submarine-launched ballistic missile by China underscores its broad and rapid military buildup. Japan views this with concern, as it has clear implications for the security of Japan and the region and the world. Japan fervently hopes that all parties to the dispute will comply with the award and international law, ensuring that the South China Sea remains a sea of peace, stability, and cooperation. As the international security environment has become increasingly severe and complex over the past decade, Japan has steadily made its proactive efforts for peace and stability. Earlier this May, Prime Minister Takaichi Sanae unveiled Japan's updated Free and Open Indo-Pacific. This strategy underscores Japan's enduring commitment to working closely with regional partners to advance peace, resilience, and prosperity. Central to this vision is the strengthening of multi-layered security cooperation through the coordinated, seamless use of Japan's policy tools. This includes the strategic alignment of official development assistance, official security assistance, and defense equipment and technology cooperation. The Philippines sits at the very heart of this maritime vision. As neighboring maritime nations situated along critical sea lanes, Japan and the Philippines are bound not only by shared strategic interests, but by a profound collective responsibility. Our partnership has evolved into one of Indo-Pacific's most dynamic and trusted relationships. This historic chapter was highlighted by the state visit of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. to Japan in May this year. Among the landmark outcomes of the visit was the commencement of formal negotiations to delimit the maritime boundary of the exclusive economic zone and continental shelf between the Philippines and Japan, in accordance with international law, in particular, UNCLOS. Our defense and security cooperation has reached new heights as well. The establishment of a dedicated working group to advance discussions on defense equipment transfers, including Abukuma-class vessels and TC-90 aircraft, demonstrates our concrete resolve to build a future-oriented security partnership. The implementation of the Japan-Philippines Reciprocal Access Agreement has already enabled closer, seamless cooperation between our forces through joint exercises, training, and humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operations. In January this year, we also signed the acquisition and cross-servicing agreement, and we expect its entry into force soon, as Japan's Diet already approved the agreement in June. Discussions have likewise commenced on an agreement concerning the protection of classified military information. Nevertheless, as was emphasized by other colleagues, agreements alone are not enough. Building enduring capabilities for credible deterrence are necessary. Japan remains fully committed to supporting the enhancement of the armed forces of the Philippines' defense capabilities through official security assistance and equipment transfer. Furthermore, we will continue to strengthen maritime law enforcement capabilities through close, unwavering cooperation with the Philippine Coast Guard under our ODA. Credible deterrence is strengthened through trusted partnerships founded on mutual trust and shared democratic values. In recent years, Japan, the Philippines, and the United States have made remarkable progress in advancing trilateral cooperation. During the second Japan-US-Philippines Maritime Dialogue, our three countries reaffirmed our strong opposition to unilateral attempts to change the status quo by force or coercion. Strengthening regional resilience also requires us to broaden our network of like-minded partners. Japan has actively participated in multilateral cooperative activities alongside the Philippines and other partners, while expanding practical cooperation among maritime and Coast Guard agencies. Trust is the ultimate cornerstone of partnership. We must continue nurturing it through dialogue, concrete cooperation, and unyielding respect for international law. When that trust is shared, it becomes our strongest source of deterrence and the surest path to lasting peace. We must skillfully conduct diplomacy for a free and open international order based on the rule of law. The responsibility now rests with all of us to ensure that the legacy of the Arbitral Award is translated into enduring action. Let us remain steadfast, let us remain united, and let us ensure that the rule of law prevails in the South China Sea, today and for generations to come. Magkaisa po tayo sa pagtataguyod ng isang malaya, bukas at mapayapang Indo-Pacific. Mabuhayan matatag na pagkakaibigan ng Japan at Pilipinas. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. It's beginning to feel like a Tagalog World Cup here, but a big Japan fan, obviously. May we have the Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to Manila, Ambassador Lee Sang-hwa. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Sorry for the brevity in speaking Tagalog. I wish I could, speak long enough, like my good friend Ambassador Ando. The South Korea failed to advance to the, in the World Cup games. Just the other day, I had the opportunity to visit the newly opened Museo del Galeon. As I walked through its galleries, one thought stayed with me. The Sea of the Galleons was the sea of connectivity. Exploring this repository of history, I was reminded that the oceans have always served not as barriers, but as bridges connecting continents, ideas, cultures, and peoples. For more than 2 centuries, the Manila Galleons linked Asia, the Americas, and Europe through one of history's greatest maritime routes. Their remarkable success depended on the simple but powerful principle, which is the seas remain open, secure, and accessible to all. That lesson continues to be relevant today. Prosperity flourishes when seas unite rather than divide, when rules prevail over coercion, and when freedom of navigation and overflight are respected in accordance with international law. As we marked 10 years since the landmark Arbitral Award, we realized that preserving an open maritime order is not merely a regional concern, but a global responsibility. I vividly recall the ASEAN summit in Vientiane, Laos back in 2016, which took place just a few months after the Arbitral Award. I was able to witness firsthand the sensitivity and seriousness of the South China Sea issue as it was debated more intensely than ever before. Since then, having served as Korea's ambassador to Myanmar and later to the Philippines, I have had the rare opportunity to observe the developments of the South China Sea issue from both ASEAN's west and east frontiers. 10 years on, the waters of South China Sea have remained turbulent and fraught with tension. Some pundits even argue that incidents in the South China Sea have grown in both frequency and severity. Against the backdrop of persistent tensions and growing challenges in the South China Sea, today's gathering carries a significance that is both timely and profound. Despite the tension and challenges, ASEAN countries have not abandoned their commitment to dialogue and diplomacy. A clear example is the continued negotiation for a code of conduct in the South China Sea. I commend the effort of ASEAN leaders at this year's summit in Cebu for their renewed commitment to conclude a substantive and effective COC. Korea fully supports the Philippines ASEAN chairship and its efforts to conclude a COC that we hope will be in line with international law, including UNCLOS, and respect the legitimate rights of all countries, including third countries that use these waters. We know, of course, that the stakes extend well beyond this region. Recent developments in the Strait of Hormuz remind us how vulnerable the global economy becomes when critical maritime routes are threatened. Disruptions there have affected global energy markets, food security, supply chains, and financial stability. This is why it is our collective responsibility to ensure that the crisis in Hormuz will not be replicated in other parts of the critical maritime routes, including the South China Sea. As I conclude my 3-year assignment in the Philippines, I take great pride in witnessing the elevation of Korea-Philippine relations to a strategic partnership with deeper cooperation in maritime security, marine environmental protection, and shipbuilding. These are not merely diplomatic achievements. They are practical investments in regional stability that also reflect a partnership that continues to grow stronger, broader, and more future-oriented. I'm proud to say that the Korean-built offshore patrol vessel was commissioned during the Philippine Navy Day anniversary in June in the presence of President Marcos Jr. Additionally, a multi-role marine cleanup vessel was turned over last week to the Philippine Coast Guard and the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Later this month, we will witness yet another milestone with the launch of the first locally built vessel at the HD Hyundai's Subic shipyard. This reflects a deeper reality. For Korea and the Philippines, both maritime nations, the sea has shaped our histories, connected our economies, and continued to define our shared future. That is why Korea remains firmly committed to a free, open, and rules-based maritime order founded upon international law. As we commemorate the 10th anniversary of the Arbitral Award, I return to the image of Galeon Museum. Its message is timeless. The seas have always been humanity's greatest connectors. Our shared responsibility is to ensure that they remain governed not by force, but by law, not by fear, but by trust, and not by conflict, but by cooperation. Only then can future generations inherit oceans that continue to unite nations, sustain prosperity, and preserve peace. Thank you. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I must say that's one of the most beautiful Barong Tagalogs I've seen so far. May we have next with us Her Excellency Catherine McIntosh, Ambassador of New Zealand to Manila.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Or as we say in New Zealand, tēnā koutou katoa. Distinguished representatives of government and the armed forces, diplomatic colleagues, fellow ambassadors and friends. Natutuwa po akong makasama kayo sa espesyal na okasyong ito. It is indeed a privilege to speak on this significant occasion marking the 10th anniversary of the 2016 South China Sea Arbitral Award. This award remains a landmark contribution to the ongoing effort to uphold international law and ensure peace and stability in our region. New Zealand was the first country to issue a statement following the Arbitral Tribunal Award, and we continue to call on the parties to respect it. Actually, it's quite handy to be the penultimate speaker in this panel because I can make this claim and my ambassador colleagues cannot contest it. So thank you, Professor Dindo, for my strategic placement in the speaking order. The award stands as an example of the peaceful settlement of disputes in accordance with international law, which is vital to a safe, secure, and prosperous Indo-Pacific. The award also affirmed the central role of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, as the comprehensive legal framework governing maritime rights and responsibilities. By providing clarity, predictability, and certainty for all states, regardless of size, UNCLOS remains an essential foundation for regional stability. As a maritime nation, New Zealand's economic prosperity and national security are inextricably linked to stability in the Indo-Pacific. Our trade routes, strategic interests, and regional relationships all depend on a secure and predictable environment governed by international law. New Zealand believes that peace is best preserved through cooperation. This imperative has guided our foreign and defence policies for decades. In practical terms, it means working closely with partners who share our commitment to international law, UNCLOS, and the rules-based order to together help shape a secure and stable strategic environment. The Philippines occupies a pivotal position in the Indo-Pacific. As an archipelagic nation, it faces complex maritime security challenges. New Zealand recognises that these challenges are not solely national concerns. They have broader implications for regional security and for confidence in the international rules that govern maritime conduct. And our collective capacity to respond to shared challenges is strengthened by defence cooperation. Defence cooperation enhances transparency, builds trust, and improves interoperability. Now, recent developments in the New Zealand-Philippines relations demonstrate this commitment. The signing of our Status of Visiting Forces Agreement in 2025 marked a significant step forward in our bilateral defence relationship. The agreement creates greater opportunities for joint training, humanitarian assistance, disaster response cooperation, and military interoperability. And it reflects the growing trust between our two countries and our shared interest in a secure and stable maritime environment. That commitment is already being translated into action. In this, our 60th year of diplomatic relations with the Philippines, sa ika-aning na pong anibersaryo ng pagkakaibigan ng New Zealand at Pilipinas, New Zealand was proud to participate fully in exercises Balikatan and Salaknib for the first time, strengthening professional relationships, operational readiness, and our ability to work more effectively together. and we look forward to future activities with the Philippines under the SOFA. New Zealand's participation alongside partners such as Australia, Japan, the Philippines, and the United States in multilateral maritime activities also illustrates the value of cooperation among like-minded states. We remain interested in participating in further activities that demonstrate our collective willingness to contribute to the stability of our region. Another critical area for defence cooperation is maritime domain awareness. In a vast maritime region, information sharing and situational awareness are essential for effective decision-making and crisis management. By improving our ability to monitor and understand activities at sea, partners can better combat illegal activities, respond to emergencies, and reduce the risk of misunderstandings and miscalculation. Enhanced information sharing arrangements, including the IORIS platform supported by the European Union's Crimario program, as mentioned by Ambassador Massimo, and New Zealand company Starboard's Maritime Intelligence Program make a meaningful contribution to maritime security and regional resilience. New Zealand also acknowledges the importance of defence modernisation, including under New Zealand's 2025 Defence Capability Plan. This plan represents the government's investment to rebuild the New Zealand Defence Force to increase interoperability with Australia and other partners for regional security. Strong and capable defence forces demonstrate preparedness, resilience, and the ability to protect national interests. And support for capability development, professional military education, training opportunities, and technical cooperation help partners strengthen their own security while contributing to broader stability. And as we deepen our bilateral and regional cooperation, New Zealand continues to support the Philippines during its ASEAN chairship in 2026. As the second oldest dialogue partner of ASEAN, with a comprehensive strategic partnership agreed last year, New Zealand welcomes the Philippines' leadership in advancing a resilient, inclusive, and rules-based regional order. We see the chairship as an important opportunity to strengthen cooperation on maritime security and reinforce respect for international law, including UNCLOS. Platforms such as the ASEAN Regional Forum, the ASEAN Defence Ministers Meeting Plus, the East Asia Summit, and the Pacific Islands Forum enable us to share perspectives, build practical cooperation, and work collectively to address common challenges. Ultimately, New Zealand believes that no country alone can address today's security challenges. The Indo-Pacific is safest when nations work together, respect international law, and invest in partnerships based on trust and mutual benefit. By deepening cooperation among like-minded states, supporting the Philippines' efforts to enhance its maritime security, and reinforcing our shared commitment to a rules-based order, we help create the conditions for peace, for stability, and prosperity across the region. As we mark the 10th anniversary of the South China Sea Arbitral Award, we are reminded that the principles at stake are larger than any single dispute. The award demonstrated the enduring value of international law, the peaceful settlement of disputes, and respect for legally binding decisions. The challenge before us in an uncertain global environment is to renew our resolve to uphold the rules and institutions upon which we all depend. By doing so, we can help ensure an Indo-Pacific in which all states can exercise their rights, resolve differences peacefully, and pursue their shared prosperity with confidence. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay.
Maraming salamat too, also to Ambassador. Finally, let us welcome the Ambassador of the United Kingdom, Her Excellency Sarah Halton. While she is currently in the United Kingdom and unable to join us in person, she has kindly prepared a video message for this occasion. I hope she was informed that we have a little World Cup here. Please direct your attention to the screens. Thank you.
Good morning. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. While I regret not being able to mark this important day in person, it's a real pleasure to speak at this distinguished event to mark the 10th anniversary of the 2016 Arbitral Award, a milestone not only for the Philippines, but for the law of the sea, and to talk about the UK's defence partnership with the Philippines in such company. First, I'd like to thank Professor Dindo Manhit for convening this timely conference. I was last posted in Manila 20 years ago, and returning as ambassador has given me a vivid sense of how much the UK-Philippines relationship has grown, but also how much the strategic landscape has changed. The 10th anniversary of the Arbitral Award is a fitting moment to reflect on both. A decade on, the award remains as important as ever, and a significant moment for the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, and international law. The award addresses issues with very real consequences. It rejected claims to historic maritime rights not compatible with UNCLOS. It recognised the traditional fishing rights of Filipino fishers at Scarborough Shoal, affirming access to a livelihood that spans generations. And it highlighted the significant harm caused to the marine environment, underscoring our shared responsibility to protect our oceans under the international law. These findings are not abstract. They resonate in the daily lives of communities across the Philippines. The UK would like to underline, as we have before, that the Arbitral Award is binding on the Philippines and China, irrespective of any protests about its legitimacy. We will continue to advocate respect for international law, including compliance with the Arbitral Award in the South China Sea, and we will continue to oppose and call out actions that raise tensions or the risk of miscalculation. We encourage all parties to settle their disputes peacefully through the existing legal mechanisms, particularly UNCLOS. Why does this matter beyond these shores? The South China Sea remains one of the world's most vital arteries of trade, with over $5 trillion worth of goods traversing it annually, roughly a third of global maritime commerce. Trade with South China Sea claimants in adjacent countries account for about 14.5% of total UK global trade. Disruptions here send ripple effects through global supply chains and energy markets. The nature of maritime security is also evolving. Beyond traditional concerns, we now face the emerging challenges, including the protection of critical underwater infrastructure. Against this backdrop, the UK's commitment to this region is deepening. Our national security strategy is frank about the world we are entering, one defined by intensifying great power competition, the assertion of authoritarian power, and rapid technological disruption. Collective security remains the cornerstone of our response. The Indo-Pacific is a priority theatre for UK defence. What happens here shapes stability far beyond this region. When international rules, such as freedom of navigation, are eroded in one theatre, it sets a precedent that emboldens those who would test them in another. And let me turn to where this panel is rightly focused. How we're doing that through defence cooperation with the Philippines. Because we don't just support a free and open South China Sea with our words, but also through our actions. This year has seen 2 port visits by HMS Spey, one of our Royal Navy warships, permanently deployed in the Indo-Pacific. This is the UK's enduring and persistent maritime presence in this region, following the visit last September of the frigate HMS Richmond that was part of the UK Carrier Strike Group deployment to the Indo-Pacific, which included HMS Prince of Wales and HMS Dauntless. These visits were accompanied by HMS Spey exercising navigational rights and freedoms in the South China Sea in accordance with UNCLOS. This was a practical demonstration that we do not just talk about upholding international law, we act on it. Activities that are continued through the UK's persistent presence of HMS Tamar and HMS Spey. In the maritime domain, we continue to work closely with the Philippines on maritime domain awareness, Coast Guard cooperation, hydrography, the law of the sea, and maritime governance. These priorities are at the heart of our annual maritime dialogue. We were proud to serve as a key sponsoring partner of the Manila Dialogue on the South China Sea last year, a forum that seeks to foster dialogue on a rules-based resolution to disputes in the South China Sea. In the defence space, we're building military capability through international defence training, focusing on developing specialist skills and professional military education for future commanders, as well as welcoming Philippine officer cadets to our single service training establishments at Dartmouth, Sandhurst and Cranwell. We're pursuing joint military exercises and capitalising on opportunities to observe others. We were particularly pleased to be a part of Exercise Balakatan 26 as an observer nation, with aspirations to be a participating nation in the future, and are planning to participate in Exercise Sama-Sama 26 later this year, deepening our interoperability with the Philippines and our allies. More broadly, we are increasing bilateral engagement across the air, land and maritime domains, with periodic visits by specialist training teams delivering specific and nuanced training in important fields. This is practical, tangible cooperation, and it is expanding. A significant step forward is the Status of Visiting Forces Agreement, which is currently under discussion between our two governments and soon to commence formal negotiation. Announced during the visit of our Minister for Defence in the House of Lords, Lord Coker, to Manila last year, the SOFA would provide the legal framework for even deeper operational collaboration and interoperability between the British and armed forces of the Philippines. It is a clear signal of the trajectory of this relationship. Our Joint Defence Committee, an annual meeting where the UK and the Philippines discuss matters of defence, training and opportunities to further strengthen our engagement, cohesion and capacity. Your Excellencies, as we mark this anniversary, it is worth reflecting not only on what the 2016 Arbitral Award decided, but on what it demands of us. The Philippines has shown real courage in its support of international law in the South China Sea. That deserves recognition. And the UK, for our part, will always stand up for international law, including the UN Charter and UNCLOS. The challenges to the rules-based order are real in this region and around the world, but that order remains the best guarantor we have of our shared security and prosperity. It is the principle that right, not might, should prevail. A decade later, the task is not complete, but the resolve is clear. By deepening our partnerships and turning shared commitments into shared action, we can build together a more stable, peaceful and prosperous future for all. Thank you. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much. Just to be clear, she has a full training in Filipino language. May we acknowledge the presence of U.S. Ambassador to the Philippines, Mr. Lee Lipton. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. At this point, I would like to call on the Executive Director of the Strat-Based Institute, Claude Guevara-Hizon, for the next part of our program.
"10 years after the Arbitral Award, one truth is worth stating plainly. The Philippines was never meant to defend this victory alone. There have always been attempts to suggest otherwise, that our victory was isolated, that it has faded from memory, that it no longer matters. That story has never been true, and every ambassador and representative with us today is living proof of it. The Arbitral Award reaffirmed that no state, regardless of size or power, can unilaterally rewrite the rules of the sea. And it proved to be a victory not only for the Philippines, but for every nation that depends on open seas, lawful commerce, and a stable, rules-based order. Over the past decade, the solidarity we once received in words has grown into a widening architecture of partnership. New defense and security agreements, joint patrols, maritime exercises prove that the Philippines is backed by nations that believe sovereignty must be respected, that law must prevail over coercion, and that peace must never be held hostage by power. We are deeply grateful for that support from Australia, Canada, European countries such as Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Croatia, Cyprus, Czech, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, and Sweden. India, Japan, South Korea, New Zealand, United States, Norway, Ukraine, Israel, Switzerland, United Kingdom, Vietnam, and Malaysia. A decade ago, this fight belonged to the Philippines alone in a courtroom in The Hague. This afternoon, on this stage, it belongs to all of us. At this time, may I invite the ambassadors and representatives of these countries to join us on stage as we recognize the friends and partners who have stood with the Philippines in defending the West Philippine Sea and upholding the rules-based international order. Please. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
All right, we had a minor miracle. We're a bit ahead of schedule right now. Thank you, everyone. Before we move to the final session of the day, we'll be taking a, well, more than 15 minutes break, I suppose, by this time. If we could be back by 3:30, please, so that we can proceed with our next discussions and perhaps more room for interaction and question and answer. Coffee and refreshments are served just outside this room. And see you later, 3:30. Thank you. All right, I think we can begin to settle back into our seats. Sige. Fantastic. Yeah, we'll see what. All right, we'll start very shortly. Just waiting for everyone to head back to the room. We got a little bit cozier. If we could converge here, yeah. Don't be shy. All right, welcome back, everyone. For our final session, we examine the whole of society approach to defending the West Philippine Sea. This panel will address how a coordinated society-wide effort is essential to strengthen public resilience and reinforce our ability to uphold national interests. To begin, let us hear first from Cardinal Pablo Virgilio David, Bishop of Caloocan and former president of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of the Philippines. While he is unable to join us in person today, he has graciously prepared a video message for this occasion. Please direct your attention to the screen. Thank you.
I would like to extend my warm greetings to the organizers of the Strat-based Institute, our partners in government, the diplomatic community, civil society, the academe, the media, and all the participants in this forum commemorating the 10th anniversary of the 2016 arbitral ruling. I regret that I cannot be with you in person today because I am attending the plenary assembly of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of the Philippines in Ozamis City. But I am grateful for the opportunity to join you through this brief video message. 10 years ago, the Permanent Court of Arbitration rendered a landmark decision that affirmed the rights of the Philippines under international law. More than a legal victory for one nation, the Arbitral Award reaffirmed an important principle for the entire community of nations, that disputes should be settled not by force, but by law, not by coercion, but through peaceful and lawful means. Well, as adherents of the Christian faith and members of the Catholic Church, we stand with Pope Leo XIV in our unwavering commitment to peace. And yet we know that peace is not merely the absence of conflict. As the prophet Isaiah once said, and I quote, "The work of justice will be peace." Justice requires that the legitimate rights of every people and every nation be respected, not overridden by force, not bargained away, and not redefined by power. For this reason, defending the legitimate rights of the Philippines under international law is not just a matter of national interest. It is also an affirmation of a rules-based international order that protects all nations, especially those whose voice and power may be limited. When international law is respected, every nation gains. When it is disregarded, every nation becomes more vulnerable. You see, the Church has always insisted that peace is inseparable from truth and justice. At the same time, she reminds us that peace cannot be built through fear, domination, or the unchecked pursuit of power. It is built rather through dialogue, mutual respect, and a shared commitment to the common good of the entire human family. This is where the Catholic Church seeks to make her distinctive contribution. She is neither a military power nor an economic power. The Church has no territorial ambitions to defend. Our mission is moral and spiritual, precisely because the Church does not speak from the standpoint of national interest. She can remind the world of principles that transcend every nation's interests: the dignity of every human person, the equal dignity of every people, solidarity among nations, the rule of law, and our shared responsibility for the common good. The international institutions established after the Second World War arose from humanity's painful resolve that such devastation should never again befall our world. They were founded on the conviction that law must prevail over force, dialogue over violence, and cooperation over domination. Today, these institutions are under considerable strain. They deserve honest criticism where they have fallen short, of course. Yet their imperfections should move us to reform and strengthen them, not abandon them. If we lose confidence in the institutions that enable nations to resolve disputes peacefully, we risk returning to a world where might determines right. That would be a tragedy, not only for smaller nations, but for all humanity. The theme of this forum reminds us that defending the West Philippine Sea requires a whole-of-society approach. Certainly, this includes diplomacy, sound defense, and legal advocacy, but it also requires something deeper: a shared commitment to truth. You see, one of the greatest threats to peace today is the erosion of truth itself. Disinformation weakens trust, distorts public judgment, and divides societies from within. Defending truth is therefore not only a civic duty, it is a moral responsibility. For believers, it is an act of fidelity to the God who is truth itself. Hope for peace is never naive. It is sustained whenever people and nations refuse to surrender to the false belief that power alone determines history. Every time we choose dialogue over hostility, truth over propaganda, justice over expediency, and cooperation over coercion, we affirm that another way is possible. As we commemorate this 10th anniversary of the Arbitral Award, may we renew our confidence that law is stronger than coercion, dialogue wiser than violence, and justice the surest path to peace. May we continue to build a world in which every nation, great or small, is accountable to the same moral and legal order, and where peace rests not on fear, but on justice, truth, and mutual respect. May God bless the Filipino people, and may God bless our one human family. Maraming salamat po. This is Cardinal Pablo Virgilio David, Bishop of Caloocan.
Maraming salamat, Cardinal David, for your inspiring message to kick off another series of Tour de Force presentations. Let me ask, we're joined today by the Mayor of Calayan, Palawan, who flew to Manila just to be with us here today. Let us welcome Honorable Balthazar Alindogan. Thank you very much, sir.
Magandang hapon po. Good afternoon. Salamat ng marami, Sir Victor Manhit, for inviting me. I felt nostalgic a while ago when I heard the speeches of our excellencies, ambassadors from different countries. Distinguished guests, members of the diplomatic community, colleagues in government, our partners in defense and security, representative from civil society, the academe, the media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. When many Filipinos hear about the West Philippine Sea, they think of maps, legal victories, diplomatic statements, or ships at sea. In Kalayaan, we think of something much simpler. We think of our fishermen heading out to sea before dawn. We think of children walking to school. We think of teachers beginning another day of classes. Health workers ensuring that essential healthcare remains within reach. Local officials carrying out the work of governance, and families continuing to build their future despite the realities of living in a very remote island municipality. For us in Kalayaan, life is inseparable from the West Philippine Sea. It shapes the way we live, the way we serve, and the future we're building for the next generation. Whenever I have the opportunity to speak with our fishermen, I am reminded that the West Philippine Sea is never an abstract issue for them. Our conversations are often about the weather, the day's catch, their families, and making it home safely. Those conversations remind me that behind every discussion on maritime security, international law, and credible deterrence are ordinary Filipinos striving to earn an honest living and provide for their families and return home safely each day. That perspective has shaped how we understand what it truly means to defend the West Philippine Sea. Much has already been said, and rightly so, about international law. The Arbitral Award, maritime security, and credible deterrence. This remains indispensable to protecting our national interest. From where we stand, however, we learned that this strength of a nation is ultimately reflected in the resilience of its people. The defense of the West Philippine Sea is not confined to what happens at sea. It is also strengthened every day through good governance, a resilient community, and citizens who continue to live, work, and serve with dignity. In Kalayaan, we have been fortunate to witness what can happen when different institutions, partners, and citizens move with a shared sense of purpose. Our national government, local government, defense and security forces, civil society organizations, development partners, and above all, our residents each contribute in ways that complement one another. That partnership has created opportunities for families to build sustainable livelihoods, for children to learn and grow with a deeper appreciation of our nation's maritime heritage, and for essential public services to remain accessible despite the unique realities of governing an island municipality. These are indeed ordinary responsibilities of government, yet taken together, they tell a larger story. They remind us that national security and community development reinforce one another, and that every thriving Filipino community in Kalayaan quietly affirm what our laws, our diplomacy, and our institutions already uphold. The West Philippine Sea is more than a matter of national policy. It is the maritime domain that sustains communities like ours, where Filipinos continue to live, work, and build their future. Our experience in Kalayaan has also reminded us that another challenge demands our attention: disinformation. Disinformation seeks to distort facts, create confusion, and weaken public trust. It attempts to make the West Philippine Sea seem too distant, too complicated, and or too discouraging for ordinary Filipinos to care about. Our strongest response must always begin with truth, and truth is most powerful when it is lived. We do not answer this information simply by issuing statements. We answer it through the everyday lives of the Filipino people who call Kalayaan home. People who continue to serve, teach, heal, protect, and govern, and build their future with quiet determination. These are not extraordinary people doing extraordinary things. They are ordinary Filipinos faithfully serving their families, their municipality, and ultimately our nation. As we commemorate nearly a decade since the landmark Arbitral Award, we celebrate not only a legal victory, but also a continuing responsibility to assert our right firmly and responsibly. Always guided by the rule of law, to strengthen our institutions, to reject disinformation with truth, and to ensure that future generations inherit not only a maritime domain whose rights are upheld, but also a nation whose people understand why those rights matter. If there is one lesson our experience in Kalayaan has taught us, it is this: the defense of the West Philippine Sea is not the work of one institution, one profession, or one municipality. It takes, and in the word of Halford Locock, no one can whistle a symphony. It takes an orchestra to play. defending the West Philippine Sea is a shared work of a nation, and that is a whole of the nation approach and collaboration. Whether we serve in government, education, the media, civil society, our defense and security forces, or our local communities, each of us has a role to play. No single institution carries this responsibility alone, but together they become the quiet strength of a nation that knows who it is, what it stands for, and what it is determined to protect. That perhaps is the greatest lesson our municipality can humbly share. The defense of the West Philippine Sea is ultimately about people, and when we remain guided by truth, united in purpose, and steadfast in the rule of law, we strengthen not only our sovereign rights, but also the future of our nation. Mabuhay ang pag-asa, mabuhay ang kalayaan.
Mabuhay kayo, Mayor. Thank you very much for your impassioned intervention, especially coming from someone at the very front line of our struggle in the West Philippine Sea. For our next speaker, this is also someone at the front line, both aboard and also on board. Next, please welcome Rear Admiral J. Tariela, spokesperson for the West Philippine Sea of the Philippine Coast Guard. Sure, after you.
First of all, I would like to thank Sir Dindo for inviting me in celebration of this very important anniversary of our Arbitral Award. And secondly, I would also like to greet the Chinese Embassy for happy anniversary. We'll need to thank the Chinese Embassy because, without China, there will be no Arbitral Award. There will be no proof of dispute mechanism for UNCLOS if China didn't exist. That's why we have to thank them. 10 years ago, on the 12th of July, 2016, the Philippines won. Not with warships, not with missiles. We won with the law. The Arbitral Tribunal, constituted under UNCLOS, ruled with clarity that the world could not ignore the 9-dash line has no legal basis. But let us be honest with ourselves this afternoon. For 10 years after that victory, then, the award remained an obstruction, especially during the time of President Rodrigo Duterte, when he described it only as a piece of paper. It was a document discussed only then in conference rooms, cited by lawyers, debated by academics. Meanwhile, out at sea, our fishermen were being blocked, our vessels were being rammed and water cannoned, and most Filipinos could not even point where Ayungin Shoal is and where Bajo de Masinloc is on a map. That is why, under this administration, for President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., he has decided to launch the Transparency Initiative of the National Task Force for the West Philippine Sea. We made a deliberate decision. We would show the Filipino people and the world exactly what is happening in our waters. Every dangerous maneuver, every blockade, every act of coercion and deception, we had it documented and we publish it without hesitation. We put cameras where there used to be silence. And transparency did what obstruction never could. It made the West Philippine Sea real. Today, the Filipino people no longer ask, saan ang Ayungin Shoal? Saan ang Bajo de Masinloc? The questions that they are now asking is, how can we defend it? Paano natin titindigan ang West Philippine Sea? The award is no longer a legal footnote. It is a national conviction. Over this 10 years, awareness became unity. And unity became something even more powerful that awakened the patriotism of every Filipinos from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Not the patriotism of slogans, but the patriotism of a people who finally saw with their own eyes what is at stake for the Philippines. And here is a proof of the awakening. When we talk about the West Philippine Sea today, it is no longer just the language of the armed forces of the Philippines or even the Philippine Coast Guard. Filmmakers now, such as director Baby Ruth, are now producing documentaries that carry our story to festivals around the world. Muralists are painting our sovereignty on walls in our cities in different parts of our country. Rappers, which was also conducted by Atin Ito, contests, are now singing it as a song. Teachers, priests, students, fisherfolk, civil society, they have all claimed that West Philippine Sea is now their cause because it is their own. Every Filipino owns these waters, and this is what victory looks like when a nation like ours internalize what it is for us to win legally. But awareness alone will not secure our maritime domain. And this brings me to the heart of my message tonight. The West Philippine Sea demands a whole of government approach. And beyond that, a whole of nation commitment, which was also mentioned by Secretary Chodoro this morning. No single agency can carry this alone. Not through the Coast Guard patrols, not through the diplomatic protests of the Department of Foreign Affairs, not through the Philippine Navy sovereign patrols, and not even the Justice Department as they define the legal architecture of our position, and not even the Bureau of Fisheries, who also protect the fishermen's livelihood. We also need the support of the Department of Education to make sure that every Filipino learns why these waters matter for our future generation. Our economic managers must also be able to strengthen our coastal communities. This is the logic of the National Task Force for the West Philippine Sea. One nation, many instruments, but for only a single purpose. Because the challenge we face is not only the ships at sea, it is also the disinformation that seeks to confuse our own people. It is coercion that seeks to exhaust our resolve. It is a campaign designed to make us even doubt what the law has already settled. Against a challenge that is whole of society in its design, our response must be whole of nation in its strength. And let me be very clear, the need for transparency across the whole of government is greater today than it was when we began this initiative in 2023. When we started, we were only countering the gray zone operations at sea, the vessel's blockade of our resupply missions, and the water cannoning aimed at our crew. Today, the battlefield has already expanded. We are now confronting an accelerated campaign of foreign information manipulation and interference, or FIMI, waged by the People's Republic of China against the Filipino people themselves. And this campaign is no longer hiding behind anonymous troll farms and shadowy proxies. It is now being conducted openly at the level of the Chinese embassy here in Manila, issuing statements that distort the Arbitral Award, recycling the fiction of the 9-dash line, and attempting to rewrite in the minds of Filipinos what international law has already decided. When a foreign embassy uses its official platforms to manipulate the public discourse of its host nation, we should not call that diplomacy. That is already an interference for our domestic affairs. Transparency defeated obstruction at sea. Now, transparency must defeat the deception in the information space. Every agency, not just the Coast Guard or the Armed Forces of the Philippines, but even our foreign affairs and our regulators and educators, must expose these operations with the same discipline we use to expose the dangerous maneuvers at sea. It has to work on the narrative with a unified statement across all government agencies. So on this 10th anniversary, let us make a commitment worthy of the award itself. To every government agency, the West Philippine Sea is in your mandate, whether it is written there or not. To every artist, every storyteller like Direct Baby Ruth, every teacher, keep making our seas impossible to ignore. And to every Filipino, the award gave us the law, transparency gave us the truth, but only unity will give us our future. The 9-line was already invalidated by law. Let it now be overwhelmed by the unity of 120 million Filipinos, that what is ours, and we will defend it together. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Admiral Dr. Tariela. Definitely unbowed and definitely bludgeoning all the trolls out there with your activity. Next, to keep the tour de force going, we also have Rear Admiral Romel Jude Ong, retired, but not retired in terms of fighting for the West Philippine Sea, who's now also a non-resident fellow of the Strat-based Institute and the convener of the Ateneto Coalition. Admiral?
Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the West Philippine Sea is a vital maritime domain for the Philippines and the wider Indo-Pacific. Yet today, it is also the contested space where China's actions challenge the sovereign rights, the stability of the regional order, and the sanctity of international law. However, addressing such challenge cannot be confined to the military or diplomatic sphere alone, much less in the information space. We need a whole of society approach anchored in the national will, the sum total of political will and the people's will. Political will expressed through our government that upholds the rule of law, advances the national interests, and aligns with our collective security agenda. People's will as the living spirit of our democracy, reflecting the lived courage of fisherfolks, the vigilance of youth, and the unity of our communities. Sometime in May 15 of 2024, while Paeng David was leading the sortie towards Bao de Masinloc, Justice Carpio, Professor Manhit, Ambassador Lula, General Bautista, and some other luminaries were huddled together at Arete at Ateneo de Manila University, asking the question, what the hell is our West Philippine Sea strategy? And in the process of that discussion, next slide, we come up with a theory of victory based on a dual stack strategy of denial and cost imposition. Denial in the case to address our current situation, and cost imposition in times of conflict. For denial to succeed in the national strategic level, we must meet the following conditions. Next. Prevent the internal discord among fellow Filipinos. And as we creep by day and by month towards 2028, that will be our existential challenge. Because even as today, discord seems to be the weapon of choice of actors in our political field. Second, we must avoid distrust among institutions in our government. We cannot afford government officials, agencies, institutions with different mandates stovepiped towards their respective agenda, or persons in authority aspiring for their own political agenda to dictate the matters of policy and programs. Next, we should ensure that government is not compelled to yield our national interests under pressure. And last, we must resist isolation from our allies and partners. Before I close, let me share my key takeaways. 1, defense is a shared responsibility. No single person or self-proclaimed messiah carries the burden of safeguarding our sovereign rights in the West Philippine Sea. It is the collective action among government agencies, private enterprise, academia, civil society, and citizens, all acting in concert. Second, we must harness all instruments of national power. A whole-of-society approach integrates diplomatic, informational, military, economic, and societal tools. Each lever reinforces the others. Diplomacy gains credibility when backed by deterrence. Economic resilience reduces vulnerability to coercion. Societal unity denies adversaries the ability to exploit internal divisions. Third, action must outweigh rhetoric. Performance is measured in deeds, not in words. Protests manifesting in diplomacy and strategic communications must be matched by presence in our waters, 24/7, 365 days. Policy pronouncements must be backed by investments in maritime infrastructure, logistics, alliances. Credibility rests on execution. Fourth, we need to anchor strategy in the 3 forms of will, where national will, political will, and people's will converge. They form the bedrock of resilience and deterrence. And last, we need to ground resilience in the values and faith that we are all subscribed to. Our endurance is sustained by our belief in God, loyalty to our country, and empathy with the struggles of our people. This moral foundation strengthens our resolve in the face of prolonged challenge. I end my homage to our fisher folks using the ethos of my background, which is the Naval Intelligence Community. And it is the word silent service. Effectiveness can be achieved without public recognition. With that, I end. Thank you, and magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat.
Thank you, Admiral, for that heartfelt message. Clearly one of the finest strategic minds in the country. I really suggest you check out his works on West Philippine Sea, drawing on his extensive research and, of course, experience. Next, we have the honor of welcoming Colonel Raymond Powell, retired but still very young and very active podcaster like yours truly, who also happens to be director of Project Sea Light. After you, sir.
We will get to the slide in just a second. And those of you who saw it yesterday, I apologize for showing it to you again, but I'm going to talk to it in a little bit of a different way today. First of all, Sea Light was born, and it is now more than Project Sea Light. It is actually now the Sea Light Foundation. It is a nonprofit. But it was born kind of at a strat-based event, wasn't it, Dindo? In fact, it was kind of, really, its first coming out party, even before it announced itself as Sea Light, was at another strat-based event where Ray, sitting in his pajamas back in Palo Alto, virtually showed some ship tracking information about some things happening at Scarborough Shoal. And it made a little bit of a minor sensation because it was at a time before the Transparency Initiative here in the Philippines. And nobody had told anybody anything for about 6 years. And so there was a tremendous interest in this idea that what if we could take information and give it directly to the public as a way of doing three things: imposing costs upon the aggressor, building resilience among the people in a democracy who need to be able to push back, and building international support for the aggrieved party. And you know what? It seems to have worked out. So I want to take you through a little bit of a case study in how it works and how we do what we do. So this is the Batanes story. Why did this happen this way? Well, as you can see, I there with my little ship tracking software, Starboard Maritime Intelligence, thank you very much, Starboard, for all of your support, had been tracking these ships operating east of Batanes really since the beginning of June. And it was a fascinating story because China announced through its state media that it was going to run these patrols as a result of the delimitation talks between Japan and the Philippines over their exclusive economic zones. And suddenly these sovereignty patrols were happening all the way, let's see if I can take this with me, all the way over here when China's 10-dash line ends right here. So it was curious to us, why is this happening and what is their justification? Because they've never claimed this before. This seems like a new thing, a new claim over here, not in the West Philippine Sea, but over here in the Blue Pacific, in the Philippine Sea. What is it is happening here? And so we had been watching and reporting on this for some time. And so before, literally, yesterday morning, I wake up and I was going to just talk about this patrol, and I was curious whether there had been anything in the Chinese ecosystem that explained how they were able to make this claim when they had never claimed this water before. And so I, using my favorite little AI tools, said, tell me, what are the Chinese saying? And it turns out that they were actually saying something. And they were saying that they got this group of scholars together, and they said, you know what? We actually own the Batanes Islands, right? And that means that this EEZ is our EEZ. So that's where all this came from. It wasn't just because one day Xi Jinping said, you know what, Batanes, I want those too. I'm not expecting an invasion of Batanes. I don't think that there is going to be any serious event to try to effort to try to take over Batanes. This was all about this water right here because China wants it. And China wants it for its own strategic purposes. The Bashi Channel here is really important to China. They've been doing all kinds of surveys in the middle there. And so now, for the first time, not right now because there's a typhoon, but they are running continuous patrols out here. And this is new. So the claim to Batanes, which, I mean, there have been people in Taiwan who've kind of played around with this idea. Yeah, we probably own those too. But, you know, in a democracy, people can believe a lot of things, right? If I write an article for the New York Times and I say, I think there should be a Jollibee on top of the Empire State Building, then that's nice, right? But who the hell am I, right? But in China's system, a group of scholars is not just a group of scholars who sort of spontaneously gets together and say, hey, let's figure this out. When they actually made their Batanes announcement, they said, we are doing it as a result of the Japan-Philippines delimitation talks. So they did this to justify these sovereignty claims so that it could provide the underpinning for their maritime claim to this water. What's really interesting about this is the 9-dash line, which is now the 10-dash line. You know, we always thought that's kind of a ridiculously large place, but hey, they're filling it in. This is very concerning. So the line was the first thing, and then the Coast Guard and the Maritime Militia and all the rest of it showed up later. Well, here they pushed the ships out first, and then they scrambled to come up with the justification. And the justification is Batanes. So this is how it works. So yesterday morning, I'm getting ready to go to, where's Jeffrey at? I'm getting ready to go to Jeffrey's event, where I'm speaking on one of the early panels, and I see, okay, wow, people definitely need to know about this. It goes back to building resilience, right? People, if they find out about this, will be justifiably outraged. And honestly, that's important in a gray zone fight. You need the population to be energized against the aggression, or else your politicians will not stand up for something your people don't care about. So we said, look, we're not, I know China always accuses me of hyping the issue. All I do is report what they are saying out loud. Sometimes it's in Mandarin, but report what they are saying out loud. And this is what they were saying. So yesterday I put together a Facebook post on the Sea Light webpage, and I put it out. As of now, it's only been out for just over a day. It's had 3.7 million views. People care. And that's getting back to the value of transparency. Now, when we started this project, I did not know that Jay Terriella and I would be forever linked in a bazillion conspiracy theories. That was not my intent, but it is my honor. 5 minutes? I've still got 5 minutes. How am I going to talk for 5 more minutes? I'm kidding. You're doing your job. But it has been the honor of my life. And I am so privileged to work amongst such dedicated Filipinos, people who love their country, people who love democracy and the rule of law. And I just want to close by saying, I love you guys.
Thank you very much. I was waiting for your, also thank you to China, right, for making your career very vibrant, especially nowadays. Absolutely, we're all very grateful. Next we have with us Jim Hake, founder and CEO of Spirit of America, and he brings unparalleled, of course, experience when it comes to a whole-of-nation approach. In your case, of course, when it comes to 9/11 attacks. May we have you on stage, please?
Well, greetings, everyone. Thanks for hanging out late on a Friday afternoon. And I'll say that with the last 3 days of conferences, if the stamina you all have in hanging in there for these sessions is half of what we can all apply to dealing with the PRC's aggression in the West Philippine Sea, China does not stand a chance. And I'm really proud to be here today. The folks that are part of this session, it's just a real honor to be among you. Admiral Terriella, you bring el fuego to everything you do. That you've done all you have to popularize and build awareness of China's aggression in the West Philippine Sea, and that you're the country's most trusted spokesperson about those issues. I understand why. Admiral Ang and Ms. David, the work you all do with the Akinaito Coalition is an inspiration to those of us who were observing from afar and now get to be with you here. Ray is a shining example of the commitment of one person to get busy and get after a big problem. And Ray, I appreciate everything you do. So thanks, everybody. And Professor Manhit, Dindo, thank you for inviting me. I'm an entrepreneur by background, a business entrepreneur, and what Dindo has done with StratBase in this conference, we will never know the full magnitude of the effort that he's put in. The odds are always against an entrepreneur, and Dindo has done extraordinary things here, starting with popularizing the notion of a free and open Indo-Pacific. I'm going to give you a background on what we've done and what we experimented with and demonstrated it with the whole of society approach at Spirit of America. But it's a great time to be with you all. We have, of course, the 10th anniversary of the Arbitral Award, but we have two other anniversaries this year. that are tied together with the 10th anniversary. We have the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States of America, the Declaration of Independence, which set the world on a new trajectory. We also have the 80th anniversary of the U.S.-Philippine Alliance, and an alliance that recognized the United States and the Philippines as sovereign equals. And that alliance has been the foundation of our shared values. And I am proud to be a part of that alliance here with you now. I'll tell you a little bit about Spirit of America and, again, the whole of society approach. So we are a privately funded nonprofit organization, a 501c3 based in, you would imagine, America and the United States of America. So what we do, we've really pioneered a new model of providing privately funded assistance, funding from private donors around the country in support of peace, security, and well-being of America and our allies around the world, our partners and allies around the world. So how we do that is we start by talking to U.S. troops and diplomats, including those here in the Philippines, and understanding what they're trying to accomplish and how we can help. And that always leads to conversations with their partners. So we've done a lot of projects in support of the AFP over the last 9 years. I'll mention one in a second. But we support our local partners, our allies, America's troops and diplomats, similar to how a venture capitalist supports an entrepreneur. We support their initiative. Our guiding idea is that we support the initiative of people closest to a problem. And that works in our economy, and it works in civil society and national security as well. We've had donations from thousands of Americans, ranging from $10 to millions of dollars. And so the reason that I am here today is because of the generosity of Americans who you will most likely never meet, but who have me here today to see how we can help the Philippine-American alliance be ever stronger in the face of these very serious threats. We have done 56 projects in the Philippines over the last 9 years. I'm going to show you one on the next slide, please. There we go. So this is from 2019, and is Terrell in the room? Where's Terrell? There you go. Stand up, please. In the front row. Great. This is Terrell Chandler. So Terrell is responsible. She's leading our work in the Philippines now. She led the project that you see here, which was started with U.S. Special Operations Forces based here in Manila, working with their AFP partners. And the issue was population support, stronger relationships between civilian elements during the Islamic State fight in the southern Philippines. And so we helped with clean water projects, medical projects, other humanitarian assistance that, first and foremost, helped people. Secondly, strengthen the relationship between the AFP and the local population, and to great effect. So we've done 56 projects in the Philippines, most of them in the last year or two, dealing more with maritime domain awareness. And you say, well, 56 projects, how come we've never heard of Spirit of America until now, for most of you? And there's a good answer to that. It's because it's not about us. It's about the partners we work with and the people we and our partners are trying to help and to support. They use an expression that is, you can do a whole lot more if you don't try to take credit for it. And it's true, and it's a pretty good idea. So, next slide, please. So we, as an organization, so our board includes folks who many of you know, former Secretary of Defense General Jim Mattis, General H.R. McMaster, General Brian Fenton, the most recently retired commander of the U.S. Special Operations Command. And we also have an agreement, we're the only nonprofit that has an agreement with the United States Department of War that allows the U.S. military to collaborate with us, identify needs, receive and distribute assistance that we provide, and provide logistical support at the military's discretion. So we're the only organization, in the world, in the United States, that has such an agreement. And how this came to be is really, I was I still view myself as an entrepreneur and a business person, and I run Spirit of America as I would run a business, really no difference at all except the legal and profit structure for it. The attacks of 9/11 motivated me to want to do something to help. I didn't have any government, military, nonprofit, or international experience at the time. But I did have a belief and understanding that what we stand for, the values that Filipinos and Americans share, are the most important ideas for people to lead the better life that they seek. And that those were the attacks of 9/11 were as much or more attacks on the ideas of America than on our territory. So I wanted to do something to help. And not having a background in these areas was actually perfect. It perfectly suited me to do something innovative in this space, because if I thought I knew what to do, I probably would have done that thing and it would have been as useful as it was, and it would have begun and ended. But what we have is a model where we're supporting the initiative of people closest to a problem, and we can leverage and work with our government's massive investment in presence and personnel around the world. So along the way, the Wall Street Journal did this piece, and since we work so closely with U.S. military and State Department personnel and local partners, the way we think about it is we fill the gaps between what needs to be done and what government can do. And I would often be asked the question, well, whatever it is, gee, that water pump in the Philippines, how come government couldn't do that? And there's always an answer, and if, of course, government can do what we're proposing to do, well, we would like government to do it. It's not a popular thing with donors to use private funding to displace government funding. So there's always an answer. But when I'm asked why can't government do it, what I usually say now is that is the wrong question. The real question is, how do we win? How do the values that we all stand for together, how do those prevail? Because that's what it's all about for us, and that's what is happening in the West Philippine Sea. It's an example of, well, if we don't deal with aggression, if we don't find ways to stop it and deter it, it will continue. So in answering the question, how do we win, it's, when you put it that way, it's among the most obvious things, I think, in the world, which is, well, is it better to only do what government can do and hope for the best and watch it and so forth? Or is it better to take what government can do and add to it what the private sector can do? And of course, that's just simple math, but it's more than that. I'm going to skip forward to one quick thing. Next one, please. And this is one of our board members as well, who says without Spirit of America, it's really without civil society. It is like we're fighting with one hand behind our back. And so what civil society can do is bring the other hand into the fight, and it changes everything. Otherwise, you're just really playing defense. Next slide, please. So I offer that civil society and civil society actors like Spirit of America, like the others that you're hearing about today, are the superpower of free and democratic societies. The PRC does not have this capability. And it's voluntary, and people get after a problem because they want to, and it's unstoppable. So as you look at what can be done here in the Philippines, please view Spirit of America as a partner. We are here to work with you to address the situation, to help support the sovereignty and security and well-being of Filipinos in and around the West Philippine Sea, but more broadly. We understand that the Philippines is the front lines of the fight to defend the free world, and we are here to help you do that. So thank you very much.
Recording in progress.
Thank you, Jim, for reminding that you have been with us in spirit, although we should give more credit, of course, to the fantastic contribution you have made to a whole of nation approach. For our next speaker, of course, we have Rafaela David with us, co-convener of the Ateneo Coalition, who's of course a great reminder that what we have is a cross-generational inclusive approach. I know people think I'm Gen Z, but actually she's my fellow millennial, so it's nice to have a fellow millennial also share her point of view on this whole of nation approach. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sir Dindo, Strat-based distinguished guests. It's my honor to speak on behalf of Atin Ito Coalition, a civil society organization, coalition of people's organizations who came together to civilianize the West Philippine Sea. We believe that at the end of the day, victory means the West Philippine Sea is accessible to ordinary citizens. And I'm proud to recognize some of our leaders in the coalition here. Of course, Father Ed of PRRM, from Pakisama, Sambilog, our youth leaders here, and Kong Dada Ismula, who rode the jet ski at Pag-asa Islands. Again, on behalf of Atin Ito, it's an honor. To begin my remarks on the whole of nation approach to defend the West Philippine Sea, I invite everyone to watch a very short video of an event that we conducted last Sunday to celebrate the 10th year anniversary of our Arbitral Award under the UNCLOS. There is something profoundly beautiful about people coming together to build something so much more than the sum of their parts. When I jumped onto one of the boats and we left the barge of Barangay Huhundwe in Subic, Zambales that Sunday morning, I felt a slight panic. With so many boats participating, would it even be possible to direct everyone into the proper formation? The fishers came from different local federations, 6 in total, and we didn't have time to orient everyone. But as soon as the panic came, it left, replaced by a sense of relief and certainty. I realized it shouldn't be too difficult. Everyone knew what we wanted to form. I had no doubt we all had one image in our minds: the Philippine flag. It is the symbol of our nation. It is what is emblazoned on the chest of Carlos Yulo when he competed in the Olympics. It is the same flag that Filipino students sing to half awake before the start of morning classes. It is the same flag that our Filipino patriots unfurled when we declared independence from Spain in 1898. All of us know the national flag. It is ours for better or worse, for all the good and the bad it represents. This to me is what it means to be not just a society, but a nation, to have national consciousness. It is the same sentimiento nacional or national sentiment that our national hero, Jose Rizal, believed would enable us to unite the people of our islands against colonial oppression. Amidst the people speaking over 100 languages, the Filipino identity emerged. Even then, this national sentiment was roused by art, by literature, most famously by Rizal's No Limitangere and El Filibusterismo, which exposed our common struggles. It is the same national sentiment that moves Filipinos of different generations, millennials like us included, to rise up against the tyranny of foreign aggressors, homegrown dictators, and the corrupt. The phrase written on the visor of Wimbledon breakout star and Filipino tennis player Alex Ayala offers an important note on national consciousness. Kapag lumago, hindi nahihinto. When it grows, it becomes unstoppable. The whole-of-nation approach to defending the West Philippine Sea therefore starts with one fundamental task: growing the seeds of national consciousness that our sovereign right in the West Philippine Sea is not debatable. This means all Filipinos, whether we are from government, civil society, from all corners of the country, and all walks of life, can say one thing in unity. And we disagree on so many things. But I think all of us can say this one thing: West Philippine Sea, atin ito. The West Philippine Sea is ours. And we say it in different languages too. Through hundreds of mural paintings, through the rap songs of Moro Beats, as Admiral J. Tariela said earlier, through the peace regatta of boats sailing to Panatag Shoal. These are the different languages. We in atin ito continue to espouse the language of peaceful resistance and active citizenship. Through these creative means, we arouse the spirit of bayanihan or solidarity in our previous atin ito civilian missions. Government too has its own language, the language of transparency, diplomacy, and legislation. This is precisely why we in atin ito are calling our government to pass legislation, may it be through executive order or national law, to officially commemorate July 12 of every year as West Philippine Sea Victory Day. We must memorialize this legal triumph that cemented global recognition of our sovereign rights in the West Philippine Sea and declared China's expansive claims as invalid. By memorializing this day, we strengthen our national consciousness so that it can never be broken by Chinese stroll armies. We fortify our national will such that no amount of propaganda can lull us back into silence and weaken our comradeship with the people most affected, which now includes the people of Batanes. The whole-of-nation approach therefore requires us to challenge each other even more in defining the image of a nation that we want, the future we want. Ika nga nila, para sa bayan. We challenge our government leaders to build a coherent, unwavering strategy to reclaim the West Philippine Sea. We challenge our fellow citizens to reject chinadors who sell our sovereignty and to stand critical of those who tell us we are powerless against superpowers. We challenge media, communicators, artists, educators to help us sift fact from fiction. And we challenge the private sector to help build our defense against economic subordination. All hands on deck. Let me end on an important note. This national consciousness must go beyond a narrow understanding of nationalism or Filipino identity. Filipinos and our international partners alike, we come together because we recognize our common humanity. Love of country must nudge us to imagine a global community of equals where nations are bound by international rules and mutual respect. Our Arbitral Award under the UNCLOS shows precisely this, that international solidarity is the best deterrent against bigger nations imposing their will on smaller ones. This award is a victory not just for Filipinos, but for all peace-loving nations. So let us voyage forward together, one victory after another. And though we may panic a little, let that be washed away by the faith that we Filipinos, alongside our friends from other nations, can come together to build something so much more than the sum of our parts. Thank you very much.
That's the typhoon. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Rafaela, for very inspiring intervention today. We also have a message sent to us over video by no less than the President of the Senate of the Republic of the Philippines, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. Please pay attention. Yeah, thank you.
Today, we commemorate the 10th anniversary of the 2016 South China Sea Arbitral Ruling, a historic affirmation of the Philippines' rights under international law and a defining milestone in our nation's pursuit of justice, peace, and sovereign dignity. Rendered pursuant to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas, the award clarified the maritime rights and entitlements of coastal states, rejected excessive maritime claims inconsistent with international law, and reaffirmed that disputes among nations are best resolved through peaceful legal process rather than coercion and intimidation. A decade later, findings remain final and binding, continuing to serve as a cornerstone of the rules-based international order and a guiding framework for stability, security, and cooperation in the maritime domain. As we reflect on this milestone, we recognize that the significance of the award extends beyond legal principles. It embodies our nation's enduring commitment to defend our sovereignty and sovereign rights through lawful and peaceful means. It affirms that every nation, regardless of its size or strength, is entitled to equal protection under international law. When I visited Pag-asa Island months ago, I witnessed firsthand the unwavering dedication of the men and women of the Armed Forces of the Philippines and the Philippine Coast Guard. Their courage and professionalism remind us that the rule of law must always be matched with the resolve to protect our national interest. Their service inspires us to continue strengthening our maritime capabilities while pursuing diplomacy, dialogue, and regional cooperation. The Senate of the Philippines remains steadfast in advancing policies that enhance our maritime domain awareness, modernize our defense and Coast Guard capabilities, protect our maritime environment, and improve the lives of our coastal communities. These efforts reinforce our commitment to safeguarding our national patrimony while remaining faithful to international law. As we commemorate this historic victory, let us renew our shared resolve to uphold justice over coercion, dialogue over conflict, and cooperation over confrontation. United in purpose, let us continue building a secure, peaceful, and prosperous future for every Filipino. Let's win this together.
Thank you very much to Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. I'm so glad we're having it this month, not a few months ago, but I'll keep it there. This session, so we're going to proceed now immediately to the next session, which will be moderated by Ms. Jeanette Arceo, member of the Cybersecurity Committee of the AFP Multi-Sector Governance Council. Ms. Arceo, you may take the floor right now.
Thank you very much, Richard. It's so nice to see you back in the city. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. As they say, they leave the best for last. You've all been hearing all the alarms going off in your phones, and I'm sure everybody's ready to go home. But this last panel is perhaps one of the most consequential of all. Well, I would like to think so. Because this, as Mr. Hake mentioned earlier, this is about bringing the other hand into the fight. And I'd like to call on stage, of course, all our very distinguished and perhaps the lineup of heroes that we have. It's such an honor for me to be calling these Filipino heroes and foreign partners equally our heroes as well. Would like to call on, of course, on stage, Mayor Baltasar Alindogan, Mayor, retired Rear Admiral Judong, please, Romel Judong. Of course, the favorite of our friends up north and in the Chinese embassy here, the Rear Admiral J. Tariela, the poster boy, and of course, you know, one of our heroes, as we've said already, somebody who's been championing our cause, and we're very, very grateful to him, Colonel Raymond Powell. I believe he's married to a Filipina. Oh. So it is no surprise that you have been very emotional about this whole journey that you have taken with us, all Filipinos. And of course, from the Spirit of America, Mr. Jim Hack. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Thank you, Mr. Hake. Please join us. And supposedly the millennial among all of these very distinguished panelists, the poster girl of vigilant and very active young people, Filipino people, Ms. Rafaela David. Please allow me to quickly just frame this panel discussion, and I will do the moderation from the podium, if I may. As you've seen, you know, this is a group of highly distinguished, highly passionate, and highly committed men and women. This panel discussion, we all know that the first line of defense is not always at sea, or our shorelines, or our beach fronts. In this age of hybrid and asymmetric warfare, defense begins in our classrooms, our communities, our churches, our newsrooms, and even our mobile phones and our digital devices. Before our nation loses territory, all of our, if not most of them, actually talked about losing in the information space. Over the years since our legal victory, together with our like-minded allies and foreign partners who share our values and believe in a free, peaceful, prosperous, open, and rules-based Indo-Pacific, we've slowly but steadily worked on building a credible military deterrence. This afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, I'd like to introduce the concept and the term civic deterrence. Again, civic deterrence is bringing the other hand into the fight. And these men and women with us on the stage this afternoon has already spoke about it lengthily, but in consideration of time and all the alarms that you've been hearing this afternoon, there will just be one question that I will pose to all of them. Civic deterrence, ladies and gentlemen, is not simply to prevent coercion from our adversaries, but to preserve the condition in which a free people can flourish. Many of our speakers have given their prescriptions already on how to achieve that. This panel, this lineup of people could not have been the more perfect lineup of people to talk about civic deterrence. So please allow me to ask the question. This is actually for all of you, sirs and ma'am. 10 years after the 2016 Arbitral Award, what is now, do you think, the greatest threat to the Philippine rights in the West Philippine Sea? How can we harness the 86% of Filipinos who feel very strongly about our ownership of our territorial waters as well as our sovereign rights? What can we do to be able to mobilize a whole nation to talk about it loudly, not in silence, Admiral Ong, but loudly and actively? So who should go first? Admiral Ong. Admiral Ong, I have a different question for you, Sana, but you know, they told me just one question.
I learned a term last week by it was given in over a conversation, and the term is admiring the problem.
Ah, interesting.
And I think the greatest challenge is, while we commemorate the arbitral win, we have to constantly ask ourselves the question, are we admiring the problem? Because if we go into that pitfall of admiring the problem, we're not going to solve it. Okay, we're not going to solve it. And the prescription, I've already outlined it. Jay has his own prescription. I think the panel has its own prescription. They have the respective prescription. But the point is, we have to go to that line between admiring the problem and actually solving the problem.
Interesting. Thank you, Admiral Ong. And thank you for that very moving speech earlier. Mayor, would you like to weigh in on this question? Because I believe your community, diba? Your municipality is probably, again, the ideal poster people of what mobilizing a whole community of people to fight and talk about our rights.
I believe that most Filipino people may not be able to go to Kalayaan, Pag-asa particularly. So to mobilize our Filipinos with respect to this issue is the continuous effort of our national government, particularly one of our very renowned si Rear Admiral Tariela, to tell the truth what actually is Kalayaan. No? It's not about boundaries, it's not about maps, but it's about our sovereign rights and territorial integrity in that particular area. So ours, particularly, our community is the best example. And it's not a question now if how we will able to mobilize them, because they are mobilizing since then, even before the onset of this issue in the West Philippine Sea. Our live reality, the reality in that area where we have community, Filipino community in itself, is the best example.
Thank you, Mayor. They cautioned me about this, but I will do a follow-up question. For those people in communities hundreds of kilometers away from Kalayaan, from those living in the mountain communities, how can we make them feel that your problem in the West Philippine Sea, in the Kalayaan group of islands, is also their problem?
I think the distance is not one of the issues now.
before we think of the distance, how difficult, how hard we travel from mainland Palawan to Pag-asa, around 370 nautical miles using our sea asset. It took us 2 days, 2 nights and 1 day. So the issue of the actions made by our neighboring country is coercion with respect to our national claim. But the other issue is how our nations resolve to not necessarily for me to affirm that claim, because we have been there. That's ours already. So the issue of the distance is no longer a question in our mind as a community in Pag-asa.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we just need to communicate to everybody, wherever they are in the archipelago, that the problem that Kalayaan Island group of the municipalities facing now can be something that we can be facing anytime in the future. Right, Mayor? Anyway, Mr. Haig, could you kindly address this question in the context of the things that you have done, whether here or in terms of the experience post 9/11?
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you. I think one of the most important things to do is to give people something meaningful to do to help. That's based on they need to have the awareness that it's important, but often a missing ingredient is providing a way to help, because if people don't take action, then they're just recipients of messaging. And so much messaging, it just washes over people. But once you take action, you're transformed from an observer and a message recipient into a participant and into an investor. And that is game-changing for people. And it was actually Secretary Mattis who brought this to my attention 16 years ago, and my focus was on the things we do on the ground to have an impact and how we figure those things out in very difficult environments. And he mentioned, well, the other thing that Spirit America does is you give Americans a way to help that gets them connected to these issues in a way which is profoundly important. It's the entry point. So finding ways to give people ways to help is just essential. And the second part of that is to do that on a scale that can make a difference. And I think in the nonprofit world, in the civil society arena, people are often underfunded, working crazy hours, and it's hard to have the imagination to think as big as what needs to happen. And in the case of here in the Philippines, I think it's so encouraging. There's so many existing efforts that just need some help to get to the scale that can really ultimately impose the kind of costs on the PRC for its aggression that have to be imposed for it to stop. I mean, most actors are rational. They look at the cost and benefit of their various policies and actions, and if the benefit exceeds the cost, well, then they're going to keep doing it. So we have to find ways to impose meaningful financial and legal and reputational costs on the PRC at a scale that is just impossible to ignore. And insofar as there have been billions and billions and billions of dollars of economic and environmental damages, finding ways to impose those costs should be possible.
Thank you, Mr. Haig. I like the way you contextualize it and approach this from an entrepreneurial model or framework. I mean, hit them where it hurts the most, so to speak, and oftentimes it's the financial heart and soul of an organization or a movement where it hurts the most. Thank you, Mr. Haig, for that one. Colonel Ray, like how Richard has mentioned, and as we all know already, those who are in this room and outside of this room, you have been very, very vocal, and you have been very active in shining a spotlight on this issue and the kind of coercive activities and behavior. So tell us, please, what is the next step for us to galvanize our nation what's the next step to aggressive strategy?
You know, I think so much of this comes down to understanding the nature of the struggle that you're in. It is a long-term resistance movement. You are a nation that is facing a maritime occupation. Occupations ultimately fail when the occupier is forced to look at itself and say, why am I doing this? This is costing me so much and I'm not really getting the return. So how do you galvanize people for long-term resistance? I'm the son of a civil rights activist. My father took part in the 1961 Freedom Rides, in which incredibly brave people faced danger in the Deep South and Jim Crow South. Buses were burned, there was a riot. My father spent time in prison in order to protest an unjust law. The Philippines is doing something quite similar to those civil rights protesters because you are engaged in nonviolent, direct action against an injustice and an oppressor. That is a tremendously noble and brave and important thing to do. And you need to feel proud and feel, but also you need to sort of figure out what is it that propels that through the years of struggle that it's going to take to overcome the oppression. And so I look to things like, so one of the things about my father is he had to go to training to learn how to be nonviolent. They taught them that they should dress nicely. They shouldn't look like hoodlums, you know. They, of course, were expected to be beaten and they were not to hit back. That's exactly what the Philippines has been doing. That's exactly why I said last year that the Philippine Coast Guard is the world's bravest Coast Guard. And you need to be proud of that, and you need to tell the world about that. But I think also there need to be more, give me more Baby Ruths. Let 100 flowers bloom. The telling of those stories so that Filipinos can understand and the world can understand is so key to propelling you into the future. And by the way, it is such a great example about how doing the right thing the right way causes your oppressor to just go crazy, right? What made food delivery from a documentary into a phenomenon was the fact that China tried so hard to make sure it was never seen. And that's why everybody ended up seeing it, right? They wanted to see the banned film, right? That's how oppressors react when you challenge their oppression. It brings out the worst in them, and then you push through the worst, but you maintain that dignity. You dress well, you don't hit back. So, you know, you guys are just, you talk about us being heroes. The heroes are the people who are out there doing it every single day. The fishermen, the Coast Guard, the fisheries, the AFP, the ordinary civilians out there taking a stand every day. And you need to be proud of that and tell those stories. So Baby Ruth, let's do some more.
I agree. Thank you, Colonel Ray, for that one. And speaking of Director Babe Ruth, she's with us this afternoon. And before I proceed, of course, to our Rafaela and Admiral Tariela, I'd like to request and invite Direct Babe Ruth to please say some words for our audiences. Please come to the center. Woo! Yeah, she has made one voice become, you know, hundreds and thousands of voices, and we want more, the 120 million voices to be loud.
I'm just here to learn and enjoy feeding my brain with, you know, new information, how to fight this together. But distinguished ambassadors, members of the diplomatic corps, colleagues from StratBase, our partners from government, the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the Philippine Coast Guard, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Looking around this room, I realize that probably am one of the few people here who doesn't write policy papers or negotiate treaties. I come from an industry that makes films, and we design impact. Over the years, I've had the privilege of spending time with our fishermen, our Philippine Coast Guard, our sailors, and our communities living on the front lines of the West Philippine Sea. What struck me wasn't only their courage. It was how little most Filipinos knew about them. And I realized something, that the greatest challenge before us is not simply defending our waters. It is making sure Filipinos never lose sight why those waters matter, why those fish matter, why those freedom of navigational passages matter. And the next frontier, I think, of national security is not just our seas, it's the minds of our people. And because before a nation loses its territory, it can lose something even more dangerous, its confidence in the truth. Because we live in an age where narratives travel faster than ships, where doubts, fear, propaganda travel faster than facts, where repetition can sometimes become more powerful than reality. It's this repetition that creates this sense of apathy and killing the belief that Filipinos can fight this, because we can. And that is why I believe diplomacy, defense, and international law, while indispensable, must now be matched by something equally strategic: our ability to unleash a national soft power strategy. Last year, Stratbase, thank you, Sir Dindo, brought together ambassadors, policymakers, military leaders, journalists, civil society to watch Food Delivery, fresh from the West Philippine Sea, a film that was banned by China. Nobody wanted to screen the film, but thanks to Stratbase and other partners, we came through. It was never intended to change anyone's politics. It simply introduced people to the faces behind the headlines. The fisherman who refused to give up, the Coast Guard officers who quietly stands watch, or the likes of Rear Admiral Teriela, who doesn't quietly, bravely express his courage, and the soldier who serves without asking for recognition. Those stories did something pretty remarkable. They didn't end when the credits rolled. Across the country, people started standing up. Other artists started standing up. More people began seeing the Philippine flag as a renewed symbol of courage. Muralists decided we can help. Not because they were commissioned or not because they were instructed, because they cared. Today, more than 220 murals stand from Apari to Holo between February 10 to June 10. That was in 4 months. Imagine, 220 murals about the West Philippine Sea were created. And communities became storytellers. Ordinary Filipinos have become partners in defending something larger than themselves. That to me is soft power. Not branding, not public relations, but a nation choosing to remember. And I've come to believe that our fishermen, our Coast Guard, our Navy, our scientists, and our coastal communities are among the country's most credible ambassadors. Their authenticity is something no propaganda can manufacture. Our responsibility now is simply to make sure that their voices are heard, because ships protect our waters, stories protect our will to defend them. And hopefully, as we look towards the next decade, I hope we continue investing in alliances, maritime capability, and international law. And I also hope that we invest with equal conviction in our teachers, journalists, filmmakers, artists, museums, and cultural institutions. Because the battle for truth cannot be won by governments alone. It must be carried by an informed and inspired people. The Arbitral Award gave us a legal victory, but what we do with that victory is now our shared responsibility. So may future generations inherit not only a stronger Philippines, but a generation of Filipinos who know their history, value their frontliners, and refuse to let the truth be rewritten. So I hope we can work this together. The artists are waiting to be activated. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Director Babe Ruth Villarama, one of the most celebrated over the past year because of food delivery. Thank you, ma'am, for those words. Okay, unfortunately, Rear Admiral Tariela just left. Sayang, I was going to ask about his love affair with the Chinese embassy in Beijing. But there is no question in terms of how Rear Admiral J. Tariela has been fighting this fight with all of us. He is at the forefront and not buckling and ready to receive all the hits. So for our last panelist, again, the poster, well, I refuse to use that term. Yes, please forgive me for using that term, Rafaela. But one of the champions, youth champions in this fight for our sovereign rights. But more than our sovereign rights, but the fight for the people, the Filipino people, their families, and their livelihood. Ms. Rafael David, how do you see us moving forward 10 years after the legal victory? And a year after you've convened Atin Ito movement?
Maybe I'll anchor on what you said earlier about civic deterrent. When it comes to military might, definitely China is way ahead of us. But when it comes to people power, I'd like to think that we have the advantage. We have a history, a proud history of a people through non-violent means being able to defeat our oppressors. We link up arms in front of tanks with a rosary and flowers. We link up arms in the West Philippine Sea in front of warships, bringing songs, bringing gifts, bringing all of the beautiful things that we Filipinos share as part of our culture. And I think that's also an anchor why I would connect to what Admiral Ong said about admiring the problem. I think as a perennial underdog, we appreciate, and it's important to see the harassment and oppression that our frontliners and fisher folks are seeing, but I'd like to think that we also would love to see Filipinos win. Like, I think we're also tired seeing us lose all the time. That's why when Alex Ayala won a few days ago, we just celebrated, even though most of us don't even know how to play tennis. So we want to see Filipinos win. And that's why it's so important that this Arbitral Award, this victory, gets the attention that it actually deserves, because it's a landmark historic history. We're celebrating its 10th year anniversary, and understanding how important it is and making sure that Filipinos actually appreciate and are made aware of that historic triumph is crucial. And that's why I'm also happy to announce that this coming Sunday, we will be unveiling statue in the Quezon Memorial Park to commemorate and celebrate the West Philippine Sea victory in partnership with the local government of Quezon City. And it's just so important that, again, we remember, we celebrate this win, and hopefully more wins to come. Oh, and as a last note, yes, this may take us a lot. I'm not as young as I once was. I started this campaign I think 10 years ago when I was still in the youth sector, and I know the younger generation, sila Nash, who will come after, will probably still be talking about similar things in similar forums.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not, but it may take time. And I think the most important thing for us is to know that we can win this. Because if we actually think that it's pointless to rise up, or at least to stand up against China, then we will just not do anything. but we've been doing this strat-based forum for, I think, 10 years already. So I think we believe that we can win. And it may take time, but victory can happen. And it has happened. We need to make some more.
We are winning. Very well said, Rafaela. We are winning, but there are still a lot of room to win some more, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to remind everybody, there's this legal principle that Justice Tony Carpio has been saying. It's the legal principle of acquiescence. So that means if we stop talking about it and if we stop protesting about the coercive and illegal behavior that the adversary is doing to us and the illegal claim over our territories, at some point in the future, it will be accepted to be theirs. So we need to keep on fighting and keep on gathering the voices to speak louder and louder. Right, Justice? Thank you very much. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to close with the following. The 2016 arbitral ruling gave the Philippines a legal victory. Civic deterrence and sustained vigilance of our people will ensure that victory becomes a lasting legal bedrock and a catalyst for international alliances and our national security advantage. Our generation's highest calling. There have been several generations already, no? Si Rafaela, sabi niya, medyo magsi-senior level na siya. But we're not tired. We will continue to fight with every generation for as long as we can. Our generation's highest calling is to ensure that those who come after us shall inherit a republic that is stronger, more prosperous, and more united than the one entrusted us. We cannot stop coming together and fighting back. Together, those who wish to interfere or those who wish to disrupt our peaceful and rules-based order in the region cannot be allowed to win. And a wise old man once told me, ladies and gentlemen, when you speak to the heart, you move the humanity in each one of us. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon's final panel did just that. So thank you very much, Mayor Alindogan, Rear Admiral Tariela, who left. Of course, Rear Admiral Romel Jude Ong, Colonel Ray Powell, Mr. Jim Hake, and of course, Rafaela David. With that, thank you and congratulations again to Professor Dindo Manhit and his chat-based team. Thank you very much for your attention.
Before everyone leaves, thank you to our panelists for the discussion and of course, Jeanette for fantastically overseeing this. Please stay on stage for a brief photo opportunity with Dindo. I'm sure we have generated enough content for our fight for the next generation, but we have to rest so that we can continue this for the next 25 years. Once again, I'm Richard Aydarian on behalf of the Strat-Based Institute. Thank you to all our speakers and guests for your firm and principled stand in defending what is rightfully ours. Thank you very much. Told you that hosting is not really my thing. Just in case you didn't get the cue, we just closed it. You may go and fight it for the next generation. Thank you very much again. Mabuhay kayo.